The digital realm ignites with a crackle, signaling a new player's entry into Warble, as Sarah Lee's glowing avatar bursts into existence within a sleek, futuristic space. Only a week in, and she's already feeling the incredible power surge through her, stretching out, absolutely blown away by the transformation. Her jaw drops, utterly captivated by the hyperrealistic city, her mind racing to comprehend how a mere phone app could create such an unbelievably immersive world. But then, a jolt of reality hits her, and she glances at her phone, knowing she shouldn't be hooked, but those rising stats are just too tempting. She's leveling up like crazy, snagging 2 points daily, and can't help but wonder what insane power-ups are coming next, already feeling like a completely different person. This isn't just a game, it's a power-up for real life. Warble is supercharging her abilities, boosting her focus, and she even crushed her last mock test, jumping 10 whole places. But then, a chilling alert flashes, her eyes snapping open as the system screams, Demon Goblin has spawned. The system confirms the terrifying news, a new, monstrous threat unleashed upon the Warble universe. Behold the newly spawned terror, a level E fairy-type goblin, with one chilling characteristic, it desires tribute. High above the sprawling metropolis, a colossal skyscraper pierces the moonlit night, the very air around it alive with an electric crackle. And there, atop the towering structure, a mysterious figure with electrifying hair feels the shift, a low HM, escaping him as the power around him crackles with raw intensity. He surveys the vast city beneath him, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, uttering a cool HMM. Before delivering his verdict, not bad. His piercing gaze locks onto the brutalized shoulder, a silent, furious realization hitting him, she's been hurt. The game's chilling second rule flashes across the digital landscape, a terrifying reminder, spill blood in this underworld, and you're basically ringing the dinner bell for hungry demons. Suddenly, a massive level E demon Jotun, a true giant, rips into existence on a skyscraper, its sheer size dwarfing everything around it. This thing isn't just big, it's got a terrifying quirk, it absolutely despises beautiful women, sending shivers down the spines of everyone watching. Seeing her fear, the mysterious figure wastes no time, a powerful, glowing artifact materializing in his grip, ready to unleash some serious payback. He slams his finger onto a holographic screen, a burst of energy erupting as he triggers something massive, the music in his ears just fueling his resolve. The beats drop, the adrenaline surges, and he's locked and loaded for whatever comes next. He drops like a meteor, slamming into the rooftop with a ground-shattering explosion, the sheer force ripping through the concrete. The demon Jotun didn't even see it coming. The impact sends it reeling, its monstrous face already gushing blood from the brutal hit. Its eyes bug out, pure shock and agony etched across its face, this giant demon has no idea what just hit it. The Jotun lets out a deafening, enraged roar, but the unnamed male observer just stands there, radiating pure blue power. Then, with an explosive surge, he rockets through the air, a blur of blue energy, ready to deliver the next devastating blow. Boom! A blinding flash of blue-white energy just absolutely decimates the air, the final, epic blow landing. And as the light fades, he's just standing there, a faint smirk playing on his lips, those glowing red eyes just radiating pure power from the destruction he just unleashed. Above the shattered landscape, the demon Jotun just poofs into shimmering blue particles, completely and utterly defeated. What a takedown. He's just chilling amidst the dissipating remnants, a system message popping up to confirm the monster's total wipeout, and boom. 1,000 Jotun's ether and a brand new Jotun's claw are his for the taking. He lets out a little ho-ho. As he checks out the new claw, already thinking about how he can turn this bad boy into a seriously epic weapon. Just like that, the Jotun's claw gets stored away, its dark, crystalline form disappearing into his inventory like it was never even there. He checks his phone, a quick ah. Escaping him as he confirms the monster's officially done for, a casual, dead, sealing the deal on this epic battle. But then his gaze snaps to Sarah Lee, lying unconscious on the ground, her uniform ripped and blood on her shoulder, a brutal reminder of how close she came. Okay, time to withdraw. He's about to unleash something totally new, and bam. A massive, shadowy entity with glowing blue accents just erupts behind him, it's the terrifying, Hades, breath. The shadowy form keeps building, its power just exploding outwards, and he's channeling that dark energy, his hand glowing with the same super eerie blue light. He pops the cap off a small, black bottle, and whoosh. A plume of dark, ethereal smoke just explodes out, powering up the whole manifestation. As the dark energy explodes into form, the unnamed male observer stands, a silent, imposing figure before a colossal pillar of swirling black and crimson smoke, the shadowy, tentacled horror of his summoned entity now fully unleashed. The year is 2037. A time when strange, ethereal energies begin to manifest across the world, signaling a profound shift in reality. Ultimately, humanity has collapsed, its civilization shattered by an apocalyptic event that occurred long before. To prevent this devastating future, one human was sent 25 years back into the past, a lone figure cloaked in dark attire, emanating a faint blue glow. His mission was clear, to prevent the end from happening, but despite his efforts, the human was killed. However, fate had other plans. Because of an unforeseen circumstance, a shadowy entity with piercing red eyes and glowing blue chains emerged, altering the course of events. And so, for years passed, with the hooded figure now defeated, sitting amidst flames and bound by the very chains that heralded the unforeseen. The world remained a desolate wasteland, strewn with debris and stained with blood. However, a seed of hope was left behind, a small light in the encroaching darkness. Amidst the ruins of a gaming setup, a smartphone lay ringing, its screen displaying a vibrant game icon, a stark contrast to the surrounding devastation. The call echoed through the silence, a potential beginning in a world that had seemingly ended. It's 2016, and a mysterious crackle buzzes from a smartphone clutched by a young woman, its game icon glowing as she locks in, ready for whatever comes next. Then, a sharp crackle. Her hand tightens, absolutely demolishing two walnuts, shattering them with an intense, focused grip. A sly smile creeps onto her face, earbuds in, totally locked in, as the crackling energy around her goes wild. Then, a voice booms, sync complete. The WarBLE logo flashes, a loading bar surges, and with another crackle, she's entering the underworld. The game roars, logging into Warble. Then, a triumphant ding, as an ethereal, glowing version of Kim Ki-jin bursts into existence, ready to dominate. A chilling system alert flashes, one user has logged into the underworld. The crackling energy pulses, signaling a new player has entered the game. Back in the real world, Kim Ki-jin exhales a relieved phew. The adrenaline rush momentarily subsides. Suddenly, she's in the virtual city, shouting, "It's only been a week, but this is insane." Her eyes widen in awe, so this is WarBLE. She's standing in a sprawling, futuristic metropolis, bathed in the eerie glow of a crimson sky. The sheer scale of this digital realm is absolutely mind-blowing. But then, a puzzled look, wait, I don't get it. She stares out at the impossible landscape. How can a tiny phone app create an entire virtual world? Kim Ki-jin is absolutely blown away by how real this virtual world feels. Her jaw practically on the floor as she shouts, "OH, yeah." But fast forward a week, and she's still glued to her phone, a nagging thought in her mind, I shouldn't be wasting time like this, but the WarBLE game has her hooked. Her in-game character, Sarah Lee, is still stuck at level 1, and she can't help but think, a whole week, and I'm still level 1. Even with the grind, she's pulling in, around 2 points a day, and the big question on her mind is, what happens when I level up, because she can already feel, I've already changed so much. This game is hiding something big, because her face, once plagued by pimples, is now absolutely flawless, with a mysterious blue glow hinting at the power within. Her skin is perfect, and she's feeling like a total powerhouse, declaring, I'm way stronger now. I could probably beat a grown man in arm wrestling. And it's not just muscles, her brain is leveling up too. She remembers, I jumped 10 spots on my last test, all thanks to my insane new focus. Her fists glow with a faint blue energy, confirming the truth, WarBLE isn't just a game, it's unlocking human potential to the absolute max. That game screen, with Sarah Lee's level 1 stats, is a constant reminder of where all this power comes from, its glowing interface reflecting the incredible changes happening to her. A determined grin lights up her face as she confidently states, all right. With a fierce determination, she adjusts her collar, ready to conquer anything, because her WarBLE adventure is just getting started. The city lights twinkled below, but Kim Ki-jin was locked in, ready to push her limits, tossing aside her clothes with a swift, decisive motion, every sound a testament to her resolve. A deep breath, a quick stretch, and she remembered the game's crazy rule, less clothing, more XP. Who cares, she's alone, right? No shame, just gains. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce resolve burning within, as she braced herself for the grind. Clap, clap, the rhythm of a warrior. She was a machine, powering through, every movement a symphony of strength. Her muscles burned, her form was flawless, and then, a sudden surge of power. "Oh, she gasped, feeling the raw strength coursing through her veins. Ding! Ding! Her phone exploded with notifications. Stats soaring, power surging. It's going up. It's going up, she cheered, a fierce grin spreading across her face. All right. Let's keep this up. Breathing hard, sweat beading on her skin, she was unstoppable, a force of nature in the making. But far above the city's hustle, a blood-red moon hung heavy in the sky, bathing the concrete jungle in an ominous, crimson light. Through a window, the chilling spectacle continued, the city a mere toy set under the gaze of that terrifying red moon. And there, piercing the heavens, one colossal tower seemed to challenge the very moon itself. Then, a chilling sound echoed through the night, crackle. Crackle. Raw energy pulsed from the skyscraper's peak, a silent warning to all below. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized on the rooftop, crackling with dark energy, his glowing red eyes piercing the night as he stared down at the unsuspecting city, a silent, powerful presence. A faint crackle rips through the air, and a thought screams through the haze of exhaustion: is she losing her mind? Has this game turned her into a psycho? Her face contorts in a raw grimace, a single, desperate cry escaping her lips: I'm beat. Sprawled out, she desperately tries to make sense of the crushing fatigue, telling herself it's just a lucid dream, but the exhaustion is too real, too heavy to ignore. Her eyes, heavy with fatigue, finally lift, past her wild hair, only to be met by the terrifying sight of the blood-red moon, dominating the city with its eerie, supernatural glow. Beneath that horrifying crimson sky, a monstrous, blood-soaked arm explodes into existence, its raw, brutal power announcing a new, terrifying threat. And across the city, a single, burning red eye, blazing with an unholy light, watches the chaos unfold, its gaze sharp and utterly chilling. A system notification, emblazoned with a flaming skull, flashes into existence, confirming the observer's worst fears, the chilling message echoing: the demon, goblin, has spawned. A brutal, blood-drenched club just chilling on the shattered pavement, screaming that some serious chaos just went down. Then, out of nowhere, Sarah Lee whips around, gasping, her eyes bugging out as she feels this super creepy vibe hit the atmosphere. But then, a terrifying system alert pops up, dropping the bomb: the demon, goblin, just spawned, and its massive shadow is already swallowing the entire city. And there it is, looming over everything, the absolute unit of a goblin, green and gnarly, rocking a loincloth and a massive club like it owns the place. This thing, monster level, E-type, fairy, yeah, a fairy, has one terrifying quirk: it's all about that tribute life. The goblin's growl rips through the air, basically asking, what's good, and Sarah Lee is just a shaking mess, barely able to whisper, a demon. Its massive, fanged mouth just drops the bomb: the goblin wants a tribute, and if it's good, she'll get paid back, but glowing chains are already locking her down, so she's got no way out. Sarah Lee's brain is in overdrive, her voice just a tiny squeak as she echoes, tribute, the sheer terror of the situation hitting her hard, her eyes practically popping out of her head. The goblin's glowing yellow eyes lock onto her, a silent, terrifying stare that makes Sarah Lee let out an ear-splitting scream of absolute horror. Total panic mode. She's begging for time, yelling, wait, as her clothes literally start falling off, because she just figured out what kind of tribute this monster actually wants. The goblin's gaze snaps to the pile of clothes, its face totally blank as it processes this wild, unexpected offering. Totally exposed and terrified, Sarah Lee holds out her clothes, a last-ditch, desperate offering to try and calm this terrifying monster. The goblin's blood-curdling shriek rips through the night, its form a terrifying blur of pure aggression. With negotiations completely shattered, Sarah Lee is in full flight, the goblin's bloodlust now undeniable. And another ear-splitting shriek just confirms it: this monster is out for blood. But high above the fray, a mysterious figure watches it all go down, a cool, almost bored, not bad, escaping his lips. Chilling on the rooftop, he's got the best seat in the house, eyes locked on the action, completely unfazed. He shrugs off the goblin's brutality as, just another psycho, but then his eyes catch a glimpse of Sarah Lee's shoulder, now sporting a nasty bruise. That injury changes everything, a sudden shift in his gaze, a quiet realization: but she's injured. Then it hits him: Warble Rule 2, blood must not be spilled in the underworld. This isn't just a fight, it's a violation. Because even a single drop of blood, under that eerie red moon, is a siren call that draws hungry demons straight to the scene. He's clearly not thrilled about it, but the observer's internal struggle is palpable. I don't really want to join the fight, but... Still locked into the unfolding chaos, he's processing everything, realizing this is a whole new ballgame. His fingers are flying across a glowing tablet, the tech humming with power. A low, almost hypnotic beat pulses around him, mirroring the intense focus in his eyes as he tracks the action. Down below, Sarah Lee is in a full-on sprint across the city's rooftops, the monstrous goblin right on her heels, its terrifying cackle echoing through the air. But wait, a shocking realization hits her mid-stride: this creature isn't as tough as she thought. Yeah, it got a little scratch in, but she's not scared anymore. Back at his console, the observer sees a critical system update: Sarah, level 1 human. He's thinking, Warble makes even these goblins easy pickings. Boom. Sarah Lee feels an insane power surge, her experience points skyrocketing instantly. She's pumped, realizing this is her first real monster fight all week. No way is she letting this thing get away. She lunges, arm outstretched, ready to end this. Gotcha. Her hand clamps down on the goblin's arm, locking it in place. And then, a blinding blue aura explodes around her arm, crackling with raw, untamed energy as she winds up for the ultimate strike. Wham! Her glowing fist smashes into the goblin, a brutal impact sending blood and electric blue lightning everywhere. But then, pure, unadulterated shock washes over her face. What just happened? In a horrifying twist, her arm, cleanly severed at the elbow, lies on the cold ground, blue energy still sparking around the gruesome wound. This just got real. The world just shattered around her, a blinding, agonizing blur, as Sara Lee stared in absolute horror at the gaping void where her arm used to be. And that faint, eerie blue energy, still pulsing from the wound, was a chilling, undeniable testament to the sheer, raw power that just ripped her apart. Then, a terrifying system alert slammed into her vision, confirming the nightmare before her was a demon Jotun, a colossal, monster-level threat, a true giant of destruction. Her eyes, absolutely blown wide with terror, frantically darted from her mangled arm to the towering shadow of the beast, a raw, primal fear gripping her soul like a vice. And as she stood there, utterly dwarfed and exposed before the monstrous titan, another insane detail popped up from the system. This specific demon Jotun had a terrifying characteristic: hates beautiful women. That realization slammed into her like a freight train, her face twisting into a silent, gut-wrenching scream of pure dread, her very aura crackling with desperate, blue energy. Then, a sickening shick ripped through the silence, as a fresh, violent spray of blood exploded from her wound, splattering the pristine white with a horrifying crimson. And the demon Jotun, with a terrifying, casual indifference, dangled her severed arm, that faint blue glow still clinging to it, a cruel trophy of her defeat. Overwhelmed by the blinding agony and the utterly horrifying sight, her eyes slammed shut, a silent, desperate scream ripping through her very soul. Her legs just gave out beneath her, sending her crashing forward, her body convulsing with unimaginable pain and utter despair. Meanwhile, the demon Jotun ripped open its massive maw, revealing rows of absolutely vicious, razor-sharp teeth, a primal hunger blazing in its eyes. And without a single hesitation, it brought the severed limb straight to its mouth, devouring it in a blinding flash of blue energy, a truly gruesome act that just sealed Sara Lee's fate. The demon Jotun lets out a low growl, its massive body freezing up, like it just sensed something totally off. But before it can even process what's happening, a wave of confusion hits the monster, its tiny eyes darting around, trying to find whatever just spooked it. Bam! A lightning-fast blur drops from the sky, smashing into the demon Jotun with an insane explosion, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. The hit totally warps the monster's face in pure shock and agony, its eyes bugging out as it finally feels the full power of that insane blow. The demon Jotun's huge body starts to plummet, totally defeated, and the attacker, glowing with electric blue energy, just glides down right after it, like it's nothing. This mysterious observer just rockets through the air, leaving a blazing blue trail behind him. Seriously, this guy is fast. And as he's falling, a total smirk spreads across his face, his red eyes burning bright, matching the electric blue streaks in his hair. This dude is seriously cool. The system pops up, confirming the insane win, announcing the demon Jotun is totally defeated and dropping 1,000 Jotun's ether, plus a sweet Jotun's claw. Boom! The demon Jotun is down. Now, the ultimate question: will our hero loot the body? Our protagonist, cool as ice, stands victorious in a glittering ruin, racking up a sweet 1,000 Jotun's ether and snagging the legendary Jotun's claw. As the final echoes of battle fade into sparkling dust, he takes it all in, completely unfazed by the chaos he just unleashed. A sly grin spreads across his face, a simple, oh ho, escaping him as his eyes lock onto the massive, menacing Jotun's claw. Already strategizing, he declares, not bad. I can make a decent weapon with this, proving he's always one step ahead. But wait, a ding interrupts his thoughts, as his phone lights up, signaling a new notification. With a flash of blue energy, the Jotun's claw is instantly stored. Our hero's inventory management skills are on point. Those glowing red eyes tell a story of power, a story now amplified by the raw strength of the Jotun's claw. A quiet, is all he offers, as he casually strolls away from the city, leaving the past behind. But the chill vibe takes a dark turn when he stumbles upon a shocking sight: Sara Lee, lifeless and covered in blood, her school uniform a tragic mess on the cold ground. No emotion, just a calculated move, as he nudges her body, confirming the grim reality with a chilling detachment. Staring down at the tragic scene, he delivers the ultimate understatement with a stone-cold, dead, huh. Talk about a plot twist. With a piercing, almost predatory gaze, he locks onto Sara Lee's lifeless body, the grim reality of her death etched across her face. He whips out a sleek device, his voice cutting through the silence with a chilling command: withdraw. Then, bam! A terrifying, shadowy aura, Hades' breath, explodes around him, its tendrils crackling with an eerie blue energy. He channels that raw power straight into his weapon, dark smoke coiling around it, primed for whatever insane move he's about to pull. A ghostly column of smoke plunges down from the heavens, swallowing Sara Lee's body whole. He stands there, shrouded in shadow, a chilling declaration escaping his lips: I can't resurrect a dead person, but... His eyes blaze with raw power as he finishes: this is pretty much the same thing. So, the dark energy surges, engulfing Sara Lee in a terrifying embrace. He looms over her, a silhouette of pure power, as the dark energy reaches its peak, the air crackling with anticipation. Then, in a shocking twist, Sara Lee's eye flies open, blazing with an intense, otherworldly blue glow. A terrifying skull, its eye now a blazing blue inferno, surrounded by fire, is the ultimate symbol of this dark, resurrected power. Waking up from what felt like an eternity, a figure slowly pushes herself up, her dark hair a wild storm around her. A sharp gasp tears through the silence, her eyes snapping open, filled with pure dread. Was it all just a nightmare? She slams a hand against her chest, a frantic check for a pulse, and a wave of relief washes over her as she confirms, she's alive. But that relief? It's gone in an instant, replaced by a fresh wave of terror as the true horror of her situation sinks in. The nightmare of being devoured by a demon flashes before her eyes, and the mysterious observer, cool as ice, casually mentions it could have been way worse. He holds up a small, glowing orb, and Sarah Lee's jaw drops. He's holding her heart. Her hand shoots back to her chest, and the terrifying reality hits her like a truck, her heart isn't beating. With a chilling smirk, the observer, his red eyes glowing, confirms her worst fears, she's a zombie. And then, he just casually calls out to her. His attention snaps to a smartphone on the desk, and he demands to know where she got it. The phone's screen lights up, showing off a bunch of apps. But one icon catches the eye, a wicked skull against a wild, colorful splash. Rain pours down, a bizarre pink moon glows overhead, and this dude is absolutely feeling himself, flexing with a triumphant smirk. Standing over a defeated monster, muscles absolutely shredded, he's soaking in that victory, feeling like a total boss in the middle of the city. Meet Charlie Kim, a human, level 2, just getting started, but his ambition? It's already off the charts. He's already dreaming of Olympic gold, with a subtle power glow around his hand, this guy's got big plans. That hand, still dripping with monster goo, is ready for whatever comes next. Just as he's basking in glory, a voice from nowhere drops a truth bomb, goblins won't get you to level 3. He whips around, demanding to know who's there, spotting a shadowy figure in the distance. But before he can even blink, a lightning-fast strike punches right through his chest with a brutal thud, his eyes go wide as he realizes who just ended him. Blood explodes from the impact, and Charlie Kim hits the ground, a chilling blue glow pulsing from his fatal wound. The mysterious observer now looms over Charlie Kim's fallen body, and a system message pops up, human killed. Ether gem dropped. Talk about a brutal loot drop. He snatches up the glowing, multicolored gem, totally digging its awesome colors, a sly smirk spreading across his face. He's already doing the math, knowing this little gem is gonna net him at least 10 grand, eyes locked on that sparkling prize. He's not just thinking about the cash, he's realizing these ether gems are the actual essence of life, and they're crackling with power in his hand. The unnamed male observer, ever the cold calculator, checks his phone. The WarBLE app flashes a chilling number, only 5 humans left. He scoffs, a dark satisfaction in his eyes. He's about to wipe another name off the list, but then the screen updates, Charlie Kim, dead by a level 5 human, and Sarah Lee, taken out by a demon Jotun. Just as he processes the grim data, his phone screams to life with an incoming call, from Sarah Lee herself. The device practically vibrates out of his hand. His brow furrows, a rare moment of genuine bewilderment on his usually impassive face, as the name, Sarah Lee, continues to blare, demanding his attention. He taps the screen, a sharp click confirming the connection, then a soft, almost disbelieving, hello, escapes him. Suddenly, a torrent of rage blasts through the phone. Finally. What took you so long? Sarah Lee screams, tearing into him about his stupid app and calling him a damn scammer. He stands there, drenched, absorbing the verbal assault. Sarah Lee, absolutely livid, snarls, well, DUH. Who else would it be? She rips into him, asking if he'd forgotten her, demanding to know, what's the point of having a head if you don't use it? The unnamed male observer is floored, a chilling realization dawning on him, what the? How'd this bitch survive? He tries to rationalize it, it can't be a bug, did she find a hidden item? Meanwhile, Sarah Lee is having none of his excuses. No way. I'm not gonna wait until tomorrow, she roars, her voice crackling with impatience, I wanna meet up right now. He considers her ultimatum, a slow, calculating, right, now, leaving his lips, while Sarah Lee, utterly fed up, lets out a guttural, UGH, with Kim Ki-jin looking on. Then, a chilling question cuts through the tension, but why are you looking for the person who sold me the app? His eyes blaze with an ominous, red glow, a dangerous new plan forming in his mind. The city's alive, a vibrant pulse of everyday chaos, with traffic lights orchestrating the urban ballet beneath a wide-open sky. And right in the heart of it all, you've got Seoul Station, a massive hub, its sleek design practically screaming, future, as it gleams in the sun. Yet, deep down, something's off, a weird, almost electric crackle that buzzes through the very air, a silent alarm bell that most people just don't hear. And for others, the subway isn't just a ride, it's a dark, twisted sanctuary, the ultimate escape route for those who've given up. That weird crackle. It's getting louder, and Sarah Lee, ever observant, is navigating the station, her face a mask of contemplation, picking up on the strange vibes. Everyone knows there are two sides to a subway, each track leading somewhere different, a basic fact that even Kim Ki-jin, strolling along, takes for granted. On one hand, it's pure efficiency, the fastest way to get around, zipping people to their stops. But then there's the other side. A loud ding signals the Wajongbu train's arrival, and everyone's told to stay behind a yellow line. Just a normal day, right? Or is it? Suddenly, Sara Lee's eyes snap open, a chilling realization dawning on her, as if the very fabric of reality is tearing, and then, out of nowhere, demons appear. Yeah, they're showing up in those exact spots, the everyday places, the subway platforms, where normal people are just trying to get by, suddenly facing something truly terrifying. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure looms over a beaten-up guy, totally focused on someone else, whispering, "She should be here any minute now, definitely a bigger game afoot." And down by the injured man's feet, you see coins and some shattered junk all over the cold floor, a brutal sign of the sudden, shocking violence that just exploded in this supposedly safe place. Picking up right where we left off, the mysterious observer wasn't done yet, as an older man fought for his life, his desperate pleas turning into a choked gasp, silenced by an unseen assailant. No escape, no mercy. The poor soul was dragged across the unforgiving concrete, his muffled cries echoing as he was pulled further into the blinding light of the tunnel. Deeper into the darkness they went, the observer relentlessly pulling the man along the tracks, his struggles becoming mere twitches as hope dwindled. And just like that, it was over. The observer walked away, leaving the man a crumpled, broken mess on the tracks, a chilling silence falling over the scene. But the horror wasn't just the abduction, it was the sickening crunch of bone, the sight of a mangled hand bleeding out on the tracks, a truly gruesome end. The sickening sounds just kept coming, each crunch and crack a testament to the brutal force used, leaving no doubt about the victim's fate. Then, a voice from the darkness, dripping with menace, declared, "The contract has been completed," revealing a terrifying, fanged maw, purple ichor dripping from its razor-sharp teeth. But away from the terror, in the mundane world, life went on. Commuters at Wajongbu Station casually waited for their train, completely unaware of the demonic contract just fulfilled. Just a normal day, right? The platform was packed with everyday people, lost in their own thoughts, completely oblivious to the dark forces at play in their city. And on the train itself, it was just another ride for these unsuspecting souls, completely unaware that their world was about to be turned upside down by the demons lurking beneath. The subway's still rumbling, but Jude's out cold, head against the window, while Sara Lee is just staring, totally zoned out. She's totally blown away by his change, muttering about how he's a whole new person, then hits him with, "Seriously, where'd you get this?" She's flashing back to when she thought he'd end her, but now, it's like a whole new vibe from him. Peeking at his sleeping face, she can't help but blush, totally caught up in the moment. She's totally fixated on his face, even noticing his crazy long eyelashes, like, wow, seriously. Back to reality, sitting there, she drops a soft, "Warlock," clearly worried about him. Her mind's racing in the quiet, and she finally breathes out his name, "Jude. You're." His glowing, almost ghostly form flashes, and she finishes her thought, "The 13th. She's seeing Jude, powered up, glowing with this insane blue energy, his eyes shut tight, like he's either super focused or in serious pain. She's still deep in thought, admitting he might not be a saint, but there's gotta be a story behind why he's like this. With this super hopeful look, she's convinced he can totally change, silently pleading, "You're gonna change, right?" Everything just fades to black, leaving her hopeful question hanging there, unanswered. Jude, still chilling with his head on Sara Lee's shoulder, drops a low-key promise to give it his all. But then, bam. His eyes pop open, glowing with a fierce intensity, and those blue streaks in his hair light up like a neon sign, making Sara Lee jump back, totally caught off guard. She's totally locked on him, a question bubbling up, like, "Dude, what's going on?" He just turns his head, stone-faced, and after a beat of awkward silence, he finally drops the bomb, a total cold shoulder, telling her to just call her broker or whatever she's waiting for. Then he just stares her down, those blue hair streaks practically buzzing, and casually drops the "Psycho Girl" bomb. Sara Lee, now with her own hair sparking with blue energy, shoots him a death glare, telling him to cut it out with the "Psycho Girl" nonsense. But he just shrugs it off, upgrading her to "Psycho Zombie" as the subway blares that Seoul Station is next, and the doors are about to open on the right. Jude just stares ahead, those glowing hair streaks catching the station lights, still giving off major, don't care vibes. Then, out of nowhere, he just stands up, yanks Sara Lee by the arm, and barks, "Let's go," leaving her totally shocked and bewildered. She's instantly yelling, fighting his hold, screaming for him to let her go. He just keeps dragging her off the train, and Sara Lee lets out a pained, "Ow," ranting about how unfair life is and why no one's stepping in to help her. Then her eyes just pop open, like she just figured something out or is totally lost, and she lets out a tiny, confused, "Huh." Stepping onto the empty platform, Sarah Lee's gut screams something's wrong, her voice barely a whisper as she takes in the eerie silence. She whips around to Jude, a frantic edge to her voice, demanding to know if he doesn't feel the wrongness in the air, only for him to hit her with a stone-cold "what?" His eyes, glowing with an inner fire, betray no emotion, and after a beat of chilling silence, he just shrugs off her fears with a casual "not really," leaving her to stew in the unsettling calm. An overhead shot captures their elongated, twisted shadows dancing across the gleaming floor, a chilling premonition in the sterile, empty station. The sheer, cavernous emptiness of the station stretches endlessly above, its cold, modern lines doing nothing to quell the rising dread. They remain rooted to the spot, their forms dwarfed by the massive, silent station, the electric blue streaks in their hair the only splash of life in a world drained of color. Then, without warning, sinister tendrils of dark smoke begin to ooze across the pristine floor, creeping out from the depths below the platform like a spreading stain. The shadowy corruption explodes, crackling with electric blue lightning, devouring the ground around them in a terrifying, reality-bending surge. As the station plunges into chaos, Jude's hair flares with an even more blinding, electric blue, a silent declaration that the real battle has just begun. Charlie Kim, looking intense, is just standing there in this super sleek, modern hallway, but check out that faint blue energy already sparking around his spiky hair. Meanwhile, Sarah Lee is totally freaking out, her eyes wide with concern, and she just manages to get out, not really, like something is definitely off. Then, from above, we see them together as this super creepy, dark energy just starts oozing across the floor right under their feet, with tiny blue sparks flickering inside it, signaling something big is about to go down. This shadowy stuff just keeps getting stronger, forming these crazy, jagged patterns that spread like a spiderweb across the ground, and that blue glow. It's getting seriously bright. Boom! Out of nowhere, a massive burst of electric blue energy just explodes from the floor, shattering everything around it in a blinding flash and sending shards flying everywhere. And just as things calm down, a system alert pops up, dropping some serious intel: the demon Naxxor has spawned. It's a level E undead, and get this, it's bound by a contract. Charlie and Sarah lock eyes, a silent, heavy understanding passing between them, her wide, shocked gaze totally selling the sheer terror of what's just happened. Now they're standing shoulder to shoulder, their shadows warped and stretched across the busted floor, with the lingering energy from the explosion still shimmering around them. And then, from the wreckage, the demon Naxxor finally reveals itself, a massive, terrifying skeletal monster, absolutely radiating with pulsing blue energy. Its nightmare-fuel face, all jagged teeth and glowing eyes, fills the screen, and then another system message drops the bomb: the demon Naxxor wishes to kill. Charlie and Sarah are absolutely stunned, their faces a perfect blend of pure terror and, did that just happen? And then the demon's voice booms, "You, and you're familiar." But the real kicker. It follows up with this chilling question: do you still think nothing's wrong? Talk about a mic drop. Charlie Kim is still processing the demon's insane arrival, glued to his phone, but Sarah Lee is freaking out, yelling at him to snap out of it. He's frozen, eyes locked on his screen, and Sarah's like, "Dude, why are you just standing there?" So he hits search on his phone, desperate for answers. His eyes blaze with electric blue energy as the system instantly pulls up the intel: a Naxxor, a terrifying hybrid of vampire and ghoul straight out of German folklore. Sarah, totally freaked, blurts out, "A G-ghoul," then tries to joke, "A relative of yours, maybe?" But before she can finish, a monstrous, glowing claw rips through the floor, ready to strike. The Naxxor, a nightmare with a long tongue and bony limbs, dives straight down, claws out, going for the kill. Charlie and Sarah are totally blindsided. Sarah lets out a blood-curdling scream, shouting "Get back," as the demon's attack ramps up, blue energy ripping through the space between them. The Naxxor's deadly claw is inches from Sarah's face, but Charlie Kim's got that intense look, he's about to make his move. Then, a massive burst of dark, clawed energy explodes from the demon, its raw power tearing through the air with wicked blue lightning. But Charlie Kim is faster. He unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, smashing into the Naxxor and making it explode into a shower of green particles. The demon gets absolutely rocked by the hit, its body shattering into a cloud of green energy and debris. With the demon gone, a new system message pops up, revealing the Naxxor's secret weaknesses: a coin in its mouth and its head underwater. Who knew? Charlie Kim glances at his phone, a confident smirk on his face, casually remarking that he didn't even need those weakness tips, he already handled it. A demon, absolutely wrecked, is splattered across the floor, its green guts painting the pristine white tiles. Charlie Kim just stands there, chill as ever, leaving Sarah Lee utterly speechless, wondering how he pulled off such an insane move. He just shrugs it off, his hair still crackling with that electric blue energy, like it's no big deal, saying the thing attacked him, so he just punched it. But those eyes, man, they're practically burning with power, showing he's thinking way more than he's letting on. Sarah Lee, still reeling from the chaos and seeing that insane blue energy around him, puts it all together: why would a weak demon go after him like that? Then it hits her like a truck, is he an awakened? But before anyone can process that, a system message pops up for Charlie Kim, blasting a user's contract right into his face, teasing some serious hidden powers. Just when things couldn't get crazier, a new player bursts onto the scene, masked and glowing with that same electric blue power, making Sarah Lee scream, "Who the hell is that?" Her brain goes into overdrive, remembering Naxxers are basically unkillable unless you hit them with an Awaken's Ignite ability, and then it clicks, this new guy, he's gotta be an Awakened too. He's not just an Awakened, he's a monster, she realizes, knowing a level 5 like her is totally outmatched, and it would take a whole squad of executives just to stand a chance against this guy. This is it, she's gotta bail. Her system screen flashes, return to the real world, and, withdraw item, Jotun's Claw, and she knows she has to get out of there, back to safety, and grab her gear. The masked Awakened is a total boss, now rocking a giant scythe crackling with dark and blue energy, his aura screaming pure, unadulterated menace. Sarah Lee's jaw tightens, her hand flying to her device, ready to punch out of this nightmare. Then, a massive blue portal explodes around her, and with a final, desperate OHSHIT, she's gone. The masked Awakened unleashes a lightning-fast assault, a chaotic blur of dark forms and raw white energy tearing through the space. Leaving Charlie Kim absolutely wrecked on the ground, blood painting the floor as his mysterious assailant looms over him, already victorious. A choked, rips from his throat, his eyes blown wide with pure shock and agony as the devastating impact's energy still swirls around him, a fresh gash already bleeding on his face. The brutal beatdown just keeps coming with zero mercy, sending even more blood flying. A primal, soul-shattering scream tears from Charlie Kim's lungs, a violent red explosion of pain erupting around him. He crumples to the floor, clutching his legs in absolute horror, the brutal truth of his shattered limbs sinking in. The masked Awakened just turns and walks away, radiating pure, chilling indifference, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, casually dismissing Charlie Kim as too weak to be an apostle. But Charlie Kim, despite being a bloody mess, still tries to push himself up, fueled by pure rage, screaming at his attacker, "Do you even know who I am?" He's still down, clutching some kind of card, his frustration and pain reaching a breaking point, utterly furious at the masked figure. Then, the masked Awakened unleashes another devastating strike, a blinding burst of blue energy ripping through Charlie Kim's clothes, sending him flying back yet again. The attacker's voice cuts through the air, chillingly clear, warning Charlie Kim that his blood is now a beacon for demons, leaving him utterly broken on the blood-soaked ground. Barely clinging to consciousness, Charlie Kim stares up at his brutal tormentor, his voice a desperate whisper, What do you want?" The masked Awakened's eyes blaze with an electrifying blue, a chilling, silent judgment. Towering over his utterly crushed foe, he drops a bombshell, "Your boss." Charlie Kim, absolutely wrecked, tries to process it all, his thoughts screaming, this guy's gotta be some low-tier Apostle clan member. But, a fire ignites in his gut, asterisk looking at what he's doing, he's definitely not trying to save the world. "I'm gonna crush him, asterisk." Under a massive full moon, a gentle voice cuts through the night, trying to wake someone up. The sun's already up, and a young woman's bare feet hit the wooden floor, it's officially morning. Sarah Lee, still half asleep, rubs her eyes, remembering she had practiced this morning. She keeps walking, that "get up" command still ringing in her head, heading straight for a door. She swings the door open, calling for her brother, but his room's empty. And seriously, who leaves the TV on? She screams, realizing he's gone, but then her eyes lock onto the TV screen, where the news drops a bombshell, 100,000 people have vanished in Korea this year. The news keeps hammering it home, this crisis is bigger than the Korean Civil War, and experts think way more people are missing than anyone's even reported, leaving Sarah Lee with a chilling question, where in the world are they, as a picture of her and Charlie Kim flashes by. But elsewhere, under that same eerie moon, a car is absolutely flying through the darkness. Headlights blazing, it tears away from the city lights, a solitary blur on a dark, empty road. But inside that sleek car, a leg is revealed, sporting a gnarly, glowing wound, a shocking sight against the vehicle's clean interior. Under the eerie glow of a full moon, a sleek car absolutely tears through the city, headlights blazing a path through the darkness. Inside, the driver, with his wild, streaked hair, shoots a look at his terrified passenger, demanding, "Is this it?" The young woman, clearly on edge, stammers out, "Why yes, sir." He just grunts, and she, practically begging to get out of there, nervously asks, can I just go now?" The driver stays stone-faced, eyes locked ahead, as the young woman practically melts into her seat, radiating pure dread. Then, with a quiet click, the driver just opens his door and steps out, leaving her behind, but she yells, "Hey! Wait for me." She lets out a terrified eek, as she sees him, a chilling crackle echoing as his eye suddenly flares with an intense, electric blue light. Now both outside the car, they stare up at this colossal, half-finished building, its scaffolding reaching for the full moon like a monster skeleton. This massive, half-built monstrosity just dominates the skyline, a stark reminder of something gone wrong. His eyes are absolutely glowing with an intense, electric blue, crackling with pure, untamed power, the sound of it getting louder and louder. He whips around to face the young woman, the crackling energy still radiating off him, making her visibly flinch from his sheer intensity. That crackling sound isn't just him, it's coming from the entire construction site, a terrifying hum of raw, unseen power filling the night. But suddenly, in a completely different car, a panicked driver in a cab is white-knuckling the wheel, his mind screaming, "I have to get out of here." Still shaken from the chaos, our awakened hero makes a solemn promise to himself, no more getting tangled up with those people, standing there with his companion as the city lights blaze in the background. Cruising through the darkness, he lets out a chilling laugh, declaring his unseen foe already finished. But wait, he's also dropping some serious intel. There are over 10 awakened out there, and this Gale character. Totally next level. His intense, glowing gaze sharpens, muttering about the sheer idiocy of showing up unprepared. Meanwhile, his phone is blowing up with alerts about awakened and a cryptic message about hitting level 10 in Warble to become one. So, awakened are basically superhumans with insane powers, and even though our guy might be one of them, he's facing down a literal army. He knows he can't win this numbers game alone. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he pulls out his phone, tapping a command to summon a legendary weapon, the Jotun's Claw. But before he can even react, a searing pain explodes in his leg. A brutal gash appears out of thin air, making him gasp in shock. The assault escalates, his leg gushing blood as the car takes a massive hit, sending him into a primal scream of pure pain. The car goes into a wild, uncontrollable spin, the world outside transforming into a dizzying, chaotic blur of speed and destruction. Then, with an earth-shattering impact, the car is launched sky-high, flipping end over end in a brutal ballet of destruction, metal tearing, glass shattering, and blood exploding everywhere. From within the twisted metal, the windshield explodes into 1,000 bloody cracks, a gruesome canvas of crimson and shattered glass. But amidst the carnage, a system alert pops up, confirming a human killed and an ether gem dropped, which is instantly snatched up. Our hero is not just alive, he's already collecting loot. With his intense, glowing eye now fully revealed, he barks a warning to his companion to stay put, because things are about to get wild. Then, he peels out, leaving her utterly bewildered, shouting questions about Warble and just who he really is. He's standing there, glowing with a faint blue aura, dropping some serious truth bombs about being a tool sent from the past to save humanity. But what does that even mean for him? Her eyes are glued to him, and he just straight up tells her his whole deal is none of her business. Talk about a cold shoulder. Fast forward to later, and he's up on a skyscraper, bathed in moonlight, just staring down at the city, like a total boss, ready for whatever comes next. But hold up. A sinister voice cuts through the silence, asking if this whole thing is just another epic fail. Cut to a seriously messed up scene, a bunch of slick-looking dudes in suits, led by a guy in shades, are circling someone on their knees, and it's giving off major villain vibes. The boss, rocking those shades, is totally losing it, yelling about how they haven't found anyone worth their time, then screams again, like a total maniac. Meanwhile, it's pure chaos. Fire, debris, and people are screaming, begging for their lives and to be let go. A blonde woman is absolutely losing it, screaming her head off, while one of the bad guys chillingly says misfortune doesn't care who you are, then gives the order to do it. Her scream rips through the night, a terrifying sound against the backdrop of the city, where the lights just keep on shining like nothing's happening. Meanwhile, back on the rooftop, Sarah Lee is totally alone, looking absolutely wrecked, with that huge moon just hanging there, leaving her to deal with all the crazy, terrifying stuff she just saw. Trapped and terrified, a young woman with matted, light hair desperately peeks through a tiny crack, the blinding light of an unknown world reflecting pure fear in her eyes. But she's not alone. Inside the suffocating darkness, she's huddled with two other prisoners, a dark-haired woman and a scarred old man, all caught in the chilling glow of a single, ominous light beam from above. Her terrified eyes dart everywhere, a silent scream for help, while the scarred man and a captive in glasses stare up in dread, as a chilling voice from beyond the door greets, "Welcome back, sir," then asks, "Yeah. Are they in here?" A chillingly calm voice confirms, "Yes, sir," and then, with a terrifying hiss, the door cracks open, unleashing a blinding, vertical beam of light. Then, a chilling voice from the darkness barks, "Bring them in," and the light from the open door stretches out, casting monstrous, elongated shadows of their captors over the terrified prisoners. Three towering, menacing silhouettes now completely block out the light, their forms casting a terrifying shadow over the cowering captives, the brilliant light from outside now a symbol of their doom. The sinister man in the dark suit surveys a massive crowd of terrified people, a chilling mix of men and women crammed into a dark room, and with a cold smirk, he declares, "Looks like we have a nice mix of men and women." He stands there, a chilling aura of absolute power radiating from him, his face a mask as he coldly observes the terrified crowd, a dark thought escaping his lips, misfortune doesn't discriminate, after all. The cold leader simply nods, well said, sir, as Sarah Lee, Kim Ki-jin, the scarred man, and the man with glasses are on their knees, utterly broken, their desperate pleas echoing, don't kill us. Please. Then, with a terrifying smirk, he addresses the trembling crowd, brushing off their pleas with a chilling, I might look like this, but I've done my fair share of studying. He then snaps, alright, we don't have much time, and time is money, let's get this over with. The leader and his bald enforcer stand before a menacing control panel, and the captives, including Sarah Lee and Kim Ki-jin, let out a blood-curdling shriek of pure terror, as the very air crackles with dark energy, sealing their horrifying fate. The system goes live. A terrifying crackle blasts from the speakers and control panel, and a desperate hand reaches out, but it's already too late. A chilling, don't do it, echoes, but the blue energy is already devouring them, turning bodies into pure light. The disintegration is brutal, their bodies ripping apart in a shower of blue sparks and agonizing crackles. They're gone in an instant, just a flash of blue and a final, horrifying crackle. The carnage is absolute, bodies dissolving into bloody mist and glowing blue dust. A final, agonizing, please, escapes one victim, his face frozen in terror as the blue light consumes him entirely. But the mastermind behind it all, the man in the suit, just sits there, chillingly declaring, you know, this is my favorite part. He revels in their terror, confessing, watching them crawl around like bugs, begging for their lives, that's when I feel the most alive. But then, a new voice cuts through the madness, really? Out of nowhere, a new challenger arrives, coolly dismissing the entire bloody spectacle. But it was just a tutorial. Suits you small fry. The guards are stunned, shouting, who are you? Where the hell did you come from, as the mysterious figure stands unfazed. But the new protagonist just stares them down, his electric blue eyes burning with power, completely unfazed by the armed guards. The man in the suit, now fully focused, muses, I was wondering what you were up to. As he glances from the powerful newcomer to the bloody aftermath of his tutorial. He's locked and loaded, those electric blue eyes practically screaming power, a sick aura just radiating off him as he gets ready for the ultimate showdown. No hesitation, the leader just goes for it, swinging that baseball bat like his life depends on it, shouting that he'll make them all feel the same pain. But before that bat can even land, it's just a blue blur and a flash of energy, deflecting the hit, leaving the leader totally shocked and reeling. Then, bam. A massive blue energy shockwave just explodes from him, sending the leader and his goons flying, their bodies ragdolling through the air like they hit a brick wall. One of the guards, still airborne, gets absolutely blasted by a focused beam of blue light, his body twisting from the sheer force. The leader, back on his feet, lets out a furious roar, screaming at his crew to take out that bastard. The rest of the guards charge, bats flying in a desperate attempt to dogpile him, but he's just too fast. He's a blue blur, dodging every attack, deflecting blows and disarming them like it's nothing, their bats just flying everywhere. One last, perfect hit, and another guard goes down hard, his face twisted in agony. He's a blue lightning bolt, streaking across the room, leaving those knocked out guards in the dust. The leader, seeing his whole crew get wrecked, lets out a primal scream, his hand clenching into a fist as a terrifying red aura starts to blaze around him. The leader's red energy goes absolutely wild, and in response, the new protagonist's blue aura just explodes, setting the stage for an epic, earth-shattering clash. The masked awakened drops a cryptic command, blue energy crackling around him as he stares into the unknown. Then, bam. The new protagonist is free-falling through a swirling, electric blue void, a dark blur against the cosmic backdrop. He's dropping fast, and suddenly, the void explodes with a terrifying red energy, crackling as he smashes through some invisible wall. The crackle just keeps getting louder, and then, boom, he slams into a barren, alien world, a giant blood-red moon hanging ominously overhead. Meanwhile, Sarah Lee is out cold on the desolate ground, but Kim Ki-jin is starting to stir, desperately trying to wake her up. He lunges for her, a panicked cry tearing from his throat, then helps her up, a wave of relief washing over him as she finally responds. Sarah Lee is totally freaked out, asking if they're dead, but Kim Ki-jin, despite being just as lost, tells her they're definitely still breathing. Just as they're trying to figure out where they are, a chilling crackle rips through the air, making them both snap their heads up towards that terrifying red moon. The crackle goes wild, a system sync completing with a flash, and then a message screams, sync complete. 7 users have logged into the underworld. Turns out, Warble Rule 3 means a tutorial kicks off when a bunch of players drop into the same zone. Blindsided by the system message and those creepy sounds, Sarah Lee and Kim Ki-jin stare up, their faces a mix of pure confusion and terror. And then, right above them, a flaming skull icon blazes into existence, its one blue eye glowing with an insane intensity. Suddenly, an unsettling sound rips through the air, snapping Sarah Lee's attention to the ominous red moon above, her face a mask of pure alarm. That weird, crackling noise just keeps getting louder, a super eerie, electric hum that's totally freaking everyone out. Then, bam. A system message explodes into view, sync complete and 7 users have logged into Warble. Sarah Lee and the new protagonist are left totally speechless, staring up at the sky like, what in the world is happening? Panic starts to spread like wildfire through the crowd, their faces twisted in pure terror as a new system message drops the bomb. Tutorial survival will now begin. This is not good. And just when you thought it couldn't get worse, a creepy, guttural cackle starts bubbling up from the ground itself, getting louder and louder. Suddenly, the new protagonist's electric blue eyes light up with an insane glow, his head whipping down as he locks onto the source of that creepy cackle, a chilling realization hitting him hard. Sarah Lee jumps back, absolutely stunned, her eyes glued to the tiny, red-skinned demon with leathery wings and a whip-like tail that just exploded out of the ground, its evil cackle filling the air. That creepy creature flashes a wicked, toothy grin, and the system just hammers it home. Tutorial survival has begun. No turning back now. The group huddles together, terrified, as the system lays out the brutal rules of this survival tutorial. It's a 100-meter death zone, high-level demons are locked out, and their only options are to beat the monster or just try to stay alive. That little demon, tail flicking like a whip, just stands there, menacingly, while the group is absolutely paralyzed with fear, trying to process this nightmare. Then, the system drops another bombshell, giving them the full intel on their new enemy. It's the demon IMP, a D-type monster that seeks pleasure. Sarah Lee's face goes white, this thing is seriously messed up. The new protagonist can only gasp in utter disbelief, as the imp unleashes a blood-curdling shriek, its yellow eyes practically glowing with pure, evil delight. Blood-soaked ground, bodies everywhere, this isn't a game anymore. The survivors are in full panic mode, scrambling for their lives as the nightmare unfolds. But before they can even process the horror, a terrifying imp bursts onto the scene, its yellow eyes burning with malice, letting out a chilling shriek, screaming, run. But the new protagonist isn't running, his eyes are locked on the imp, calculating, as the monster clutches something sinister in its grasp. Sarah Lee and Kim Ki-jin are bolting, but the new protagonist just unleashed a devastating blue energy blast, catching the imp completely off guard and twisting its face in pure agony. That blue energy just sent the imp flying, its body crackling and sparking as it's launched into the air. But even as it's getting torn apart, that imp lets out a terrifying kiki, a chilling laugh as its own blood explodes around it. Then, with a final, ear-splitting kaya, the imp just explodes into a bloody mess, leaving Brandon and Sarah Lee to keep running for their lives. Brandon, the awakened, just watches the chaos unfold, coolly noting that it's no good this time either, and already dreading the chewing out he's gonna get from his boss. But the new protagonist, his eyes blazing with power, is already analyzing the situation, realizing that imps might look simple, but they're extremely smart demons who wouldn't waste their time on him when there are so many other victims to play with. The imp's body explodes one last time, and the new protagonist, with a dark satisfaction, declares, "I fucking love this job," before adding, "Looks like there's no one worth using this time either," a truly terrifying thought. Brandon, watching Sarah Lee and the others run, is already making ruthless calculations. We either recruit those for their ether gems or kill them, he thinks, knowing it'll all be over soon. Just when you think it's safe, another imp pops up, its yellow eyes burning with evil, letting out a creepy kiki, and Kim Ki-jin is caught in the crossfire, desperately trying to protect a terrified child. The monstrous imp was closing in, and a blood-curdling scream ripped from the young girl, her face a mask of pure terror, the old man beside her equally horrified. And the imp? It was loving it, letting out a sinister kiki, as it strutted across the barren wasteland. This thing was already covered in blood, a terrifying, hulking shadow closing in on its helpless victims. But someone else was watching, too. The masked awakened, cool and collected, taking in the whole gruesome scene as the girl and the old man braced for impact. The imp lunged, claws out, the girl's desperate save. Barely a whisper, when bam. A blinding, explosive burst of blue energy ripped right through the monster. The imp exploded in a shower of blood and guts, the girl screaming, "Ke," in disbelief, as the monster's body was utterly vaporized by the sheer power of the blue energy. The old man's jaw dropped, his mind reeling from the instant annihilation of the imp, utterly bewildered by the impossible display of power. Then, from the heart of the blue storm, the new protagonist stepped out, his eyes blazing with electric power, and he just casually dropped a line about how breaking through these boundaries is such a pain. Talk about an entrance. The imp was gone, utterly erased by the protagonist's power, leaving the old man utterly speechless, his mind struggling to comprehend what just happened. With a smirk, the protagonist revealed the truth, a boundary that repels any demons with 5,000 ether or more, and then, with a chilling confidence, declared the imp's move, what a dirty move. He just casually dropped the bomb, "Well, IT can't keep me out," proving he's on another level, but the old man was losing it, screaming, "Why you bastard who sent you," and freaking out that an awakened could just break through the impossible boundary. The protagonist just brushed off the old man's desperate pleas, his eyes locked on something unseen, while the masked awakened and his boss, the unnamed leader, just chilled, the leader telling him to just sit tight. This is getting intense. He's absolutely livid, his voice a raw snarl, daring anyone to look down on him. A terrifying realization hits him, it's dangerous. His electric blue eye flares with insane power, and he snarls at the silence, no reply. The very ground beneath him starts to shatter. The floor explodes with cracks, a shadowy figure rising from the devastation, as a chilling, absolute promise rings out, then I'll kill you, too. His entire being erupts in a blinding blue aura, his body transforming into a vessel of pure, unadulterated power, his face a bloodied, furious mask of resolve, as the blue energy absolutely crackles around him. Charlie Kim, absolutely pumped with crackling blue energy, stands in a ruined wasteland, demanding answers from the void. His face twisted into a primal snarl, he screams a death threat at whoever dares defy him. But across the way, Brandon, a reinforcement type awakened, is just chilling, watching the chaos with ice-cold eyes. Charlie Kim drops some lore, explaining how hitting level 10 in Warble makes you an awakened, his fist crushing as red power explodes around him. And get this, reinforcement types can literally change their bodies, his own physique warping with pure, unadulterated power. Then, in a blinding flash, he blasts off, a red and blue streak of pure fury. The onslaught doesn't stop, it's a full-throttle, high-octane assault. He's a literal tornado of destruction, pushing the attack with everything he's got. His monstrous hand lunges out, and then, a moment of recognition flashes across his face. But Brandon, with a flick of his wrist, just casually blocks the attack, telling his opponent he's just wasting your time. A loud crack rings out as the hit is effortlessly swatted away, blue energy exploding from Brandon's impenetrable defense. Then, with an insane power surge, Brandon absolutely shatters the attack, sending Charlie Kim flying back through a storm of debris and electric blue energy. The aftermath of an epic showdown. A bloodied hand and a figure engulfed in exploding light just vanish. A system message flashes, tutorial survival mode complete. No reward for killing the demon. The world glitches, and he's pulled back to reality. A dazzling cityscape, alive with electric blue energy, snaps into focus, dragging him out of the simulation. The world goes dark, just a few distant flames flickering, a total blackout after that intense virtual battle. The darkness fades, and light starts to creep back in. The world snaps back, and a squad of suited figures are waiting, bathed in the same electric blue glow that surrounds Brandon. They're ready for him. A slick-haired figure watches, a voice cutting through the air, they're finally back. Brandon is back, absolutely radiating with blue power, surrounded by the suited crew, his eyes locked on something below, processing the instant change of scenery. The unnamed leader, face like stone, cracks his knuckles with a menacing sound, and snarls, "You're going down." Brandon, with a confident smirk, throws down the gauntlet. "Were you waiting for me, all this time?" The leader, absolutely fuming, snarls back, "You little punk. I'm gonna tear you up," his heavy huffs echoing. Brandon glances down, a single, chilling word leaving his lips, "Gale." Meanwhile, a brutally beaten Charlie Kim, covered in blood, desperately cries out, "Save me." He keeps pleading, "Bro, come on. Hook me up with an ether gem." The leader's hand, looking sharp in that suit, just oozes cold, hard power. But Charlie Kim, looking absolutely wrecked, can barely get a word out, just a raw, desperate cry. Before he can even finish his sentence, a blinding red energy blast just whacks him, hitting him like a truck. He's sent flying, blood everywhere, his body just getting absolutely wrecked, and all he can manage is one furious, broken word. The leader, completely unfazed by the violence, just shrugs off Charlie Kim's suffering, asking why he'd bother with a loser, then barks orders to grab that ether gem, reminding everyone it's worth 50 grand. Brandon, watching this whole messed up scene, just lets out a disgusted pfft, his eyes burning with that electric blue glow. The leader then whips his head around, a nasty sneer on his face, telling Brandon he's nothing but trash. With a cold, dead smile, the leader declares he's got no problem ending Brandon's life, then tells two of his goons to step outside, leaving Brandon isolated. Just as the leader's crew starts to move, one of them charges in, swinging a metal bat like he means business, but Brandon's eyes are already glowing red, ready for it. The bat slams into Brandon's arm, not his head, and the metal just bends and twists, completely warped by his insane strength. Brandon, now absolutely buzzing with blue energy, stares down the leader, telling him straight up that he's not going anywhere. The subordinate who just tried to hit him is totally stunned, as Brandon unleashes a devastating, electrically charged punch, the air literally crackling with power. The system word to life, a chilling voice echoing in his mind, a stark reminder of the brutal path he'd carved. His device pulsed, crackling with raw power as it flashed War BLE before confirming the ultimate challenge, entering the underworld. The loading bar was just a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. Sync complete. He stood there, a beacon of electric blue energy, leading a silent army of glowing figures. "Let's go," he declared, his voice a steel-hard promise. This wasn't just any challenge, this was my version of hell. The world shattered around them, exploding into a dazzling torrent of blue data, reshaping into alien, glowing constructs. This wasn't just a portal, it was a complete reality shift. Plunging into the abyss, they were consumed by a maelstrom of pure light, a digital black hole pulling them into the unknown. Then, the ultimate confirmation flashed: 9 other Awakens, and 10 humans had officially logged into the underworld. The game was on. A chilling system message drops, revealing that 9 awakened and 10 regular humans have just been sucked into the underworld. Blue energy rains down under a massive, blood-red moon, setting the stage for chaos. That eerie blue light keeps pouring down, lighting up a totally wrecked, tiled ground below. Back in what looks like a control room, the unnamed leader, totally bewildered, shouts, demanding answers about this sudden, insane event, his crew looking just as lost. The underworld's blood-red moon looms, blue energy still falling, and then we cut to the masked awakened, his eyes blazing blue behind his visor, demanding to know if he's just been thrown into a full-blown war. The masked awakened towers over a terrified crowd, the red moon watching, his piercing blue eyes locked onto the figures below, and yeah, the unnamed leader is right there in the thick of it. The masked awakened just gives a cool yeah, confirming the chaos, but the unnamed leader, with a smug grin, taunts him, saying it's pointless to try and save anyone now. The unnamed leader ups the ante, vowing to slaughter everyone once they're back in the real world, and drops a bombshell: they've only got 30 minutes to hold them in the underworld. But the masked awakened just scoffs, saying they're not getting away, which the leader meets with a dismissive, yeah, right. The masked awakened's blue eyes sharpen, but the unnamed leader isn't backing down, warning everyone to stay out of it and claiming the masked awakened as his personal target. The masked awakened stands his ground, firing back, telling the leader he's totally wrong to think he's just some average awakened, then flashes a wicked small blade, proving he's anything but ordinary. But the unnamed leader isn't impressed, his eyes ignite with a furious red glow, and then, boom. Fiery orange energy explodes around his face, showing off his insane power. He screams, "I'm an ability type," as his whole body erupts into a wild, swirling storm of blue and red flames. Still blazing with power, the unnamed leader flexes hard, bragging that he's a superior awakened, a rare type only 10% ever achieve, while the masked awakened just stares, his blue eyes reflecting the insane inferno. Most awakened are just your average reinforcement types, boosting their physical game, but only a tiny 10% actually become ability types, slinging psychic powers like total magicians. But wait, there's more. Less than 1% are combined types, rocking both abilities, and get this, rumors are flying about an even crazier, special type, that's practically mythical. And then, the unnamed leader, with a smirk that could freeze hell over, drops the bomb: he's the only one who's ever met a special type, which basically means he's screaming, "I'm the strongest." But the masked awakened isn't impressed, coolly retorting, "That's nice," and pointing out that the unnamed leader's ether is going absolutely bonkers, his own glowing eyes locked onto the spectacle. The unnamed leader just grins, a truly terrifying smirk, as insane blue energy explodes from him, blasting down into the underworld itself. The very ground beneath him starts to shatter and twist, a vortex of dark, chaotic energy erupting as his power literally warps reality around them. Then, a chilling system alert blazes across the screen: tutorial and massacre mode has begun. And just like that, the unnamed leader unleashes a brutal energy blast, taking down some poor awakened who can only manage a shocked HUH. The unnamed leader, with a twisted grin and a hint of confusion, muses, "Tutorial, huh? Massacre mode? What the hell is that?" He's been through countless tutorials, but he thought only survival mode was even an option for regular folks. The ground itself starts to crackle and glow with sinister red particles, and a terrifying, guttural hiss rips through the air, getting louder and more intense by the second. The masked awakened gasps, a shocked HUH, escaping him, as he's engulfed in a maelstrom of swirling blue and red energy, the underworld twisting into something truly monstrous around him. High above, a blood-red moon hangs in a nightmare sky, lighting up a blizzard of floating debris, all while that terrifying hiss just keeps going. And then, from the twisted depths of this new hellscape, a gigantic, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes bursts forth, absolutely dwarfing the terrified, scattered survivors below. The underworld is shaking. A new, terrifying entity just spawned, the Andromalius serpent, a calamity-rank magical beast, and it's radiating pure hunger and destructive energy. Then, a chilling hiss rips through the air, and suddenly, glowing red eyes and a surge of blue energy erupt from the shadows, revealing the monstrous, fanged head of the serpent, sending everyone into a panic. Suddenly, a brutal purple energy slash rips through the air, slamming into the leader and leaving him bleeding, while the masked awakened gets blasted back by the sheer power, letting out a desperate scream. The leader is screaming in pure agony, his body getting torn apart as he desperately tries to figure out what's happening, realizing his entire crew is getting wiped out. Screams are everywhere as the world itself is tearing apart, and the leader is just standing there, surrounded by insane purple and blue energy, barely holding on against this insane power. His face is twisted in pure agony and shock, and he just screams again as the relentless attacks keep coming. Above the shattered landscape, under a terrifying blood-red moon, the monstrous Andromalius serpent finally shows its full, colossal form, its glowing red eyes locking onto the leader, who looks like an ant beneath it. The leader can only watch in pure horror as the monster's gigantic, fanged mouth opens wide, unleashing a terrifying roar that literally shakes the entire underworld to its core. But even with brutal injuries and facing certain death, Bei, the chairman's right-hand man, stands his ground and defiantly challenges the monster, refusing to go down without a fight. And as his defiant roar echoes, a blinding, cataclysmic explosion of light and energy erupts, completely obliterating everything in its path. Boom! The underworld just got rocked by an insane explosion, a blinding flash of white and red energy ripping through everything. Debris is raining down like crazy, with twisted dark tendrils and glowing shards everywhere, showing just how much raw power was just unleashed. But through all that destruction, a massive, dark serpent is still twisting and turning, its huge body a terrifying shadow against the glowing blue-white chaos of this ruined world. This giant serpent just keeps on moving, kicking up even more glowing particles and debris, making this already broken reality even more messed up. Then, a super creepy, dark corridor appears, with glowing red eyes or light staring back from the shadows, warning of serious danger ahead. Look up. A giant, blood-red moon is shining down, making everything look super spooky as white shards fall and gnarly dark structures loom over the wasteland. The ground is totally wrecked, a broken mess of tiles covered in blood, showing just how brutal that last fight was. Glowing white shards are everywhere on the bloody, cracked ground, with dark plants barely hanging on in the destruction. This underworld is seriously messed up now. Whoa! A new system message just dropped. Warble Rule 4 means the last tutorial is now the Massacre Mode raid. Get ready for some intense new tutorials. And get this, Massacre modes only kick off when someone at Ascended level, that's beyond Awakened, and a ton of other Awakens all log in together. What's gonna happen to everyone stuck in there? To be continued. Ancient texts whisper of a power so immense, so legendary, they called it the King of Kings. A legendary title given to the ultimate summoner who absolutely dominated all 72 demon kings. We're talking about King Solomon, folks. And get this, in his legendary key, he didn't just hide his own magic, he also spilled the beans on how to summon the freaking demon kings themselves. And among that terrifying roster of 72, with names like Belial, Baal, and Paimon, there was one absolute nightmare, the demon king Andromalius. Andromalius, the absolute unit, often appearing as a monstrous serpent, was a creature of pure, unadulterated dread. But hold up. That very serpent, with its fiery orange gaze, just got a casual hate from some human. Talk about bold. Our masked awakened, cool as ice before the colossal monster, just told it to give it up while I'm saying it nicely, like it was nothing. But Andromalius was not having it, hissing back a sarcastic hiss, like, who do you think you are, human? The serpent kept up its terrifying hiss, but our hero, now crackling with blue energy, just casually told it to hurry up. The disrespect. That was the last straw. Absolutely furious at the human's audacity, Andromalius let out a thunderous roar, insolent human. Its colossal jaws gaped open, screaming, I'll swallow you whole, while our masked awaken's blue power just kept getting stronger. But our hero just met that monstrous threat with a totally chill gaze, letting out a casual sigh. Like the demon's epic rant was just a minor annoyance. What a boss. The Demon King's aura just went next level, swirling into a dark vortex with crimson streaks raining down from above. While our masked awakened hero stood firm against the colossal serpent demon, with glowing blue rain just pouring down around them. Andromalius's glowing red eye was practically spitting fire, growling, don't try me. But the awakened just casually flashed his phone, coolly dropping the line, drop it, and go. The demon's stare was pure menace, but our masked hero? Still chill, with glowing blue chains and butterflies just vibing around him, showing off his insane power. Then, bam. A massive energy surge just exploded, a raw, crushing force hitting everything around them. But the awakened's face was pure steel, his eyes blazing with power as he locked onto his dark staff. He raised his staff, surrounded by sick blue energy rings, and just laid down the law to the Demon King again, drop it, and go. Andromalius was not happy, letting out a furious hiss, its massive body glowing with blue energy, clearly getting super agitated. But our hero just ignored the demon's rage, holding out his hand as glowing red shards just popped into existence in his palm. Then, without a second thought, he popped one of those glowing red shards into his mouth, crunching it down loud and clear. He kept chowing down on those shards, each crunch echoing as a system notification flashed. He just activated his special skill, Devour, and straight up absorbed, Ignite. With the last shard gone, his eyes absolutely ignited with fresh power, and he reached out, laser-focused on something just off-screen. He's reliving that moment, that raw surge of power, as dark, fiery tendrils of magic just absolutely explode around his hand. Still radiating with that insane, ethereal glow from his power-up, he's totally zoning out, trying to wrap his head around the sheer magnitude of the red and blue energy swirling around him. Those eyes, now glowing with an intense, fiery red, are locked on a new goal, and he's clenching his fist, knowing deep down that even this insane power-up isn't going to cut it for what's coming next. But hold up, a chilling prophecy just dropped, hinting that Jotun's Claw is basically useless, and the real nightmare, Behemoth, the first calamity, is about to unleash pure chaos. This is getting wild. He's absolutely radiating with a brilliant, crackling blue aura, and he knows, deep down, he needs to level up like crazy if he's going to stand a chance against these monsters. And just like that, he's making his move, deciding it's go time, because he's got more people to save, and he's not stopping for anyone. He's walking away, but that hunger, that insatiable drive, is pushing him harder than ever, his figure fading into the shadows, ready for the next challenge. Switching gears, we're in a sleek, modern room, where a mysterious man is glued to his smartphone, totally absorbed in whatever intel he's pulling up. His phone is blowing up with intel. Apostle number 6, Garth Kong, a level 29 awakened, 39 years old, was just taken out by none other than the demon Andromalius Snake. This is huge. He's got that stone-cold look as he confirms the kill, and then a system message pops up, revealing that Warble is basically a massive info-gathering pyramid scheme. And that's the chilling truth, this pyramid network is how he's getting all his intel, including the juicy details on Sarah Lee, whose face just popped up on a floating screen. What's his plan? The chairman, deep in thought, can't shake the feeling that Gale, one of his personal Warble recruits, shouldn't have died like this, not during a simple farming tutorial. He's convinced it was a setup, a trap laid by another apostle, and he's already plotting his next move. He mentally scrolls through his rogues gallery, the solitary hunter, the messianic priest, and the mysterious Midas. A chilling humph is all he needs to convey the depth of his strategic mind. With a cold resolve, he issues a direct order to himself, handle this, Black. But the real question looms, what if this isn't just a rogue demon, but an entire apostle's clan? He scoffs at the idea of personally engaging, declaring his indifference to who attacks his assets, but if it's a full-blown clan, he'll unleash the devourers. His ultimate directive, I don't care how you do it, just find Gale's killers. Sarah Lee, ever the obedient subordinate, confirms, understood, Mr. Chairman, then, with a sly smile, she propositions him, Chairman, are we going to have some fun tonight? Her eyes lock onto his, a silent plea in her gaze, as she whispers, I've been waiting for this moment, for so long. She practically begs him, her voice a desperate whisper, please, just consume me, and his reply. A bone-chilling, okay. I will. The air crackles with dark intent. Sarah Lee's face contorts in a mix of confusion and pure terror, a bewildered, barely audible as her hair flies wildly, signaling the impending doom. Then, a horrifying crunch rips through the air as the chairman's grip tightens around her skull, her desperate scream of EEK. Chairman, what's happening, abruptly silenced by the sheer, overwhelming power. A chilling warning rings out, listen up, kid. One step past that threshold, and you're headed straight for the afterlife. He remembers it clearly, that was his grandma's go-to line. Literally, you'd think life and death were just two sides of the same coin, but he wasn't buying it. Just like those ancient proverbs that always have a hidden truth, he knew there was more to this doorstep to the afterlife than met the eye. He stands at the edge of a blindingly bright doorway, watching ethereal butterflies dance past him, pulled by an unseen force. Then, a massive butterfly, its wings a striking monochrome, appears, practically glowing with a faint blue energy. He's absolutely transfixed, watching these beautiful creatures swirl around the glowing doorway. Then, with a deliberate motion, he reaches out, aiming for one of the delicate insects. He carefully captures the butterfly, its delicate wings fluttering against his skin. Without warning, his hand tightens, brutally crushing the butterfly in his grasp. He stares up at the endless, cloudy sky, the remaining butterflies still gracefully soaring above him. And then, at the age of 12, his grandma passed away. That intense stare, once just a void, now hints at a hidden power, a subtle shift in those dark, captivating eyes. He's chilling on this rooftop, his go-to spot for deep thoughts, but here's the kicker, he's never actually sad, even when life throws its worst at him. Despair. Loneliness. Nah, those words meant zilch to him because, honestly, he had zero reason to keep going. It was like something was off with him from birth, his hand reaching out, grasping for something just out of reach. He always felt like something was missing, like a piece of his soul was just gone, and sometimes, he couldn't even feel pain. His grandma was literally his only reason for anything, and now that she's gone, he's got no regrets. Just, nothing. But then, a soft blue glow starts radiating from him, lifting him off the ground. It's like death itself is finally coming for him, pulling him into the unknown. Then, a wild crackle erupts and his face twists in pure terror as dark, menacing energy starts swirling around him, mixing with that eerie blue glow. Boom. The energies clash, exploding into a blinding burst of blue and red light, a raw power blasting out from him, ripping apart everything familiar. Out of the swirling chaos, a masked figure steps forth, shrouded in shadow and radiating an insane blue aura, offering a chilling, silent welcome. He's just floating there, in this dark, creepy void, surrounded by shadowy figures, while the masked awakened below him drops a bombshell, telling him the answer he's been searching for is right here. His eyes go wide with a mix of terror and desperate hope as the masked figure's voice cuts through the silence, a simple, powerful invitation, and he reaches out, pulled in by the ultimate promise of answers. The masked figure drops down, his voice dripping with a casual dismissal, straight up saying he can't help out. Our hero, still sprawled out, stares up at the towering masked figure, who's now right on top of him, absolutely blasting with blue energy. Suddenly, we're in a flashback, and the masked figure's words hit different, with a voice booming, "You punk, he's mine. He's my sacrifice." The voice keeps going, now sounding kinda impressed, seriously, impressive. Just waltzing into the underworld with nothing. Total human calamity move. Flashback still rolling, we see this super chill woman with white hair and glowing blue bits, looking down at our guy, who's just like, "Wait, me?" She just smiles, her hands glowing even brighter with blue energy, and drops her name, Warlock. Back to the present, the masked figure is still looming over our hero, his words hitting hard, recalling that first meeting, "To end you." That's how this all started. Suddenly, our hero's stomach lets out a massive grumble, totally ruining the masked figure's dramatic moment. We're back in the flashback, our hero giving Warlock a puzzled look, and she just gives him that sweet smile. Totally out of nowhere, our hero asks Warlock, "You wouldn't happen to have any ramen, would you?" His eyes, now faintly glowing blue, hint at a hunger way beyond just food, as he's left all alone in this bleak, rocky wasteland, staring into the endless void. He was finally resting, leaning against the colossal, defeated body of the catacombs demon, its monstrous form now completely lifeless. That monster's face, once pure nightmare fuel, was now just a broken mess, its glowing eyes flickering out, a chilling trophy of the sheer force unleashed. Floating triumphantly over the fallen beast, the system flashed his victory: "You've slain the catacombs demon, 0x. You obtain an ether gem." He was so wiped out, he actually passed out for a bit, just completely spent. Back on his feet, scythe in hand, he figured 48 hours awake was definitely pushing it, just as the system confirmed, ether gem absorption complete. Talk about grinding. Gem absorbed, he was already moving on, leaving the bloody battlefield behind, his focus locked on the next objective, the system popping up with his weapon crafting quest status, 231/300 ether gems needed. The grind never stops. The grim, blood-soaked terrain was a stark reminder of his brutal path, but one name cut through the silence, a name that promised more to come: Warlock. Under a massive full moon, casting eerie shadows through the trees, the night was just getting started. But then, a sleek, dark car sliced through the night, its powerful beams cutting through the forest as it sped towards a mysterious, isolated building. The car screeched to a halt in front of a desolate brick building, and a voice coolly stated, "Sir, we're here." The door then dramatically swung open, unleashing an intense, almost supernatural glow. The masked awakened, eyes burning with an otherworldly blue behind his visor, sat in the car, taking in the scene from above, then, with a chilling calm, he uttered, "Is that her?" He stepped out, a dark, imposing figure, into a blindingly bright room, his form a sharp contrast against the pure, raw light. He strode forward, his shadow lengthening ominously, as a chilling voice greeted him, "Welcome, sir." The masked awakened, flanked by his shadowy enforcers, loomed over Sarah Lee, who lay helpless on the unforgiving floor, her limbs cruelly chained. He stared down, his masked visage utterly unreadable, as the terrified girl thrashed against her chains. Sarah Lee, gagged and bound, her dark hair pulled back, could only communicate through her wide, terrified eyes, a silent scream trapped within. A single, desperate tear streamed down her face, catching the brutal light, as the masked awakened and his crew loomed over her, their collective shadows swallowing her hope. Sarah Lee, utterly defeated, lay on the ground, as a distant fire flickered, a grim promise of what was to come. Sarah was in real trouble, a situation she probably saw coming, but still, it was intense. She was thinking, the world is a dangerous place for beautiful, sinful women like me. Talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy. The masked awakened stared down at her, now in heavy chains, and was like, "What's up with these chains?" A subordinate nervously explained, We tried ropes, but..." He went on, saying she just snapped them like nothing and kept coming at them. The masked awakened, totally unimpressed, was like, "She doesn't look strong. Is she a waddle user? What level is she even at?" The subordinate stammered, "She's, level 1, but, she's not human," just as a crazy blue glow started pulsing from her. Then, bam. The chains exploded off Sarah Lee, her eyes blazing with an insane blue glow, revealing she was some kind of ritual made familiar. The masked awakened stood over the knocked-out Sarah Lee and his fallen crew, realizing, no way, the Necromancer clan is behind this? He thought about it, realizing the necromancer clans might be small, but each one commanded an army of corpses, basically making them a whole clan on their own. If the necromancers were involved, things were gonna get messy, so he just told his remaining guys, get out. And they were like, yes, sir. He stood there, alone in a doorway that was now glowing with blue power, his masked eyes burning with that same intense, eerie light. Bound and gagged, Sarah Lee is fighting for her life, her eyes screaming defiance even as she's trapped. The masked awakened just watches, a chilling contrast between her brutal reality and the sweet fantasy she once believed, a fantasy where she was promised a short, beautiful life. He just sighs, thinking she's totally missing the point, but then she breaks the silence, demanding answers. She shoves a phone in his face, pointing at a guy and screaming, who is he? And the masked awakened just coolly shows her footage from their own car. Panicked, she demands to know his current location, blaming him for everything and revealing she downloaded some app called Warble just days ago. The masked awakened just keeps thinking, watching her unravel, deciding this is just the end of her story. She's practically begging, but he just brushes her off, saying a familiar can't possibly know anything about her master, leaving her totally bewildered. She lets out a furious growl, screaming that she's not lying, but he just hits her with a brutal question, if you're already dead, what's the point of torture? His words are ice cold. The masked awakened stands tall before a glowing portal, and suddenly, dark, smoky tendrils erupt from the ground, forming terrifying shadowy figures all around him. These monstrous forms fully materialize, their bodies pulsing with an unholy blue glow, and a terrifying chorus of growls rips through the silence. Surrounded by his terrifying new army, the masked awakened gives the command, asking if they can find the boy, and they respond with a chilling, unanimous, of course. The creatures are unleashed, shadowy hands clawing and grasping toward Sarah Lee, who screams in pure terror as she's completely overwhelmed. Sarah Lee is absolutely getting swarmed. These shadowy creatures with their eerie blue glows are totally locking her down, and she's fighting for her life. But the masked awakened is just chilling, watching the chaos unfold, and he's got some dark thoughts brewing. He's literally thinking about eating these things before they go bad, but also, like, not all of them are worth it, apparently. Talk about cold-blooded. One of the shadow creatures just gets sucked into a glowing vortex, and the masked awakened is still just judging them. Wild. Whoa. Another one of those shadow monsters just got absolutely shredded, exploding into a bloody mess and leaving behind these super cool, glowing red ether gems. That's some serious power right there. The rest of the shadow squad is not messing around, letting out a terrifying "krrr" as they charge, their glowing cores just screaming danger. The masked awakened drops some serious lore bombs, explaining that some Warble users hit level 10 and get totally taken over by demonic energy, turning into these gem-hungry monsters. He's just watching these monstrous hands reach out, and get this, he thinks it's actually good news. What a twisted mind. He's like, more. We need more, because these guys are basically as strong as top-tier awakens. Then he ups the ante, offering triple the ether gems for the mission, plus Sarah Lee and her master as a bonus. This guy is playing for keeps. Sarah Lee is totally trapped now, glowing chains binding her as these creepy shadow dudes just swarm her, their blank faces and swirling cores getting closer and closer. She's fighting those chains like crazy, letting out a desperate scream, while the terrifying "krrr" of the monsters just fills the air. Tears are just pouring down her face as she looks up, her voice shaking, begging for someone to come rescue her. She's totally engulfed by the shadows now, and her last, desperate cry is a chilling, "Save me." Hold up. Warble Rule 5 just dropped a bombshell, hit level 10 in Warble, and you're an awakened. But here's the terrifying twist, there's a small chance you get completely consumed by demonic energy, morphing into a full-blown devourer. And these devourers? They're not just evil, they need to devour ether gems and human bodies just to keep their monstrous forms. The exact how-to of becoming one is still a mystery, but the word on the street is it all comes down to your karma, your misdeeds. Under a haunting full moon, mysterious light particles dance through the air, setting the stage for something epic. Then, a.m. A lightning-fast strike explodes into action, as the masked awakened unleashes his scythe, sending blood flying from his unseen enemy, his tech glowing with raw power. He's not holding back, folks. The scythe becomes a deadly blur, slicing through the darkness with glowing trails, leaving a path of destruction as his eyes burn with intensity. Monsters with glowing blue eyes swarm from the shadows, but our hero is a force of nature, his scythe a glowing vortex, tearing through them like they're nothing. He launches himself into the air, delivering a ground-shattering blow with his scythe, unleashing a wave of blue energy that rips through everything. He takes a moment to survey the absolute chaos he just unleashed, blood painting the walls and the defeated monsters piled up below him. A defeated monster lies motionless, its glowing blue eye dimming as its monstrous life force flickers out. The shadowy horde crumbles, their bodies dissolving into pure energy, leaving behind only faint blue traces. He's not done yet. Another insane leap and strike from our masked hero, his scythe tearing through the air with glowing blue energy, absolutely obliterating the already shattered landscape. Surrounded by the wreckage and shimmering blue energy, he kneels, hoovering up those sweet ether gems, a system notification popping up to confirm his weapon crafting quest progress. He snatches another glowing blue orb, a fresh ether gem plucked from the blood-soaked battlefield. He stands in a pulsating blue magic circle, reflecting on his grind, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he declares, "Not enough, huh," his eyes burning with an intense, unyielding resolve. Boom! A blinding blue light explodes, and our masked hero teleports in, landing right on a glowing magic circle, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, he's dropped right into the terrifying lair of Laplace, master of the catacombs. Trapped in the teleportation beam, he just calmly states, "I know." Talk about chill under pressure. The teleportation effect vanishes, leaving him standing tall, scythe in hand, surrounded by a mysterious swirl of red and white power. But then, a massive, shadowy monster with glowing blue eyes and dark tendrils appears, making our hero look like an ant. He takes a brave step forward, the ground shaking, as he faces off against the newly spawned Noblesse Laplace, the ultimate boss of the catacombs. This isn't just any monster, it's an S-level, winged miasma, a terrifying beast that literally feeds on the dreams of powerful sages. Its eyes are pure evil. Laplace's voice echoes, dropping a bombshell, "So you're the last hope sent back in time to stop the end." And get this, it's known he was coming for over a decade. Our hero is speechless. Our hero, unfazed, just retorts, "So." But Laplace isn't backing down, roaring, "You can't beat me. I know everything." The tension is insane. Laplace is a terrifying, towering mass of dark energy, pulsating with red and blue light, absolutely dwarfing our hero. Laplace keeps up the mind games, declaring, "I know your powers." It even gives a backhanded compliment, "You're strong. I'll give you that." But our hero's gaze is unwavering. As our hero's eyes glow with fierce blue energy, Laplace drops the ultimate diss, "But you are nothing compared to me." This is about to get real. Laplace's origin story. Totally unremarkable compared to the other big-shot nobles. But this guy had some serious cosmic wisdom, seeing through the entire universe, and even glimpsing the future, even if it was always shifting. And get this, Laplace already knew Jude was coming, 10 years in advance. He used that whole decade to power up, doing whatever it took to get stronger, and that's exactly why he built his lair right on top of these catacombs. This upgraded Laplace now thinks he can take on one of Solomon's 72 demons, and he's not holding back, screaming, "All that awaits you is death. I will destroy your very soul." With the demon's chilling words still hanging in the air, the masked awakened was already locked and loaded, blue energy practically exploding off him, totally ready to throw down with whatever nightmare Laplace had cooked up. His eyes were laser-focused, absolutely unshakable, as that blue power just kept surging around him. Then, a massive wave of destructive energy just ripped through the air, kicking off this insane, brutal showdown. He's just standing there, over the absolutely shredded remains of some demon, a quiet crunch filling the air, and all he says is, "Impressive," as another crunch seals the deal on that monster's fate. Then it was just crunch, crunch, crunch in rapid fire, as two more gnarly beasts got absolutely wrecked, collapsing into bloody, broken messes. The last few crunches sealed the deal on this lightning-fast, brutal takedown, leaving a horrifying mountain of defeated demons just splattered all over the patterned ground. The battlefield was a bloodbath, trolls, legendary beasts who once fought gods, torn to shreds. This wasn't just a win, it was a total annihilation, proving the Masked Awakened's power was absolutely insane. And get this, it only took 10 of them, even with their legendary D-rank weapons. The Masked Awakened was absolutely floored, realizing that secret weapon of his organization was beyond anything he could have ever conceived. Then, a chilling crunch echoed from the goblin's bizarre, glowing head, its blue energy flaring as it locked onto something. The beast stood tall, its massive frame dominating the scene, a silent, terrifying tracker. With another eerie crunch, the goblin delivered the chilling news, "Found him." The target was located. The Masked Awakened's head snapped up, a silent exclamation point hanging over him as the implications sank in, the duo now poised by the water, ready for the next phase of their mission. The goblin's voice boomed, leaving no doubt, "I smell the girls. Master. That way." The hunt was on, and the target was clear. Their journey took them through the urban sprawl, leaving the carnage behind for a new, bustling environment. And just like that, their target was revealed, the massive Sunshine Hospital. What secrets lay within its walls, and what would they find there? Crunch. The catacombs demon, Crocs, is absolutely obliterating everything in its path, leaving a gruesome trail of destruction. With another bone-shattering crunch, Crocs' terrifying, glowing face zeroes in, radiating pure, unadulterated power. And there it is, fully unleashed, the colossal demon pulsing with a vibrant blue aura, a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Then, with a chilling intensity, Crocs locks onto its prey, announcing, "Found him," to the protagonist standing nearby. Pointing a massive claw, Crocs declares, "That way. I smell the girls. Master. Over there." The hunt is on, and the city awaits. The city stretches out before them, a vast, silent labyrinth of concrete and steel, eerily familiar yet utterly alien. And there it is, right in the middle of it all, a massive, sunshine hospital, looking completely out of place in this dark, demon-infested world. The protagonist stares at the hospital, a single thought echoing, a hospital, as he grasps that this, Warble's underworld, is a twisted mirror of their own reality. It's true, the city's layout is a perfect copy, but the chilling twist? The only residents here aren't people, they're demons. Taking a deep breath, the protagonist steels himself, ready to dive headfirst into the demon-filled urban jungle, declaring, "Let's go." Just as they're about to move, the protagonist shouts, "Wait," only for Crocs to command, "Stay still," leaving him utterly bewildered with a confused "eh." He's standing there, facing down the massive demon, who's totally calling him out for hesitating. The chairman wants this done, like, yesterday. He just stares out at the other shadowy figures, totally unfazed, and drops a casual, "Catacombs, huh?" Crocs is like, "Yep, catacombs right here in the hospital. Because, catacombs are basically where death hangs out. So, in this crazy underworld, these spots with superdense ether are called catacombs, and this hospital? It's the prime real estate for them in this whole city. Sure, these catacombs are awesome for finding rare loot, but they're also crawling with demons way tougher than normal. And a catacomb in a hospital? That's just wild." Crocs doubles down, saying this is definitely where the catacombs are, then hits him with the big question, "So, the familiar's master is in there, right?" Our hero is getting antsy, asking Crocs, "What are you waiting for?" He's totally brushing off those catacomb demons like they're nothing. But Crocs drops a bombshell, these catacombs are ruled by a demon noble. And with all that powerful ether, it's gotta be at least a baron. Our guy can't wrap his head around the familiar's master going into this death trap solo, so he asks how many are in there, and Crocs just casually drops that it's only one human. Crocs is throwing shade, saying the master was either super greedy, or just a total idiot who couldn't even sense the demon noble. Talk about embarrassing. Crocs spills the tea, the chairman wanted intel on the familiar's master, and now that he's trapped, it's either game over by demons or a humiliating retreat. Just as our hero is about to charge in, Crocs slams on the brakes, stopping him dead in his tracks right in front of that creepy Sunshine Hospital sign. He watches in disbelief as the Sunshine Hospital building starts to buckle, its very foundation screaming under an unseen, monstrous pressure. A chilling realization hits him like a truck as the cracked spiderweb across the facade, Crocs' voice cutting through the chaos to confirm, something is coming. The entire building explodes in a shower of debris, glowing particles of raw power blasting out from its very heart. Then, a blinding, cataclysmic burst of energy rips through everything, leaving nothing but a void where the hospital once stood. Crocs spins around, his voice a low growl, confirming the terrifying truth, the catacombs are opening. Crocs reveals the noblesse is making a grand exit from the catacombs, but then drops the bombshell, you can't just leave if you run into a demon stronger than you. The tension is suffocating, both of them feeling the immense, crushing weight of whatever is about to burst forth. Their gazes, sharp and unyielding, lock onto the epicenter of the chaos, ready for anything. Crocs puts the pieces together, realizing the one who dared to enter has now answered the noblesse, setting off this cataclysmic chain reaction. But then, the ultimate horror clicks into place, that's, the Baron-ranked demon, he gasps, his mind reeling, no way, that's impossible. And from the smoking ruins of the hospital, a colossal, shadowy nightmare starts to materialize, crackling with terrifying blue energy. The Baron-ranked demon is here, fully unleashed, its monstrous, glowing silhouette blotting out the sky and radiating pure, unadulterated terror. Under the chilling gaze of the full moon, dark, pulsating energy erupts from the depths, tearing through the very fabric of reality and bathing the ruins in an unholy purple glow. High above the swirling maelstrom, one figure watches the unfolding nightmare, while another, his eyes shut tight, feels the raw power surge, the electric blue streaks in his hair crackling with the sheer force of it all. The city itself, a sprawling grid far below, is a mere backdrop to the terror, its countless inhabitants reduced to tiny silhouettes, all gazing skyward at the impossible horror unfolding above them, bathed in the eerie, scattered light. The shadowy power just keeps growing, a terrifying, ethereal storm that twists light and shadow into grotesque forms across the devastated land. Even deep within the catacombs, the very air shimmers with these strange, glowing motes, a chilling reminder of the ancient, terrifying power that just clawed its way out. His eyes remain shut, the masked awakened lost in thought, the blue power in his hair thrumming with silent intensity. Then, his eyes snap open, the full, terrifying truth crashing down, Warble's catacombs are overflowing with ether, a hellish realm of countless demons, ruled by the noblesse, a high-rank demon whose power is so insane that even the weakest knight rank requires over 50 level 20 awakened to take down. He just stares ahead, deadpan, and asks, so what? Out of the chaotic, particle-strewn heavens, a shadowy figure plunges down, leaving a wicked trail of blue energy in its wake. Slamming down right in front of the boy with a chilling, "Ha," that just oozes contempt. No hesitation, just pure, unadulterated power as he unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, swallowing the boy whole in a thunderous boom. But the real masterminds, two sharp-suited figures, are just chilling in the background, watching the carnage unfold with their masked crew. The boy's fighting, but it's no use, a masked minion's got him locked down, leaving him helpless as the main threat closes in. He's hurt, clutching his head, but the masked figure just stares down, dropping another icy, "Ha," like it's nothing. He's in agony, muttering, "What a pain." When suddenly, another minion lunges, screaming, "Die," as it goes for the kill. The boss, watching the whole brutal show, declares, "We gotta hit first if we want to survive," and his right-hand man chimes in, "Anyone who took down a Baron-ranked demon, is seriously overpowered." Trapped and helpless, the boy stares down his attacker, who's powering up for the ultimate finisher, a chilling whisper escaping him, "He's just a human, after all." Then, a colossal beam of pure blue energy explodes from the masked assailant, blasting straight at the boy with a chilling promise, "Chop off his head, and he's just another corpse." The sheer power of that blast sends the boy flying, his body tumbling through the air, completely helpless. And just like that, he crashes onto the unforgiving ground, utterly defeated and completely out cold. The masked awaken's devastating light beam just keeps going, ripping through everything in its path, sending debris flying like shrapnel. And just like that, the boy is absolutely rocked, his body twisting as the sheer force of the attack sends him flying. He's literally being torn apart. His body fragments, scattering into the air as the attack just keeps on going, relentless and brutal. But the masked awakened isn't done yet. He's still controlling it, a swirling vortex of blue energy just blasting out from his hand. Just one thought, one desperate plea, cuts through the absolute mayhem. After that insane blast, the masked awakened kneels, the blue energy fading as the dust settles around him. But the boy's still alive. His face is messed up, but his eyes are glowing blue with pure desperation as the minions watch on. The minions are losing it. A collective scream rips through them, their glowing eyes locked on the sheer destruction they just saw. But the masked awakened isn't done. He's back in action, scythe glowing, surrounded by a crazy blue aura, ready for more. And then, the reveal. The masked awaken's face, glowing blue, stares down at the boy, who's just completely broken, full of shock and despair. He's falling through space. The boy's mind is blown, completely unable to process how he just got absolutely wrecked. He's still falling, the minions watching him go, and then the bombshell drops. This insane power is the secret weapon for their war against other clans. Hunched in the darkness, a masked figure is totally reeling from the recent battle, a chilling question echoing in the silence. His masked face turns upward, revealing a flicker of raw emotion as he wonders, our devourers were killed this easily? But wait, another figure is just chilling amidst glowing blue energy and floating red crystals, a formidable scythe resting in his hand. He then checks his phone, a system message confirming the completion of ether gem absorption for a crafting quest, as he calmly asks, "How many?" Like it's no big deal. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he muses, "A few more to go." Talk about dedication. Meanwhile, the masked figure's eye is bloodied, reflecting deep distress, and he recoils, hands raised in a gesture of shock and defense, as if totally overwhelmed by a sudden realization. What just happened? He then stands over a young woman, a knife pressed to her throat, his voice strained as he warns, "Stay back. I'll kill her." This just got intense. The scythe-wielding figure observes the scene, a blue energy blade forming from his outstretched hand, and calmly asks, "Kill her?" Talk about a cold response. With a chilling resolve, he replies, "Go ahead." The masked figure, desperate, cries out, I'll do it," and the knife slices across the young woman's neck, drawing blood. OMG. The scythe-wielding figure's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with determination as he declares, "And I said to do it." His scythe glows with blue energy, poised for action. He's not messing around. The masked figure clenches his teeth in frustration as the young woman cries out, falling, but the scythe-wielding figure moves with impossible speed, catching her before she can hit the ground. What a save! He holds her protectively, a powerful blue aura flaring around him, his gaze sharp and unwavering, having successfully intervened. He's a hero now. His glowing blue eyes then turn skyward, his expression thoughtful, as he looks up at a crimson moon hanging ominously in the cloudy night, a silent question lingering in the air. What does the red moon mean? He's locked in, analyzing the demon's insane speed, wondering if it's some hidden power, as a desperate cry for help cuts through the air. Even with his head pounding, he charges the beast, his scythe blazing with electric blue power, swallowing the demon whole. Then, with a sickening thud, the demon is captured, its very essence ripped into a device, mission accomplished. Blue energy surges into the glowing phone, sealing the deal, and a bewildered girl can only stare, utterly lost. Capture complete. He stands tall, surrounded by fading energy, the glowing orb on his phone a trophy of his power. She's clutching her head, totally disoriented, muttering about being snatched by some weirdos. She looks up, recognition dawning, but it's too late. He's already moving, blue energy exploding around him, and she screams, calling him a capture psycho. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, as she's dragged into a terrifying vortex of dark energy, vanishing without a trace. And just like that, the system confirms it, she's captured, her very being now trapped in a glowing orb on his phone. He just stands there, cool as ice, on the tiled floor, phone in hand, its blue glow mirroring the cold light in his eyes. Through the shattered roof, a blood-red moon hangs, painting the cloudy night sky with an ominous, crimson glow. He gazes up at that blood-red moon, a chilling calm on his face, musing about his absolute obsession with silence, a silence he's determined to unleash upon the entire world. The masked awakened is just standing there, surrounded by the aftermath, the ground still messed up, and his mind is racing, but he's like, nah, not right now. He's thinking back to when Jude met Warlock, but now he's just chilling under this massive, glowing full moon, holding his epic scythe, with sparkling particles everywhere and the whole night sky just looking insane. The saga is far from over. The heavens opened up, unleashing a torrent that turned the world into a blurry mess of gray and green, but one young woman was still out there. With the full moon trying its best to shine through the storm clouds over the school, but the city was just drenched, dark, and ominous. Sarah Lee, rocking her pink umbrella, was a lone pop of color in the dreary night, headphones on, trying to drown out the world with her tunes, but the rain was just too loud. Little did she know, a dark sedan was creeping up behind her, its headlights piercing the gloom as it closed in, a silent predator in the storm. Then, a sudden movement. Her eyes snapped open in pure terror, the car now right there, too close, too fast. But it was too late. A shadowy hand snatched her from the rain, her glasses went flying, and her scream was swallowed by the storm. Her umbrella hit the ground with a pathetic thud, and that dark car was gone, just like that, vanishing into the rainy abyss. Just the broken umbrella, lying there, a grim reminder of what just happened, and you're left wondering, what just happened? And her glasses? They were still falling, tumbling through the rain, a stark reflection of the chaos that just unfolded. But the scene shifts. Cut to a dark room, where a seriously ripped, tattooed dude is just chilling on a bed, radiating pure, unadulterated menace. He's deep in thought, a chilling question hanging in the air, was the medicine too weak? What medicine? What is he talking about? And then, a blood-curdling scream. Sarah Lee is there, on the bed, absolutely petrified, staring at the hulking figure of Charlie Kim, barely able to choke out, eek. Who? This just got real. A blood-curdling scream rips through the silence, as a victim's mangled feet, surrounded by used syringes, thrash wildly. A terrifying monster, glowing with an eerie blue light, tries to calm them, saying there's no need to be scared, even though it looks absolutely horrifying. Charlie Kim, now a terrifying monster with glowing blue patterns, hoists the helpless victim high, declaring their sacrifice will be totally worth it. His glowing eyes pierce the darkness, as he claims he's not evil, a bold lie from a monster. Then, a sudden flashback to 4 years ago, showing him kneeling before a mysterious figure, hinting at a dark past. He's totally the opposite of evil, he says, but that's a hard sell when we're flashing back to 4 years ago, and things look grim. Back to the present, or maybe another brutal past, the poor victim is still gasping, totally trapped in the monster's iron grip, pure terror on their face. The captive is absolutely desperate, screaming for his life, "Don't kill me," while the monstrous Charlie Kim just stares, a shadowy audience watching the whole terrifying spectacle. Two slick suit-wearing figures, the unnamed leader and Bae, are just chilling, watching the whole thing, with the unnamed leader coolly asking if this guy is really begging for his life, then dropping the bombshell. The captive is none other than Gabriel Kong, the legendary mob boss. Gabriel Kong, totally beaten and bloody, is practically groveling, screaming, "I'll do whatever you want. Just please." It's brutal. The unnamed leader, with a chilling smirk, totally messes with Kong, asking if he's gonna be a man in his final moments. Kong is absolutely stunned, screaming, "What?" Wait, as panic sets in. The unnamed leader just casually confirms Kang's identity, spelling out that he's Gabriel Kong, 43, leader of the Gabriel crew. Kong is totally freaking out, gasping and demanding, "Who the hell's this? Who are you?" Then, with a final, bone-chilling declaration, the unnamed leader just says, "Congratulations," to Kong, leaving him absolutely shattered and kneeling, while Charlie Kim stands there, a silent, monstrous enforcer. Talk about a power move. And then, the unnamed leader drops another bomb. Kong has an ability. Kong is left totally bewildered, wondering what kind of crazy power he supposedly got. Deep within a shadowy chamber, the warlock looms over a kneeling figure, a whispered revelation hanging in the air. This is the power, the ability to save the entire world. Under a blood-red moon, this isn't just any meeting, it's the warlock's first encounter with a human in the underworld, a human handpicked by a savior from the future. But hold up. Gabriel Kong, with a face hardened by resolve, declares himself an apostle, the one chosen to save the world from utter destruction, just as a massive wave of blue energy threatens to consume him. Then, bam. The masked awakened unleashes a devastating blow, snarling that Kong should be honored to be a sacrifice, leaving him stunned and reeling from the sheer power of the attack. Fast forward. The masked awakened is now in a desolate room, a single, burning question consuming his thoughts: what in the world just went down? A sharp gasp escapes him, the name, Black, barely audible, followed by a tense whisper about the chairman, as a chilling realization dawns on him about the true stakes. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of blue lightning rips through the air, sending him reeling in pure shock, as he screams, "What the hell did you bring with you?" He's thrown off balance, completely overwhelmed by the unexpected, devastating attack, the raw, crackling blue energy consuming his entire field of vision. His eye snaps open, a raw blend of terror and razor-sharp focus blazing within, ready for the next brutal wave. But it's too late. A figure, absolutely radiating with brilliant blue energy, smashes into him with a sharp "hey," sending him absolutely flying from the sheer, concussive power. He lets out a choked "irk" of pure agony as he's launched through the air, crashing down with a gut-wrenching, drawn-out scream of "wah wah." But the nightmare isn't over. As the masked awakened tries to get up, a terrifyingly transformed Gabriel Kong, now a scaly, glowing blue powerhouse, looms over him, his voice booming, "Who the hell are you, brat?" The masked awakened looms over a downed Gabriel Kong, scythe ready, a silent, menacing presence as blue energy crackles around him. But elsewhere, the transformed Gabriel Kong is a beast of blue power, while Sarah Lee is out cold on a bed, with 2 chilling syringes nearby. What happened here? With a chilling blue glow in his eyes, the masked awakened drops the bomb, "Your executioner." And with the warlock out of the picture, it's game over for Gabriel Kong. Gabriel Kong is stunned, but the masked awakened isn't playing around. His scythe ignites with blue power, and he declares, "I'll erase you," under the blood-red moon. Scythe in hand, the masked awakened stands tall as the world ominously declares, "You, and 2 awakens, have entered the underworld. This is just the beginning." Under a blood-red moon, a chilling declaration drops, promising total annihilation. The air is absolutely electric as the hulking Garth Kong faces off against the mysterious masked awakened, a silent challenge hanging heavy between them. Garth Kong just scoffs, totally dismissing the masked figure with a casual, yet super menacing, "Big words, for a brat." But you can see it in the masked awakened's eyes, a flicker of something dangerous. Garth keeps pushing, straight up telling him he's in way over his head. The trash talk keeps coming, Garth asking if he got it, brat. But the masked awakened just stares, absolutely unmoving. Then, out of nowhere, the masked awakened's voice cuts through the tension like a knife, demanding, "Did you just say warlock?" The masked awakened's voice is pure ice, demanding to know how Garth knows warlock. And as Garth tries to respond, a volcanic "shut up" explodes from the masked figure, his cool completely gone. A terrifying crimson aura erupts around the masked awakened, his voice dripping with pure venom as he snarls, "Don't you ever say her name with that filthy mouth of yours, again." Garth Kong is absolutely reeling, his face twisted in pure shock, stuttering out a bewildered, "WH what?" Before Garth can even blink, the masked awakened unleashes a catastrophic, energy-infused strike, blasting him with an explosive torrent of red and blue power. Meanwhile, someone screams, "OH chairman," as the chairman, Gabriel Kong, just calmly watches the chaos unfold, a chilling smirk on his face. His eyes, sharp as razors, take in every detail, then he casually whips out his phone, his hands glowing with subtle power, a silent, deadly command already forming in his mind. The masked awakened, standing tall over the wreckage, lets out a chilling declaration, "Useless." His shadowy, skeletal form, still crackling with destructive red energy, is a terrifying testament to the power he just unleashed. Because Gabriel Kong isn't just some random dude, he's an apostle, one of the legendary 12 kings. His very existence is on a whole other level than regular users, making Jude's power look absolutely monstrous. Even with all that power, the chairman couldn't even guess what would happen to Gabriel, let alone the sheer scale of the devastation. But even after all that, Gabriel Kong, though clearly hurting, can only gasp out one stunned question, "How?" The masked awakened, scythe ready, gets right in his face, challenging him, "Do you even know my level?" Then, his eyes lock onto the phone in Gabriel's hand, a realization dawning, that cell phone. Gabriel Kong drops the bombshell, it was Warlock's. Warlock's cell phone. This isn't just any phone, it's the source of all users, including the 12 apostles, and it's packed with insane functions. It doesn't just measure the power of demons and users, it holds all the intel up to 2037, the year humanity falls. A wicked smirk spreads across Jude's face as he sneers, "Cuckoo, I have no idea how you got your hands on that, but it's way too powerful for a punk like you. Hand it over." The masked awakened stares down, dropping a chilling, "Then I'll let you live," on the battered Gabriel Kang, who, despite everything, fires back, "Are you really an apostle?" Gabriel Kang's face contorts in rage, spitting out, "What the hell have you been doing for 4 years, before his voice drops to a furious whisper, you little brat." But as the apostle grapples with the masked figure's power, a shocking truth drops: beyond level 10 awakened, there's an entire other tier. And the masked awakened isn't even an ascended? Kang can barely believe it. This next level power-up is called Demigods, hitting level 100, a stage most users can't even dream of reaching level 54. But Warlock's 12 apostles? They're built different, except for one who somehow isn't even ascended. The masked awakened drops a bombshell: out of all the apostles, Gabriel Kang was the only one. He then quotes Warlock's cold philosophy: she only cared about potential for ascendance, not personality. A dismissive scoff from the masked awakened seals the deal: guess even Warlock makes mistakes. That's the last straw for Gabriel Kang, who explodes, "Shut." But before he can finish, the masked awakened unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, roaring, "Your damn mouth." The sheer power slams into Gabriel Kang, forcing him to his knees as electric blue energy crackles around him. The masked awakened's power explodes, and a defiant voice echoes, "I am Gabriel Kang. The strongest fighter in all of South Korea. The one destined to save the world." Blue energy erupts from the ground, mirroring his desperate, powerful declaration. But Kang's words are just words as the masked awakened's blue energy explodes even further, swallowing the entire desolate landscape in a blinding, ethereal wave. The sheer power of that expanding aura just keeps pushing, sending shockwaves of light and debris flying across the desolate terrain. And then, bam, the masked awakened moves with impossible speed, a blue blur streaking across the panel, closing the gap on Kang in a blink. He strikes with devastating force, his entire body glowing with a vibrant blue aura, landing a brutal blow on Gabriel Kang, who's completely overwhelmed by the sudden, explosive assault. The blue energy attack, already unleashed, continues its devastating trajectory. And the impact erupts in a crimson burst, engulfing everything. Then, a flurry of blindingly fast blue energy slashes, relentlessly striking his opponent with brutal efficiency. Gabriel Kang collapses, utterly defeated and surrounded by shimmering blue particles, as the masked awakened looks down with a cold smirk, declaring, "You're weak." A crackling sound erupts from his hand as he activates some mysterious device. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the sheer power still coursing through his veins. A satisfied, almost predatory, grin spreads across his face, a chilling sight. He checks a status screen on his phone, displaying Gabriel Kang's name and current level, with a system crackle confirming the data. The screen updates, revealing a huge increase in Gabriel Kang's level, as the system continues to crackle, leaving us on the edge of our seats. A shadowy figure, blazing with electric blue energy, just absolutely blitzes across the scene, closing the gap in a nanosecond to land a brutal hit on the hulking dude in front of him, who gets absolutely rocked, engulfed in a burst of crackling blue power. The masked awakened just dominates, his glowing eyes burning as he looks down, utterly dismissing his opponent with a chilling, "You're weak." Leaving a sick, glowing blue streak behind him, the masked hero just bounces, like, "My work here is done." But wait, what's that? A weird, ominous crackle just hangs in the air, like the fight isn't actually over. The masked awakened actually stops, his glowing hair going wild, a look of genuine shock on his face as the crackle gets louder. But then, out of nowhere, Gabriel Kang just grins through the smoke, like that whole beatdown was just a warm-up. A system pop-up confirms it: this is Gabriel Kang, an awakened at a whopping LVL 129, and that crackle. Yeah, that's all him, baby. Under a spooky, glowing moon, Gabriel Kang gets right up in the masked awakened's face, straight up asking, "So you're an ascended?" He then drops some serious lore, talking about a warlock who took care of a little brat, hinting that that's why this masked dude is so ridiculously strong. But then, things get dark. Gabriel Kang straight up accuses him, "You bastard. You took the ether gem warlock left behind when she died, didn't you?" And just to seal the deal, he snarls, "Not that I mind, I'll devour you." Gabriel Kang's body contorted, pushing past its limits, as he aimed to finally ascend. The transformation was complete, and Gabriel Kang was now a full-blown devourer demon, his power skyrocketing to level 99, a massive 30-level boost. The masked awakened stared up at the colossal demon, his eyes locked on the terrifying new form. A silent challenge hung in the air, and the masked awakened was ready, blue energy already sparking around him. No hesitation, just pure power, as he unleashed a concentrated blast, calling it a little greeting. The devourer stood there, radiating pure menace, his monstrous form shrugging off the first hit like it was nothing. But the masked awakened wasn't backing down, unleashing a devastating vertical beam of pure blue energy. He kept the pressure on, sending another wave of blue energy crashing into the demon. The hit was massive, sending shockwaves through the air and making the giant devourer actually flinch. Then another precise strike, right into the core of that terrifying demon. Then, a final, earth-shattering beam of blue energy, hitting Gabriel Kong with a BOM that rocked the entire area. But from the smoke, the devourer's chilling laugh rang out, taunting his foe, "Are you still alive, after all that?" Gabriel Kong, in his terrifying demon form, just tanks a massive blue energy blast, while a voice from the darkness mocks him, asking if an ascended like him can't even handle a tiny attack. He gets rocked by the hit, but a deep growl rumbles from him, letting everyone know he's still in the fight. He's back on his feet, silhouetted by a sinister red moon, and just lets out a terrifying laugh, like that attack was nothing. The masked awakened fires back, daring him to say it again, asking who's really weak, while Gabriel Kang's eye glows with pure, unadulterated defiance. Seeing his foe's insane durability, the masked awakened just grins, saying the fight's finally getting a little more entertaining, his eyes burning with new resolve. Gabriel Kong is absolutely stunned by the masked awakened's sheer durability, only managing a shocked "WH what," as he realizes his attacks did literally nothing. The masked awakened announces it's time to return your greeting, leaving Gabriel Kong utterly flabbergasted, wondering how his foe is completely unscathed. Dropping a chilling "try to survive this" and a promise to let him live if he does, the masked awakened ignites with a furious red energy, ready to unleash pure devastation. Fiery red and orange energy explodes around his hand, coalescing into a terrifying orb of raw, destructive power. The energy peaks, crackling with power, and he simply states, "Skill," unleashing a terrifying new ability. And with a thunderous destruction, a colossal crimson beam blasts from his hand, ripping through the night straight for Gabriel Kong. Gabriel Kang's eyes go wide, glowing with pure terror, as he recognizes the insane skill, destruction, and realizes with a jolt that this power should only belong to the warlock. Still reeling from the unexpected assault, Gabriel Kong, in his monstrous form, is absolutely furious, screaming about the sudden appearance of these new, powerful entities. But an unseen voice just taunts him, claiming the entire fight for themselves. Meanwhile, among a group of awakened facing a looming demonic threat, the masked awakened lays down the law: a lone hunter is dead meat, 100% chance of death. He's telling them to stay focused on the baby bite-sized demon right in front of them. He continues, asserting that anyone trying to fight with a single gun will simply die, unless he, the strongest reinforcement type, steps in to help. But the warlock, watching nearby, is already calculating the odds, realizing his help might actually double their chance of death. Back with Gabriel Kong, he scoffs at the masked awakened's words, asking why his death chance would even go up if he helped, then tells him to keep his muscles away because they're making his eyes bleed. The masked awakened just laughs, calling them fools and promising to make sure their corpses don't go to waste. An unseen observer curses the skull bastard for his insane confidence, but Gabriel Kong just retorts that he surpassed death and isn't like lower-class animals. Elsewhere, the unnamed leader calmly addresses his subordinates, telling everyone to chill out. He reminds them that the more dangerous things get, the more they have to keep their emotions in check. He then asserts that as people chosen to protect humanity, they must fulfill their duties, revealing he has a plan. But Sarah Lee immediately calls him out, accusing him of planning to betray them and use them as a shield to escape, saying it's exactly what she'd expect from a politician like him. The leader just chuckles, asking if his intentions were that obvious, Miss Miracle. The protagonist boy, witnessing this exchange, curses the damn apostles, declaring them all out of their minds. Meanwhile, Gabriel Kong, still absolutely enraged, questions what these newly level 10 individuals think they can possibly achieve. The masked awakened, however, interjects, stating that the leader's plan is way too risky for all of their new awakened. Sarah Lee, her face etched with alarm, cries out to the warlock, insisting that even for them, this action is way too dangerous. The warlock, surrounded by crackling red and white energy, simply responds, with a single, dismissive word: dangerous. The unnamed leader, observing the warlock's power, remarks that if this is considered dangerous, then they are truly in trouble, while Bane notes that she is different. The protagonist boy, recognizing the unique aura, exclaims that he knew there was something special about the warlock, as the leader urges them all to watch closely. A chilling voice warns of depravity, but the masked awakened is already locked in, purple energy exploding around him as he charges up for the ultimate skill. Locked and loaded, he unleashes a searing red beam, screaming destruction, as it rips through reality. Boom! The red beam slams into Gabriel Kong, shredding his demon form and sending him flying like a ragdoll. No mercy. The energy keeps pushing, and his body is literally disintegrating before our eyes. He's getting ripped apart. His desperate cries are drowned out by the sheer power of the attack. Shredded to dust. His demonic essence is gone, completely wiped from existence. The energy collapses into a single, pulsing red orb, then fades into nothingness, leaving behind an eerie silence. As debris rains down, the masked awakened stands victorious, a system notification flashing, Gabriel Kong eliminated. Boom. Ether gem dropped. Then, ether gem absorption complete. Instant power-up. But wait, there's more. A new notification pops up, weapon crafting quest complete. He can now craft a divine weapon. Will he take the plunge? The crafting ritual kicked off with a bang, starting with the sheer, raw power of a Jotun's claw. Then came the deadly venomous fang of Andromalia's serpent, followed by Laplace's own flesh and feathers, each piece glowing with dark, potent energy as they were thrown into the mix. Unicorn horns, Mandragora's wail, and even succubus tears were meticulously gathered, then supercharged with 300 grade ether gems, all for one epic fusion attempt. With the ingredients swirling, a massive surge of energy erupted in the Awaken's hands, his eyes burning with pure determination, as raw magic twisted and formed. Beneath the eerie glow of a full moon, that energy hardened, morphing into a deadly scythe, its blade pulsing with an insane, crimson light. Then, a blinding pillar of light exploded upwards, screaming, crafting success, leaving the air absolutely buzzing with power. He clutched his brand new creation, a devastating scythe now fully materialized in his grasp, his eyes still blazing with that signature blue power. Behold, the bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, a divine A-grade weapon of pure destruction, packing the insane special ability to unleash the fallen death god Thanatos' power a single time. Decked out with menacing skulls and dark chains, this scythe also came with a bonus. Thanks to Gabriel Kang's Devourer ability, it could get even stronger by literally devouring humans and demons. Out of nowhere, the scythe started rattling like crazy in his hand, a deep, guttural sound rumbling from its core, making him shoot at a look that was half shock, half annoyance. But the rattling just got louder, pushing the Awakened to his limit, and he barked, "Shut up," at the sentient weapon. The scythe finally quieted down with a soft whir, settling in his grip as he held it tight, his eyes locked on the horizon, absolutely ready to face anything with his new, powerful partner. He's thinking about Gabriel, calling him weak, but that's not the whole story, is it? But then, a game changer hits him, the system drops a bombshell. Gabriel Kang's Devourer skill means his new weapon can literally eat humans and demons to get stronger. He can't help but grin, thinking, what a nice surprise, and immediately starts plotting, could other apostles have ether gems just as useful? And just like that, the gears start turning, he's already mapping out a plan, take down the other apostles, snatch their ether gems, and power up to crush the harbingers of the apocalypse, especially the one who took Warlock from him. His eyes flash a dangerous red, then a chilling blue, as he commits to this brutal path. Suddenly, a sharp "no" echoes in his mind, and a vision of Jude, his old mentor, flashes before his eyes. Jude's voice, clear as day, lays down the law: you don't just kill people for no reason. Only the truly irredeemable, the pure evil, deserve that fate. With a soft smile, Jude presses him, "Promise me, okay?" And the younger him just stares at the ground, the promise hanging heavy in the air. His eyes glow blue as he remembers, "Yeah, I promised." But a chilling "but" creeps into his mind, signaling a dangerous new path. Standing tall, his eyes blazing with blue energy, he makes a chilling declaration: if they're as twisted as Gabriel Kang, then I'll end them without a second thought. His resolve is absolute, his eyes burning with cold fire. Back in the present, gripping the terrifying bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, he declares his new mission: time to clean house. The scythe itself seems to hum with dark anticipation, rattling in his hand. And with that ironclad resolve, a massive kaboom rips through reality, obliterating everything in a burst of raw power. The world just absolutely explodes around him, a symphony of destruction as a massive building crumbles, sending countless souls spiraling into the void below. A nightmare vision seared into his mind, yet his eyes remain laser-focused, taking in the absolute chaos with chilling composure. He's standing in the aftermath of another ruined room, his mind already miles away, fixated on a still form on the floor, the silence deafening. He stares down at Warlock's lifeless body, a single, burning question tearing through his thoughts: seriously, when are you finally going to be born? The vision of ruin vanishes, replaced by the breathtaking, moon-drenched cityscape, a total shift from the nightmare he just experienced. High above the city, he takes in the sprawling urban jungle, the night's chill a welcome companion to his deep thoughts. His mind snaps back to Warlock, her name a silent echo in the darkness, picturing her exactly as she was. He's still asking, when are you gonna be born, because Warlock isn't here yet, and if she was, he'd absolutely know it. Warlock, he remembers, was from 2037, so she's gotta be born in the next year or two, right? Her name echoes in his mind, a powerful vow unspoken. Then, a.m. The scene changes, Sarah Lee picking up her phone, her voice all business: "I'm busy." "What's up?" Later, chilling with him, she keeps the conversation going, her face serious as she drops the question: "You said you were born in Korea, right?" Sarah Lee isn't letting up, hitting him with questions about his mom, trying to figure out if she's around, and after a quick, she doubles down, demanding to know why he's even asking. He fires back, asking if she's trying to take out his mom, warning her she'd never win, and then drops the bombshell: if his mother was gone, he wouldn't even exist. Then, with a lightning-fast flick, he launches something small, and a loud crack echoes as it hits its mark. His face shifts, revealing his real motive: he just wanted to know what kind of woman she truly was. Sarah Lee, totally chill, calls him out on his sudden soft side, then asks if he's got feelings like that too, which just makes him double down, saying he wants to meet the woman who birthed such a wild, twisted daughter. A sudden snap and Sarah Lee is reeling, then she absolutely explodes, screaming that she's going to kill the little brat who just pushed her buttons. A massive crash later, he's looking down, thinking if she'd just been straight with him, he wouldn't have to stress about every girl who looked like her. Under the moonlight on a high-rise, he's sitting next to her knocked-out body, and all he can think is, was this your master plan all along? His eyes blaze with fierce resolve as he thinks of his mother, swearing he'd protect her, even if the whole world had to burn for it. He's deep in thought, weighing the heavy consequences: what if he just walked away from someone? The chilling thought hits him: what if that someone was his own mother, and he could never see her again? Could he even live with that kind of regret? With a look of intense pain and unwavering resolve, he finishes his internal debate, realizing he absolutely cannot face a future where he never sees her again. Under the epic, star-dusted night sky, our hero sits alone, his eyes locked on the glowing full moon, a raw, emotional whisper escaping him: I miss you, Warlock. Perched precariously on the edge of a towering rooftop, he's still deep in thought, the city's neon glow a distant hum against the silent storm brewing inside him. Flashback to 4 years ago, June 6, 2012. Get ready, because everything's about to change. Then, out of nowhere, this super cool character with glowing blue eyes and epic white hair just drops a bombshell, introducing himself like a boss: I'm Warlock. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Warlock hits the protagonist with the ultimate plot twist, a chilling threat that'll make your jaw drop: I came from the future to kill you. The protagonist barely has time to scream as these insane dark tendrils just explode from the ground, grabbing him and dragging him into a terrifying vortex, his desperate cries swallowed by the swirling chaos. The vortex goes absolutely wild, a massive burst of light signaling their epic teleportation. Suddenly, a mysterious voice drops the bombshell: one young human and Warlock have entered the underworld. Boom. They're in the underworld, under a terrifying red moon, surrounded by ruins. And just to make sure you got it, the narrator repeats: one young human and Warlock have entered the underworld. Our protagonist is totally lost, crawling on the ground, trying to figure out what just happened, and all he can manage to stammer is, where? He stares up at Warlock, who's just chilling there, totally unfazed by the whole underworld thing, his blue aura practically screaming I'm in charge here, while our hero is still trying to process reality. Warlock, with his super mysterious masked face and glowing eyes, just casually asks the protagonist, who's probably still freaking out: what are you staring at? Talk about adding insult to injury. Our hero's face is a total mess of fear and confusion, and Warlock, being the ultimate cool guy, just smirks and says, that's a funny expression. Ouch. He's totally caught off guard, eyes wide with shock as Warlock's voice just slices through the air, asking if he was thinking something messed up. And then, Warlock just drops a bombshell, revealing this massive, winged creature lurking in the shadows. First time seeing one of these, huh? Yeah, that's a demon beast. Suddenly, the demon beast, eyes blazing red, just explodes forward, covering ground at insane speed, a shadowy blur of pure destruction. Then, boom. A massive blue energy blast just detonates around him as the demon's attack lands, sending him flying, his face twisted in a silent, agonizing scream. He's launched through the air, slamming hard onto the barren ground, and the demon beast just towers over him, its glowing red eyes still fixed on its prey. Warlock just chills, watching the whole thing go down, a smug grin on his face as he mutters, ugh, I seriously hate it when these little guys forget their place. Our hero is just sprawled out, totally wrecked amidst the rubble, with those glowing blue pillars of the underworld all around him, completely beaten. Warlock then just stares down at the defeated kid, his voice dripping with pure savagery as he taunts, pretty scary, right? Die here, and you're gone. No trace, just like that other thing. Warlock just keeps going, his voice a chilling promise, and guess what? That's exactly what's coming for you. Our hero is just lying there, eyes shut, as Warlock coldly states, I love it. Death is just so ugly and gross. As he fades in and out, his mind flashes back to being trapped in the basement with his dad, who had taken his own life. And then, the crushing memory of his grandma dying in the hospital hits him, making him realize something profound: compared to that, this whole red moon, blue energy death thing. It's nothing. Warlock's chilling voice promises a beautiful, clean death as a blessing, but the boy, defiant even in defeat, just snaps back, get on with it. Didn't you say you brought me here to kill me? With a sinister smirk, Warlock taunts him, don't you want to know why I came here to kill you? The tension is palpable. Warlock's narration cuts in, chillingly stating, death comes without warning. The death I know is like that. Then, with a cold gaze, he asks, why would I need a reason? The boy's eyes are locked in a terrified stare, as Warlock's gaze burns with an intense, otherworldly blue glow. But then, a sly, almost playful smile creeps onto Warlock's face, and he casually drops a bombshell. I changed my mind. A mysterious clink sounds as Warlock places an object on the boy's chest, uttering the cryptic words, I can't let you die that easily. Gazing up at the ominous twin red moons, Warlock drops another bombshell, you're a grimoire, after all. He holds his gaze on the blood-red moons, a chilling silence hanging in the air as the weight of his words sinks in. Stunned, the boy can only echo, a grimoire. Warlock's chilling explanation follows, that's right. A human who sacrifices his fellow humans to demons, an enemy of humanity. Warlock's voice drips with venom, and you are someone who will become the king of the grimoires. The worst of the worst. He then declares, that's why you have to die here, today. The boy can only stammer, what does that even mean? His face is a mask of pure shock and confusion, as he stares blankly at the ground, trying to comprehend the insane pronouncements. As he sits there, utterly lost, his eyes land on a small, pulsating red object glowing ominously on the ground before him. Trapped and clutching that mysterious glowing red object, he's hit with a chilling taunt from an unseen voice, mocking his chances in this hellhole and calling him kiddo with pure disdain. But just as he's processing that, the very ground beneath him explodes as a monstrous silhouette erupts, and a chilling system alert flashes, Demon Badak has spawned. Monster level, C, type, sprite, characteristics, enjoys young flesh. His eyes snap wide with pure terror, his hair practically standing on end as a bone-chilling, growling rips through the air. And then, it's fully there, a hulking, ragged beast with eyes that burn, its entire form radiating pure, unadulterated menace. With a desperate clench on that red object, he watches in horror as Demon Badak launches itself forward, a blur of terrifying speed, its glowing eyes locked onto its prey. Then, a devastating strike. The demon's clawed hand connects, unleashing a shockwave of red-hot energy shards as he screams a desperate groar. He's sent flying, reeling from the blow, blood exploding from a fresh wound on his shoulder as the demon's claw retracts, leaving him vulnerable. And just like that, it's over. The monstrous Demon Badak looms over his broken form, a chilling grr. Rumbling from its throat as he lies defeated. The demon stands victorious, its terrifying silhouette framed by a blood-red moon hanging ominously in a stormy, dark sky, a truly terrifying sight. Alone in a desolate, tiled arena, a young boy sits, a mysterious red gem glowing ominously before him. But then, a chilling, disembodied voice cuts through the silence, taunting him, let's see how long you last in this hellhole. Kiddo. The stakes are instantly raised. And just like that, as if on cue, a terrifying, hulking silhouette erupts from the very ground beneath him. Demon Badak has spawned. This is not good. This, monster level, sea sprite, a creature that, enjoys young flesh, unleashes a terrifying, earth-shaking growl. This demon means business. But the boy isn't backing down. His eyes suddenly ignite, blazing with an intense, electric blue glow. He's ready to fight. The Demon Badak wastes no time, launching itself forward, its monstrous, clawed arms swinging for a devastating blow. On the ground, the boy's grip tightens on that red gem, his hand clenching with desperate resolve as the demon closes in. Boom! The demon's attack lands with a bone-shattering impact, exploding with red and black energy as the boy takes the full force of the blow. His head snaps back from the sheer power, blood flying as he's brutally slammed by the demon's relentless assault. The Demon Badak stares down at the boy, letting out a menacing growl, its terrifying silhouette framed by a chilling, blood-red moon. This fight is far from over. And from the epicenter of that devastating blow, waves of white and orange energy explode across the ground, showing just how much power was unleashed. The demon's hit was brutal, sending a shockwave of pain through him as raw energy exploded around his head. Then, a bone-chilling crack ripped through the air, as the demon's claw slammed into him, sending him flying. He was launched like a ragdoll across the entire arena, a blur of white energy against the demon's sheer might. Mid-air, completely disoriented, he just kept falling, the world a chaotic blur of speed and light. Then, bam! He hit the ground like a meteor, sending dust everywhere and coughing up a storm. Broken and bleeding out, he couldn't stop coughing up blood as the demon's terrifying shadow loomed closer. His face was a bloody mess, and he was gasping for air, fighting to keep his eyes open. Badak, the demon, stalked closer, a terrifying growl ripping from its chest, clearly enjoying every second of the boy's suffering. It crouched down, its monstrous shadow engulfing him, the growl getting louder as the boy struggled to breathe. Then, a chilling voice sneered, taunting him, asking if he was shitting himself as he looked up at the demon's terrifying grin. A single tear cut through the blood on his face, but even then, a powerful thought ignited, he was a fast learner. He flashed back to being a child, learning his first language and reading at just 3 years old, devouring news, a bizarre, unexplainable power he'd always possessed. Even as his body screamed in agony, his mind flashed back, remembering a time when learning was as natural as a fish swimming through water. A primal instinct that guided him through any challenge, his senses just soaking up every detail of the world around him. Or a bird soaring effortlessly through the sky, mastering its domain with innate, incredible grace. He remembered the simple truth: once he'd seen something, once he'd observed it, it was his, instantly. Whether it was the intricate movements of a fish, or the complex fingerwork of a pianist, his mind would instantly replicate and master it, a rapid-fire absorption of knowledge that was just insane. Even as a child, watching a screen, he'd mimic and learn with uncanny speed, every tap a step towards perfect understanding. It was wild. But the present shattered his reverie, as the demon's power continued its relentless assault, a wave of pure destruction washing over him, yet a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes, a spark of hope. His face was bruised and bleeding, but the pain was a catalyst, his gaze hardening as a golden light began to emanate from his very being, a power awakening. With a surge of newfound energy, he absorbed the gargoyle's ether gem, his body responding instantly as his level increased. Boom. The power coursed through him, his hair turning white with raw energy, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he reached level 2, a total game-changer. No longer a helpless victim, he unleashed a concentrated blast of energy, a brilliant beam erupting from his hand, aimed directly at his tormentor, pure payback. The demon, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power, could only snarl in fury as the attack connected, its monstrous hand clenching in pain. This fight just got real. The demon unleashes a monstrous roar, but it's too late. The protagonist, supercharged and glowing, is already mid-air, unleashing a devastating energy blast. His hair and eyes are absolutely blasting with an intense, ethereal blue glow, a raw display of the insane power now coursing through his veins. Even his weapon is absolutely crackling with this vibrant energy, his gaze locked on, sharp and absolutely resolute. Enveloped in shadowy tendrils and blinding blue light, he's standing ready, a truly formidable presence against the encroaching darkness. But even with all this power, a thought flashes through his mind: what's up with this kid, as a blood-red moon hangs like a judgment in the cloudy sky. High above the city, a lone figure stands perched atop a towering skyscraper, watching the chaos unfold below. The armored woman, her silver hair shimmering, stares intently at the ominous red moon, its crimson glow reflecting deep in her eyes. Her red eye gleams with an eerie glow as a complex magical circle ignites around her, sparking a heavy internal debate. Does that mean I have to kill him, after all? Or... Back to the protagonist, his power still radiating, as a mysterious voice drops some serious lore about his destiny. That kid, who's destined to become the king of the grimoire, should fall to depravity, and instead helps humanity. He's still falling, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and pure determination, all under the watchful, blood-red gaze of that ominous moon. Now, he's standing amidst shadowy, monstrous figures, his gaze still locked on that crimson orb in the sky, a silent, defiant challenge to whatever fate awaits him. And as if to answer his defiance, a new, terrifying presence emerges from the shadows, the Demon Goblin King, a C+ level monster, the absolute strongest of the goblins, now armed and ready to throw down. Just as the system drops the bomb about a sea-level demon troll, hungry for anything, another alert screams in, a sea-level demon bugbear, and get this, it's got a taste for young humans. But instead of fear, a low, almost delighted, het escapes the masked awakened. That smirk, man, it just says it all. The blue energy around him practically vibrates with excitement as he revels in the chaos, admitting that this whole wild ride was just too much fun to resist. A chillingly serene smile plays on the lips of a silver-haired warrior, her crimson eyes blazing with power as blue energy crackles around her. Then, a chilling declaration: I changed my mind. A gloved hand descends, a glowing collar snaps into place around a young man's neck, and he's left stunned. A soft clink seals his fate, and the young man's eyes widen in shock as a mysterious blue shield flares around his arm. That collar glows with sinister intent, as the silver-haired enigma stares at a blood-red moon, a silent promise of power and pain. Under the ominous red moon, she delivers a chilling truth: you're a grimoire, after all. Jude, trapped and helpless, can only stare, the glowing collar a constant, terrifying presence. Meanwhile, a sharp-suited figure extends a hand, a mysterious glowing bracelet encircling his wrist. He remembers a time when he was nothing, a weakling named Jude, now a force forged in endless battles against apostles. The silver-haired woman's words ring true: fighting was fun, and for Jude, a man of few emotions, those brutal clashes were his only escape. But now, a new chapter begins. A whirlwind of past battles explodes across the screen, a testament to his relentless power, and then, he simply walks away, leaving a trail of silence in his wake. The unnamed leader, a shadow of grim determination, confesses that even the apostle fight was a letdown, and he's not holding his breath for anything better. His eyes narrow with anticipation, because the only thing left to truly excite him is the terrifying emergence of the first calamity, a monstrous blue demon tearing through a city. The demon of gluttony, a monstrous force named Behemoth, had devoured everything, its colossal shadow engulfing the city as a group of terrified students bore witness to its destructive power. Jude and a female student, caught in the chaos, watched their world crumble, their faces contorted in pure, unadulterated terror. That colossal, glowing blue eye fixed on them, radiating pure malevolence, as a terrifying grumble shook the entire world. Even now, the sheer scale of that monster made Jude's gut twist, a low grumble escaping him as he sat there, haunted by the past. He just wanted a moment of peace, a quiet as he reached for his drink, but then his phone went absolutely wild, a relentless WHRR shattering the calm. His eyes snapped open, startled by the sheer force of the vibration, the phone practically screaming WHRR as he grabbed it. He shot a glance upwards, a hint of worry etched on his features, his hand already reaching for the phone, which pulsed with an eerie light. The moment his hand connected, the phone exploded with blue light, then plummeted from his grip, sucked away by some mysterious power. A blood-curdling "Kaya" echoed as dark, shadowy tendrils shot from Jude's hand, snatching the female student and yanking her into his grasp. She screamed HWAH. As she was dragged into the swirling vortex, Jude's hand reaching out, bathed in blue light, to pull her into the unknown. Totally freaked out, the female student stared into the bizarre, empty space, her mind screaming, WH where am I, and WH what am I doing here? This wasn't just any space, it was a portable storage dimension, an infinitely large void, symbolized by a lone, glowing orb in the endless black. Suddenly, she's ripped into a perpetually dark dimension, a terrifying void linked to another realm, and Sarah isn't alone in this nightmare. Her desperate screams tear through the silence as she freefalls. The sheer, unadulterated terror of the experience leaves her gasping, a chilling, undeniable truth, this is hell. But just as she's reeling, a casual nudge to her head snaps her back, and she lets out another shocked yelp. Her eyes slowly flutter open, wide with confusion, as she tries to make sense of who, or what, is standing over her. It's Jude, of all people, his foot casually propped on her head, and his first words. A demand for ramen. His utterly nonchalant attitude, after literally dragging her into this dimension, makes her instantly brand him a psycho, especially when he drops the weirdest cooking advice ever, don't stir the egg in. Absolutely livid at his casual cruelty, Sarah explodes, screaming if he has a death wish. But elsewhere, in a completely different, equally messed up place, a young woman is grappling with her own nightmare, desperately wondering, if these things aren't demons, then what the hell are they? She's trapped, surrounded by three terrifying, shadowy figures, their menacing forms barely silhouetted against the eerie glow of a full moon. Tears streamed down her face, a desperate plea escaping her lips, begging for this nightmare to end, for release from whatever hell she's been dragged into. Under the chilling glow of a full moon, a desperate plea rips through the silence, a young woman begging for her very existence. While her sadistic tormentor, a man with a chilling smirk, laughs off her pleas, barking orders for his goons to hold her tight, and a sinister crackle of energy starts to spark around her. The crackle explodes, a raw, untamed power surging through the atmosphere, snapping the attention of the cruel man and his crew. Then, a blinding, impossible light rips through the shadows, and a new, mysterious figure steps out of the pure energy, his arrival making the crackling power go absolutely wild, leaving the thugs and their leader completely dumbfounded and demanding to know who he is. He stands there, cool and collected, a book in one hand, a bandaged leg, but it's his eyes, electric blue and piercing behind his glasses, that burn with an unnerving, powerful intensity. Charlie, the aggressive leader, snaps out of his daze, immediately getting in the newcomer's face, demanding to know what his problem is, his voice dripping with pure aggression as he tries to intimidate the silent figure. But the new protagonist doesn't even flinch, meeting Charlie's rage with a chilling, dismissive "fuck off," and in a lightning-fast move, a glowing blade materializes, instantly stabbing Charlie right through the chest. Charlie's face contorts in pure shock as the glowing blade impales him, a torrent of blood exploding from his chest as his life force is brutally extinguished. The new protagonist remains utterly unfazed, the glowing blade still gripped tight, as Charlie's lifeless body plummets, sending the remaining thugs scrambling in sheer terror. Crimson blood explodes across the stark white void as Charlie's body hits the ground, the new protagonist's blade now a terrifying, blood-soaked weapon. Charlie's broken body lies motionless on the ground, and a chilling system message flashes, screaming, "You killed a human male contractor. Julian Park's karma has risen," a brutal, undeniable record of the kill. The female victim screams in absolute terror, confirming the dead man is Charlie, but the new protagonist just stands there, completely unfazed over the corpse, casually flipping through the book in his hand. The glowing black book pulsed with dark energy, a chilling voice declaring, "Victim. Sacrifice." Then, a gruesome blood splatter erupted, and from the very earth, shadowy tendrils erupted, twisting into a terrifying form. The system flashed, "You have met the requirements for summoning." His eyes, hidden behind glowing blue glasses, narrowed, as Julian Park coolly commanded, "Citatorium. Summon." The ominous black book flared, and a system prompt materialized, "Contractor Julian, choose your demon. 3 types available. His choice was swift and deadly, Demon Badak. The last thugs froze in sheer terror, but Julian Park just grinned, his eyes burning blue as he gave the single, brutal command, kill. Then, a sickening, bloody explosion. The system blared, contractor Julian Park's karma has risen. Congratulations. Your contractor LVL has risen by 1. He stared down, his expression a mystery, as the terrified female victim, tears streaming, finally dared to meet his gaze. He knelt beside her, his voice surprisingly gentle as he asked, "Are you okay?" She looked away, still trembling, whispering, "That's a relief," as Julian Park flashed a subtle, chilling smile. But then, a chilling realization dawned on her face, as she stammered, "As sacrifices? What does that?" Her voice died in her throat, leaving the question unanswered as Julian's eyes burned with an even more intense, sinister blue. The masked awakened is absolutely demolishing his meal, a symphony of slurps filling the air as he eats like there's no tomorrow. Sarah Lee can only stare, utterly bewildered, as he just keeps on slurping those noodles down like a bottomless pit. And the slurping just won't stop, it's like a never-ending ramen vortex, and he's right in the middle of it. Then, bam. A loud clang from his bowl makes Sarah jump, and he just lets out this massive, unapologetic burp. Seriously? He kicks back, looking totally chill, but then his glowing eyes lock onto Sarah, and you just know he's cooking up something else. He just casually drops the bomb that he's still not full, and then, like it's nothing, orders her to go get him some dessert. The audacity. And when she asks what kind, he just says, "A sweet one," like that's helpful. Sarah is absolutely fuming, but she's got to keep it together. Her anger just explodes, a literal fiery aura erupting around her as she reaches her breaking point. So, Sarah's at Chuck's grocery, grabbing a noodle snack, and she slams that bag down like she's still ready to throw hands. She brings him the snack, and what does he do? He immediately rejects it, slamming it away and saying he doesn't like biscuits. Unbelievable. He's like, seriously? I just had ramen, why would I want a noodle snack? Then he just casually drops, "Actually, I want ice cream now," and slams the snack away again. The nerve. He just keeps shutting her down with a "Nope, not that," and keeps telling her to try again, with every rejection hitting harder than the last. Our masked protagonist is still absolutely swimming in empty food wrappers, a testament to his bottomless hunger, while Sarah Lee, clearly at her wit's end, kneels before him, bracing herself for his next outrageous demand. He casually pops another pill, then drops a bombshell, muttering about the comfort of having an underling and how it all makes sense why the warlock kept him close. Talk about a power move. But Sarah Lee is not having it. Her aura practically explodes with fury, as she screams that she is absolutely not his underling, her protests echoing with pure, unadulterated rage. But he just stares, completely unbothered, a chillingly calm, "Say it," hanging in the air, demanding her submission. She tries to unleash a furious retort, but he just shuts her down with a brutal, "Shut up," leaving her absolutely speechless and fuming. He lets out a smug MMF, and then the shocking truth drops: Sarah, who literally died once, is only alive because of Jude's insane magical power, making her his familiar, his absolute property. He's done with dessert, he announces, then asks, "Shall we get started?" And Sarah Lee, now a tiny, adorable fox creature, can only shriek "Eek," and stammer in pure panic, "YWH what? What is he planning?" Her mind races, and no way. But then, a surprising thought, who could possibly blame him for controlling someone as stunning as her, even if she has no clue how he pulls it off? A deep blush creeps up her face, and she's like, "Yeah. That's gotta be it." Her heart goes "Baitum," and she actually thinks, "Well, I guess he's kinda hot." Talk about a plot twist. He gives her a quick glance, now rocking a fresh green tracksuit, and asks why she's breathing so hard, totally confused because, hello, she's a zombie, she shouldn't get sick. Her eyes go wide with a sudden realization, and she fires back, "It's because you're a psycho." Her face twists in pure fury, mentally screaming, "Psycho," at him. And our masked awakened, with a subtle glow around his hand, just brushes off her insult, totally chill, thinking, "Well, I'm sure it'll be fine." What a guy. He's standing there, scythe absolutely glowing with red energy, ready to bounce. He tells her he's off to hunt, dropping a casual, "See you next time, psycho," before he goes. Slipping on his headphones, he just drops the bomb, "Do the dishes before you leave." Talk about cold. And as he's walking out, he hits her with another zinger, eyes glowing blue, "Do the others even realize you care?" Ouch. She's left there, looking totally distraught, then starts to tear up, but quickly snaps, screaming at him to at least let her get a word in before he bails. The city lights are starting to pop as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. Tears are just pouring down her face, and she's stuck doing the dishes, with a literal flaming skull in the sink. The Warbly logo flashes, hinting at more chaos. We get a quick title card, original story, Cracker, with Yoon Seokjun on art and Kim Kijun helping out. This is page 7 of the grimoire, get ready. A slick visual transition of fading lines takes us from one scene to the next, building anticipation. Whoa, new character alert. A shadowy figure in a cool hat and shades steps into a dark, mysterious area, looking totally epic. Blood is absolutely everywhere on the walls, and you can see the gruesome reflection in the figure's shades. This place is a total mess. The figure looks up, taking in the horrific scene, and a text box drops a bombshell. This all went down, around 1 hour ago. The plot thickens. 3 guys and 1 woman were totally devoured by a demon right here, the figure deduces, their eyes flaring with power as they drop a chilling, no, what just happened? He's locked in, eyes burning through the night, knowing full well this massacre was the work of a demon, straight out of a grimoire. The warlock's words echo in his mind, these grimoires are the absolute worst, speeding up the apocalypse. And he's furious, kicking himself for being late again, cursing that cursed grimoire. Behind those shades, his eyes are pure ice, a chilling resolve hardening his gaze, taking in the blood-soaked scene and the forgotten glasses, all that's left of the poor souls. These aren't just random people, they're grimoires, pawns who sold their souls to a noblesse demon, and he can't help but let out a chilling, mocking laugh at their pathetic existence. His face twists in a raw display of pain and rage, crushing something unseen in his grip, a sharp crack punctuating his burning vow, I will find you. His voice drops to a deadly whisper, a chilling promise to swallow them whole. His resolve is absolute, no matter what stands in his way. Strolling through the ruined city, he lets out one last, dark chuckle, a chilling promise to his prey, you bastard. Just you wait. He keeps crushing whatever's in his hand, a sickening crunch 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 echoing his wicked grin, his piercing blue eye blazing with pure rage, a silent nod to Warble Rule 8. And get this, Warble users power up by slaying demons or snagging ether gems. But, there's a dark rumor that grimoires, humans who sold their souls to a noblesse demon, can level up by straight up killing other humans or using them as sacrifices. That's why Warble users hunt grimoires above everything else. Deep in the underworld, a chilling truth echoes, demons are absolutely obsessed with humans, craving their very essence above all else. This hunger consumes them, body and soul, because to these terrifying entities, humans are the ultimate delicacy. So, whenever a human dares to step foot into the underworld, the demons instantly detect them, swarming in like a pack of ravenous piranhas. But this entire system, this natural order of predator and prey, is about to get flipped on its head by one person. The masked awakened, with his glowing blue eyes and a scythe that screams danger, is about to absolutely shatter the very foundations of this demonic realm. No hesitation. He explodes into a whirlwind of motion, his scythe a blazing red blur, absolutely shredding through the first wave of those grotesque, goblin-like creatures. Every single swing of that scythe is pure, unadulterated death, sending enemies flying with explosive force as he just keeps pushing forward. Engulfed by a sea of glowing red eyes, he unleashes a devastating, wide-sweeping attack, the very air screaming with the raw power of his blow, Kari. He launches himself high above the chaos, bringing that scythe down in a brutal arc, absolutely obliterating more of the demonic horde below. He lands, his glowing eyes locking onto the remaining enemies, a silent, terrifying promise of their impending doom hanging heavy in the air. With a surge of pure ferocity, he strikes again, his scythe leaving blazing red trails as it absolutely carves through the creatures with terrifying ease. And then, he stands victorious amidst the dissipating forms of his defeated foes, his scythe still humming with raw, residual power, a chilling testament to his absolute dominance. Behold the bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, an A-grade weapon, yet barely scratching 0.1% growth. The masked awakened stares, calculating its immense, untapped power. He lets out a frustrated sigh, that a small fright demon's clearly not cutting it. Is a noblesse rank demon the only way to truly power up this beast? But wait, a problem. He's already taken down the noblesse demon, Laplace, and can't use it again. He needs more power, and he needs it now. A chilling thought crosses his mind, what if he fed it humans? Hundreds, or even 10 pure virgins. The very idea twists his gut, reminding him of the one who died trying to save him, a foolish sacrifice. Then, a surge of power. His eyes blaze with electric blue, raw energy erupting around him as he proclaims, I can evolve it. The blue lightning dances, and a confident, almost dangerous, smile spreads across his face. He's found his path. But a memory flashes, a stark reminder, Warlock would never do that, not even if her life depended on it. The Warlock he knows would never stand by while others were sacrificed. He clutches his chest, a raw ache in his heart, the memory of her trying to save him, a complete idiot, still haunting him. Beneath a haunting pink moon, his resolve solidifies. No human sacrifices. He made a promise, and he's going to live by it. With an unshakable resolve, he grips his scythe, ready to face anything the underworld throws at him. Blue power surges, the sky darkens, and he throws down the gauntlet, a defiant roar echoing, what are you waiting for? And just like that, the underworld answers. Three new demons, Argos, Gremlin, and Grenipnil, materialize, their glowing red eyes promising a brutal, no-holds-barred battle. That masked awakened is absolutely oozing confidence, daring any and all challengers to come at him, because he's got no time to waste. But hold up, the scene shifts to a new group chat, created by Midas, with Warrior, Miracle, and Ruler all jumping in. Midas is already throwing shade, calling their numbers pitiful, but Ruler just shrugs it off, mentioning half the crew is out of the country anyway. Then, Midas drops a bombshell, Apostle Gabriel Kong is dead. The masked awakened watches the chat unfold, his expression unreadable, while Ruler's like, Butcher. Who even is that? And Warrior just goes full savage, calling him trash and boasting he would have taken him out personally if Warlock hadn't stopped him. But Miracle's not buying it, demanding to know how he died, insisting there's no way that guy would have willingly gone into a deep-level dungeon, and she's totally thinking it was a Grimmy. Miracle doubles down, saying even if he's nuts, he'd never cross Warlock, and with his grimoire obsession, he's probably off hunting right this second. Warrior, clearly fed up, snaps at Miracle to quit chatting and get moving, then straight up calls her a baby shaman and asks why she's acting so weird. Miracle, with a slight frown, fires back, telling Warrior to act his age for once, and maybe talk about something important like a Grimmy. Warrior absolutely loses it, yelling, what did this be *tch just say, and accusing her of being a pain after acting all mature, but Miracle just trolls him with a yoo-hoo. Midas finally steps in, shutting them down with a firm, that's enough, as a chilling narration reveals, she'd wiped out the future king of the grimoires. Midas, now dead serious, declares this is not something they can just ignore, and he's ordering everyone to mobilize their entire clan to get to the bottom of it, with Warrior, Ruler, and Miracle all looking grimly determined. The chat room was buzzing with intense talk about the first harbinger of the apocalypse, as Ruler gave the nod, Warrior promised to get it done between raids, and Miracle, ever the optimist, chirped, okie dokie, mister. This was getting serious. But just as they all bounced, Midas's fury erupted, screaming, I told you not to call me mister, as he gripped his tablet, the screen still glowing with the chat's final, infuriating words, leaving him to ponder the next move. He was absolutely spent, every breath a desperate struggle, the masked awakened warrior pushing past his limits. Still gasping for air after that insane brawl, he stood tall, his scythe a brutal trophy of the chaos he'd just unleashed. Only moments ago, his scythe was a blur of deadly light, slicing through hordes, leaving a bloody, crystalline mess in his wake. He wiped the blood and sweat from his face, a quiet few escaping him as the battle high finally started to fade. His entire body was a canvas of blood and grime, a brutal trophy of the sheer hell he'd just fought through. His legendary, bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, a replica, mind you, was still stuck at a measly A grade, with its growth crawling at 1.1%. He was running out of time, after 15 hours of non-stop hunting, the upgrade barely budged. To stop the first great calamity Warble warned about, he needed that scythe at S rank, and with 98.9% left, he was talking to the demon Badak, probably for answers. Should he dive deeper? Nah, Jude knew better, he needed to craft something epic from the Noblesse Laplace he'd already snagged, chilling at the underworld's first circle for now. Because the deeper you go, into the second and third circles, the demons get nastier, more brutal, and he knew it, standing there under that blood-red moon. And he knew exactly what was waiting for him down there, those absolute monsters, just itching for a fight. The noblesses, every single one a sovereign rank demon or higher, were literally salivating for Jude to show up, ready for the ultimate showdown. But even with those insane odds, his silhouette stood unyielding, the warrior, scythe in hand, ready to unleash pure chaos on the underworld. He's plummeting into the dark abyss, a swirling vortex of crimson energy tendrils just waiting to ensnare him. The oppressive darkness of the underworld just swallowing him whole, with eerie light from above barely cutting through the monstrous forms lurking in the shadows. Then, bam. A sudden impact sends blood splattering across his face and shoulder, leaving him stunned and injured, his eyes wide with shock from the unseen attack. But even with that wound, he somehow regains his footing amidst the swirling red energy, only to see a monstrous, clawed foot planted right in front of him, signaling a seriously formidable foe. Out of the deep shadows, a grotesque demon pops out, its glowing red eyes locked onto him, and then an even bigger, horned figure booms, there you are. The masked awakened warrior just lets out a frustrated, defiant, tch, his face grim as he braces for the inevitable showdown. Blue energy crackles around his hand as a narration box drops the bombshell, Demon Gomori, an S-level sovereign of the Lemegeton, has spawned. Meanwhile, the horned demon just stares, uttering his name with a chilling familiarity, Jude. But hold up. Far from the underworld's horrors, the sun is shining bright over Yongjin High, its buildings just chilling peacefully against a backdrop of distant mountains. Inside, the quiet hallways and classrooms are a total contrast to the previous scene, with the blackboard even rocking a slow and steady motto, hinting at a whole new kind of challenge. And in one of those classrooms, Sarah Lee is diligently taking notes, with Kim Ki-jin right beside her, both totally immersed in their studies, completely oblivious to the wild supernatural world beyond their school walls. School's out, and Sarah's friend is hyped for lunch, but something's off with Sarah, and her friend can totally tell, giving her a puzzled look. Seriously, Sarah's been weird for ages, ghosting everyone for days, and now she's looking like a literal ghost, making her friend super worried. But wait, there's more. Even her perfume couldn't hide it, she smelled like a month-old forgotten steak, and it was seriously grossing out her friend. Then, a massive stomach growl cut through the awkwardness, and her friend was like, okay, at least she's still got an appetite, I guess. Cut to the school cafeteria, where the lunch trays are out, but the vibe is anything but normal, even with all that food. As Sarah absolutely demolished her food, her friend's mind immediately went to Jude, blaming him for Sarah's sudden silence and kicking herself for letting that jerk get away, all while her own stomach was screaming for food. Shaking off her own hunger pangs, she zeroed in on Sarah, watching her with a worried side eye as she just kept scarfing down food like there was no tomorrow. Sarah suddenly stopped, staring blankly, and her friend was like, what's up, only to get that same creepy, wide-eyed look back. Her eyes, usually chill, were now blazing with a wild, hungry intensity, and her jaw was locked tight, teeth grinding in a silent, furious resolve. Her friend was totally freaked out, asking, what are you even doing, as Sarah went full beast mode on her food, practically vibrating with rage, screaming that it was all Jude's fault. Then, a chibi Jude popped into her head, totally trolling her, calling her a zombie, a literal walking corpse that eats people. But Sarah was not having it, slamming her hand down and yelling, zombie? Look at me. I'm way too healthy for that. Suddenly, Sarah just bolted from her seat, leaving her friend totally confused and asking, where are you going? But Sarah was already gone, fueled by pure rage, on a mission to find that jerk and make him pay. Sarah Lee is totally bewildered, just pausing in her tracks, a massive question mark hanging over her head. But hold up, because on the stairs, a totally normal chat is going down, with one student hyping up boss in school to his friend, who's all like, OMG, it was epic. Kim Ki-jin and James are just chilling, talking about their favorite webtoon, when suddenly, Ki-jin's eyes lock onto something totally unexpected at the bottom of the stairs, leaving James wondering what just happened. Down below, the masked awakened is just standing there, totally still, but the real shocker. He's surrounded by a massive, terrifying pool of blood, and someone screaming, what the? Wasn't he in a coma? Ki-jin and James are absolutely freaking out, their faces screaming pure terror, as they witness the bloody aftermath, and the narrator drops a bombshell, reminding us of the boss in school hero who blew away his opponent in a single punch, a chilling parallel to the scene before them. Blood is everywhere, splattered across the floor in a horrifying display, a brutal scene that screams pure chaos, and then, the ultimate chilling declaration, let the death game begin. James was a total loner, always on the outside looking in, surrounded by shadows. But don't get it twisted, he wasn't some slacker. He was actually one of the top students, always grinding at his desk. Teachers were all about him, always giving him props and telling him to chill, but let's be real, he was still flying solo, even with a girl right next to him. School was actually pretty chill for him, until the teacher dropped the exams, telling everyone to get their desks clean and, seriously, no cheating. Out of nowhere, a bully was all up in his space, barking orders to write down the answers and pass them over, and James was just, like, what? The bully's face twisted into a nasty grin, letting him know this wasn't a request, and James could only manage a pathetic "but." The girl next to him was like, what's going on, but James just brushed it off, trying to lock in on the exam, even though his world was falling apart. And just like that, James's school life turned into a nightmare, with bullies swarming him, their hateful words like retard and fucker plastered everywhere, his glasses shattered on the ground. He tried to tell himself it was just bad luck, that it'd all be over after graduation, and he even tried to cope by thinking those bullies would end up as total losers in the real world. But he finally hit his breaking point, his face messed up and his glasses busted, while the head bully just cackled, trashing his looks and saying he'd rather die than be in his shoes. Totally overwhelmed, James choked, then puked his guts out, collapsing to the floor. The bullies were totally grossed out, one yelling about him puking and another asking what he even ate, before the main bully was like, alright, let's bounce, telling them to make sure this mess got cleaned up. His world was a blur, a chaotic vortex of despair, as James's focus sharpened on the unforgiving night sky. The full moon, a cold, unblinking eye, cast its stark light on the rooftop, highlighting his isolation against the endless void. This wasn't life, he thought, a grim realization as the world below surged towards him with terrifying speed. A deafening crash, a world torn apart, yet the outcome defied all expectations. Against all odds, James survived, waking up in a hospital bed, battered but alive, only to learn his tormentor, the politician's son, got a slap on the wrist, a mere month's suspension, complete with a fake apology bow, all orchestrated by a shadowy figure. His desperate act, his cry for help, was buried, never hitting the mainstream news, a fleeting internet blip erased in a day, all thanks to some serious strings being pulled behind the scenes. But the narrator cuts in, declaring enough narrative, because, let's be real, it's a tale as old as time, a tired critique of modern society. But here's the kicker, when that common criticism becomes your reality, it hits different, a stark truth James knew all too well, standing in that classroom, facing his tormentors. Then, a shocking burst of blood, splattering everywhere, leaving the female student reeling, her gasp echoing the sheer terror of the moment. The narrator's voice cuts through, a chilling question, could you really just dismiss that? The brutal memory still raw. But now, in the present, James is in the broadcast room, mic in hand, ready to drop a bombshell, while a teacher and two students watch, utterly clueless about the storm he's about to unleash. Then, with a chilling calm, he drops the bomb, my name is James Park, a name that electrifies the entire school, sending a jolt of terror through the main bully, who instantly recognizes the loner who jumped from the rooftop, and now, he's back, ready to expose everything. The broadcast goes live, and James, with a chilling calm, announces his grand return, kicking off a death game for everyone in the school, a game with one ultimate prize. A sinister crackle fills the air, and James drops the bomb, the prize is their lives. Panic erupts among the students, even Sarah Lee and the unnamed leader are stunned. He flashes back to the nightmare of his school days, the bullies, the cover-ups, the silent witnesses, they all played a part in his torment, and now, the tables have turned. A terrifying grin stretches across his face, as James promises to unleash pure hell, kicking off the ultimate sacrifice. The crackle explodes, and the students, including the main bully, the secondary bully, and the unnamed leader, scream in agony, their ears ringing with an unbearable sound. Then, the unthinkable happens, their bodies start to shimmer, then dissolve into glowing blue particles, as a female student screams, watching herself vanish. The entire school is consumed by the magic, as 327 humans are ripped into the underworld, trapped in a cavium, a prison where they're nothing but demon fodder. But the real shocker. James's transformation is complete. His hair now crackles with glowing blue energy, a visual upgrade to his terrifying new power. His eyes blaze with an electric blue, as he sits on a dark, imposing throne, staring down the audience with a single, chilling question. And then, a final, unsettling image, James lies on a bed, his electric blue eyes still burning, a chilling symbol of his new, terrifying existence. After unleashing his ultimate revenge, James stands tall, his new look radiating an undeniable power, as he drops the chilling question, do you like it? A deep, menacing growl rips through the silence. And a figure's jaw tightens, their eye blazing with an intense orange glow, the terrifying sound of teeth gnashing echoing all around. But then, a cool, collected voice slices through the chaos, shutting down the beast's rage as its blue eyes flash with raw power. Visago, the armored demon, looms over a defeated warlock, boldly stating, I'm trying to enjoy my time with my chosen one. Seriously, don't disturb us. Warlock can only manage a weak whimper. Visago takes a beat, and Warlock, still on the ground, barely manages, it's hard. Visago then drops a bombshell, referencing an old man Visago and how male humans are apparently obsessed with, well, this. Warlock, now on his feet, snaps back, seriously, stop with the weird talk. He then points out her bizarre outfit, demanding, what's with the get-up? Visago, the third highest of the 72 demons, just smirks, oh, you finally noticed my amazing attire. Visago then drops the bombshell, she copied his style. Yeah, it kinda hurts my demon pride to dress for a human, but if it gets me you, it's worth it. Now, feast your eyes. Warlock's mind races, realizing, is she saying she copied me? It looks absolutely awful. Take it off, now. Visago lets out a series of heartbroken hicks as her ornate helmet clangs to the floor, exposing her stunning, horned visage. Tears welling up, Visago cries out, hick. You're such a jerk. Do you know how hard it was to get this armor? Warlock's eyes blaze with an icy blue intensity as Visago, flustered, playfully scolds him, whoa there, don't look at me with those smoldering eyes. I'm a shy demon, you know. He briefly contemplates just ending her, then cuts to the chase, seriously, why are you even here? A sovereign demon like you should be in agony just being on this plane. Visago, ever dramatic, explains the overworld is a bit lacking in the ether department for a demon of her caliber, but she'll tough it out for him. Because you're mine, after all. Warlock, completely over it, snaps, enough with the theatrics. Just tell me why you're actually here. Visago, ever the drama queen, cries out about the cruelty of it all, announcing it's been 4 years since they first met. Warlock, totally caught off guard, can't believe it's been that long, his mind flashing to all the poor souls she's enslaved. But then, a flashback hits him, taking him back 4 years, to when Gomery, a much younger Visago, actually saved his life. Crazy to think she was just a simpleton back then, right? Back in the day, he looked totally different, his eyes burning with that raw, youthful energy. Her eyes, even way back then, were ice cold, enough to freeze the air solid, but man, they also had this insane power, totally captivating anyone who dared to look. Back in the present, Basego giggles, still totally obsessed, telling him his eyes are just irresistibly charming. She lunges, her hand grabbing his face, and he recoils, totally not into it. Her hand still on his face, Basego asks what's up, then drops a bombshell. She lost her connection to her familiar. He's just like, dude, did you just make another one? They stand there, hands linked, and then the real bombshell drops. His soul and Sarah's are totally connected. But right now, he's drawing a blank, feeling absolutely nothing. That blank feeling triggers another memory, a school hallway flashback, where he sees Sarah Lee getting hassled by some bullies, and his younger self is absolutely fuming, thinking, who the hell is touching MY property without permission? The scene jumps, showing the bullies cornering Sarah Lee and James, then a younger Basego pops up, and finally, a younger warlock, totally out of breath, surrounded by a mess of stuff. His face twists into a chilling grin, and he makes a terrifying declaration, I'll kill him. The flashback dissolves, leaving behind a bleak, rain-soaked landscape, with ghostly blue energy trails drifting up from the ground. Sarah Lee is hit with a sudden, jarring shockwave, leaving her totally disoriented and asking, what was that, as a chilling realization hits her like a truck. Confused, she glances around, but then a wild, liberating feeling takes over, letting her speak her mind, and she's absolutely ecstatic about it. She's screaming with joy, but that joy instantly vanishes when she spots a blood-red moon looming in the sky, and it's giving off some serious bad vibes. She tries to bolt, but a bully snatches her back, furious at her nerve, as a teacher screams in the background. Sarah Lee screams for him to stop, but the bully just laughs, accusing her of trying to ditch school and saying there's only one way to fix her, then bam. He slaps her hard. Then, the bully turns to the teacher, sarcastically telling him off for calling a beautiful little girl a pig, leaving Sarah Lee totally confused, as she tries to get the teacher's attention. The bully, absolutely fuming, yells at her, but then he sees it, a weird zero floating above his head, and it's freaking him out. He points to his zero, then to Sarah Lee, realizing she has one too, leaving her totally bewildered, like, what in the world is going on? The bully tells Sarah Lee to shut up and follow, but then Jude's voice cuts through the air, dropping a bombshell, those numbers above their heads. They're their kill counts. Sarah Lee is absolutely stunned by the kill count reveal, as Jude's voice, chillingly calm, starts dropping the terrifying rules of this new game. Jude calmly states that every kill boosts their number, and they'll need to rack up as many as possible to survive, but the bullies just laugh, yelling, no way. We're not playing your sick game. Jude points out their zeros, giving them the option to do nothing, but then drops the bomb, anyone still at zero gets a penalty. With a terrifying grin, he promises a special demonstration, and then, with a chilling snap, it all begins. The death game was officially on, and just like that, a new penalty dropped, ripping open a shadowy maw on the floor before it started to twist and contort into something truly horrifying. That shadowy mess. It morphed into a full-blown, D-level demon, all red skin and wicked wings, right there in the school. James and Sarah Lee, along with everyone else, were absolutely frozen, one of them barely managing to choke out, W-ear and warble. Then, the system dropped the bombshell, the demon, IMP, has spawned. Monster level, D, executes punishments of the death game, according to the orders of the grimoire. Sarah Lee's face twisted in pure terror, her voice barely a gasp, D, don't tell me. And if things weren't already messed up enough, the entire city outside was bathed in the terrifying glow of a blood-red moon, hanging heavy in a dark, stormy sky, signaling that this was just the beginning. James lays down the law, dropping a chilling ultimatum, do nothing if you want, but if you've got a zero above your head, you're getting hit with a penalty. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares a special demo, then with a sharp snap of his fingers, a system alert flashes, a penalty just got added to the death game as a terrifying dark portal rips open beneath them. Out of the swirling abyss, a grotesque, winged demon claws its way into reality, its terrifying form taking shape as the students and the leader stare, frozen in pure, unadulterated horror. This thing, the demon imp, a D-level monster straight out of the grimoire, is here to dish out punishment, and its glowing orange eyes lock onto the petrified students, making Sarah Lee's blood run cold as the horrifying truth dawns on her. Pure dread washes over Sarah Lee as she barely manages to whisper, are we in a war, and just above Kim Ki-jin's head, a stark, terrifying zero materializes, sealing his fate for the coming punishment. The imp lets out a chilling "cree" as it positions itself between Sarah Lee and the leader, its glowing orange eyes burning with predatory intent, sizing up its next victim. Without warning, the unnamed leader's face twists in pure agony as an invisible force slams into him, his neck exploding in a geyser of blood, sending Sarah Lee bolting in sheer, unadulterated terror. Sarah Lee's eyes are saucers of pure terror as the unnamed leader's headless body crashes to the ground, the imp's blood-soaked jaws a testament to its savage speed, leaving her utterly paralyzed by the horrific spectacle. Her eyes drop, reflecting the gruesome crimson splatter on the floor, as the demon's blood-soaked claw and her own splattered legs fill her vision, a horrifying tableau of the carnage. The imp's glowing orange eyes bore into her, reflecting her absolute terror, as it crouches in a pool of blood, a chilling predator poised to pounce. Sara Lee makes a desperate break for it, but the demon is faster, lunging with terrifying speed, its brutal attack sending her flying, a crimson mist erupting around her. A blood-curdling scream rips from her throat as a devastating red energy blast obliterates her, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated agony as the sheer force of the impact sends her hurtling backward. His eyes, cold and calculating, reflect the system's chilling blue light as he watches the chaos unfold. In the heart of the massacre, she stands over a fresh kill, a chilling 0 score floating above her, a death sentence waiting to happen. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, but James just shrugs it off, barely even acknowledging the horror. Sara Lee, trapped with a big fat 0, stares up in pure terror, the Croc's demon ready to strike, its shadow engulfing her as a tiny, crying imp watches the carnage. James, the ultimate puppet master, coolly drops the bomb. He wanted a first-hand look at the penalty, as his demon brutally tears another student apart, confirming he just wiped out 100 lives. The demon looms over another body, 0 still haunting a survivor, and James, with a smirk, asks the remaining students how they even made it this far. Their survival? Pure dumb luck, he says, because he literally just told his demons to kill exactly 100 people, sending another student into a full-blown panic attack. With students sobbing and hyperventilating, James coldly tells the remaining 227 that the party's just getting started, while Sara Lee desperately tries to get up, begging for someone to save her. Sara Lee's pleas echo through the bloody room, but James just flashes a terrifying grin, announcing that the real game is just about to begin. Then comes the bombshell: survivors have 10 minutes to kill someone and raise their score, or those same terrifying demons will come back to finish them off if their score stays at 0. No more exceptions, he snarls, and with a terrifying grin, James kicks off the death game, the countdown to hell officially starting. The death game just dropped, and the horror is instant. This student is already covered in blood, barely able to breathe through her terrified sobs. Her screams rip through the air, and 2 more students are caught in the nightmare, rushing to her side, their faces screaming pure terror as one tries to reach out, but it's already too late. Total pandemonium breaks out as everyone bolts for the exits, but it's a trap. One guy gets absolutely slammed by an unseen barrier, screaming in agony as he clutches his now mangled arm. The tears are flowing freely, as everyone realizes the brutal truth: there's no escape. They're all just lambs in a slaughterhouse, forced to play by these twisted rules. And just like that, desperation explodes into pure violence, as one poor girl gets choked out by an unseen attacker, her desperate pleas for mercy silenced in an instant. Then, the unthinkable happens: Jasmine, tears streaming down her face, grabs a bloodied chair and smashes it down on another student. The sound is sickening, and blood just explodes everywhere. She stands over her victim, gasping for air, both of them drenched in blood. The game has officially begun, and it's a bloodbath. With a wild, blood-soaked grin, Jasmine screams that her victim totally deserved it for all their bragging, twisting the rules to say that using terror to murder for survival is just adapting. Another student is freaking out, but Jasmine shuts them down, yelling that they'll all die if they don't start killing. Her resolve is ironclad. Jasmine stares down, then snaps her head up, a chilling, determined look in her eyes. She's in a classroom, the door glowing ominously behind her, still panting from the brutal act she just committed, the silence now deafening. Meanwhile, another student's hands are shaking, covered in blood, her face a mask of terror as she begs for it all to stop. Sara Lee finds Yvonne, a bloodied mess on the floor, her voice shaking as she asks if she's okay, but Yvonne can only sob out the horrifying truth: the monsters killed everyone. Yvonne is absolutely terrified, convinced she's done for, but Sara Lee isn't having any of it, gripping her tight and shutting down that negativity. Sara Lee screams, "No way are we dying here. I'm protecting Yvonne, no matter what," while Yvonne just breaks down in tears. But hold up, because some heroes actually step up to help their friends when it counts, and this guy's got that intense look, ready for anything. Sara Lee's mind is racing. This is Warble's underworld, for sure. We just need to be smart and find a way out, and then, bam, Julian Kim stumbles into a room, looking totally wrecked, only to find another student chilling there, waiting for him. The other student just smirks, like he knew this was coming, and Julian Kim's hand is just dripping with blood, a clear sign of the brutal fight he just survived. The waiting student throws some shade, saying, "Dude, if you barely made it, you should have just stayed hidden," but Julian Kim just stares at the floor, not saying a word. It's time for the real players to step up and fix this mess, and the waiting student just drops the bomb: Julian Kim. Knew you'd show up, and then, boom, a phone screen flashes: Warble user Julian Kim, revealing his secret identity and linking him directly to this insane game. Julian Kim stands amidst the wreckage, his gaze piercing through the gloom. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the air, as the bully knew Julian would show up, clutching a mysterious, glowing card. A sinister laugh echoes as the bully sneers, calling Julian a damn psycho, while Julian stays stone-faced. The bully's eyes glow with an eerie blue as he mocks Julian, telling him he should have stayed hidden after his last close call, his gaze filled with dark intent. Julian's eyes narrow to slits as the bully gloats, asking if he went too far with the carnage, then chillingly asks if Julian likes the blood-soaked chaos. "You freak," the bully snarls, surprised by Julian's sudden talkativeness, as Julian braces for the inevitable clash. The bully unleashes a verbal assault, questioning Julian's arrogance for summoning demons, then drops a bombshell: he's got bad news. With a terrifying blue glow in his eyes, the bully declares Julian isn't the only one packing serious power, ready to unleash hell. Julian's hand ignites with an explosive, crackling blue energy, a raw surge of power ready to be unleashed. The bully launches a brutal kick, but Julian, with lightning reflexes, blocks it, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. Julian unleashes a devastating, glowing punch straight to the bully's face, sending him reeling with a guttural ACK and KUH. But the bully is far from done. He retaliates instantly, grabbing Julian's face with crushing force, revealing he's a level 4 warble user, and with a sickening crack, he tightens his grip. Still reeling from the brutal beatdown, he could only listen as the bully loomed, his voice dripping with pure malice, claiming Julian was just unlucky to have crossed his path. The bully's words echoed, a chilling promise that this time, he'd ensure Julian's demise, leaving him to writhe in pure agony, his face contorted in a silent, desperate scream. Just as the bully lifted Julian by his face, a sudden, ethereal ding ripped through the air, and a mysterious quest window popped up, detailing a mission to destroy a noblesse rank demon contractor Grimoire's cage and save those trapped for good karma. The bully's eyes gleamed with renewed cruelty as he tightened his grip, blue energy flaring around his hand, musing aloud about becoming an awakened in one go, while Julian's own eyes began to glow with a faint blue light, a desperate surge of power awakening within him, even as his face was being absolutely crushed. The sickening crunch of bone and flesh echoed through the desolate room, as the bully's hand continued its merciless squeeze, blood splattering from Julian's mangled face, his blue glowing eyes wide with pain and a dawning, terrifying realization. A guttural "gah" ripped from his throat, his arm now a bloody, mangled mess, as the bully just looked down, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. With blood smeared across his own face, the aggressor gloated, revealing that his superiors considered quests the easiest way to level up, and asking Julian how he liked his little act. He then challenged Julian, questioning his supposed level 4 status, as another ding sounded, and a system message announced a switch to demon identification mode, adding another layer of dread to Julian's already desperate situation. Standing over his broken victim, the bully continued his verbal assault, accusing Julian of being nothing more than a coward hiding behind his parents' influence, a cruel jab that struck deeper than any physical blow. With a bloodied face, the aggressor taunted him further, asking if he truly believed he'd be weaker than the demons he had summoned, leaving Julian to stare up in utter disbelief, the full horror of his situation sinking in. Suddenly, a blinding beam of white-blue light descended from above, illuminating the blood-soaked scene, and Julian, his eyes glowing with renewed power, could only utter a desperate plea that this had to be a mistake. The intense light enveloped him, revealing a glowing phone lying amidst the gore on the floor, its screen displaying a haunting image of a smiling Julian and the bully, a stark contrast to the brutal reality of their present. Suddenly, the system goes into overdrive, blasting demon identification mode across the screen. It's locked onto Grimoire, James Park, with a shocking 105 bad karma and a level over 38. Back in the blood-soaked room, the bully, towering over a battered Julian Kim, drops a bombshell: the demons didn't finish him off because he told them not to. Two terrified students can only watch as the bully twists the knife, laughing maniacally at Julian for walking right into his own trap, calling it hilarious. The bully's chilling laughter rings out as the two students bolt, screaming, desperate to escape the nightmare, and the very air around them starts to hum with a dark, foreboding energy. Julian's bloodied hand trembles as a guttural cry rips from his throat, a raw, agonizing sound as the full weight of the bully's twisted game crashes down on him. The bully, a bloody grin plastered on his face, revels in the chaos, declaring this revenge and slaughter to be pure fun, and warns Julian that this is just the warm-up, as a digital clock ticks down to a single second. He sneers, admitting it's boring if he just lets the demons do all the work, and then, with a final, ominous click, the timer hits 0, just as the last of the demons vanish. The clock has run out. The death game penalty is about to drop. A terrifying system alert screams "Death Game" across the screen, confirming the time limit is up and the brutal penalty is officially starting. Elsewhere, 3 students are freaking out, their eyes wide with terror, as they desperately call out to a blood-soaked Jasmine, who just stands there, completely unresponsive. Her friends are screaming, "What's wrong?" their voices cracking with panic, as Jasmine slowly, agonizingly, turns to face them, letting out a series of choked, desperate gasps. They keep yelling her name, their fear skyrocketing, but Jasmine can only manage more ragged, desperate gasps, as one of her friends shouts for everyone to check on her. The death game just dropped, and things are getting wild. Jasmine's face is twisting into something monstrous, her eyes burning red, fangs popping out as she feels a terrifying change within, while Julian Kim and Kim Kijin are absolutely paralyzed with fear, those chilling zeros floating right above their heads. Then, a blood-curdling scream tears through the silence, hammering home the chilling fact that demons don't just kill, they corrupt, and it's happening right now. These grimoire demons are absolutely rampaging, their glowing red eyes locking onto screaming students, ignoring all pleas as they prove that grimoires aren't just about demons, they're about corrupting humans too. Then, Kim Kijin hits the ground, her voice shaking as she screams for Jasmine, pleading with the demon not to end her, reminding it they were friends, but the monster just grins, snarling, "Found ya." But just as hope seems lost, Julian Kim, covered in blood, lets out an insane burst of blue energy from his mouth, a massive bang ripping through the air as he unleashes something incredible. Julian Kim isn't just scared anymore, he's fighting back, driving a glowing red spear right through the demon, proving that even when demons corrupt, some humans can still hit back harder. That blue energy Julian Kim just blasted out. It's exploding, shattering reality itself, and then, a creepy hee laughs from the shadows. Out of nowhere, a total badass just warps in through the blue energy, a dude in a slick coat, sunglasses, and a rifle, dropping a casual, "Found ya," like he owns the place. This isn't just any guy, it's a hunter, an ascended level 188 powerhouse, who just absolutely shattered his way into the grimoire's cage, and that smirk. It means business. Taking in the whole messed up scene, he just drops a frustrated, "Damn grimoire." Hunter just dives headfirst into a swirling blue portal, absolutely blasting his way into the grimoire's cage, hitting the ground hard inside its shimmering blue energy field. But hold up, a desperate hand is reaching out from a crimson portal, and it's Sarah Lee, totally trapped and freaking out inside a cage of pulsing red energy. She's on the ground, bleeding and screaming, her face just twisted in agony, totally consumed by that evil red glow. Then, bam. We're in a blood-splattered school hallway, and Sarah Lee is still there, injured, surrounded by shimmering blue particles, a total nightmare in what should be a normal school. Out of nowhere, a crazy barrage of red energy beams just explodes, hitting everything with insane force, and Sarah Lee is just like, huh? What is even happening? But before those attacks can even land, Hunter, looking totally locked in, throws up a glowing blue hand, and just casually deflects the whole red energy storm, shouting, "No way." He's not having it. He's momentarily shocked, like, how? But then his eyes narrow, a smirk spreads across his face, and he's all, hee. "Found you," before he just charges in, a glowing red weapon popping into his hand. His face gets super serious, and his hand just goes straight for his gun, totally ready to bring the pain. Another massive red energy blast comes flying, but he just blocks it with an epic blue energy shield, leaving Sarah Lee totally stunned, like, how is this possible, as she clutches her bleeding hand. He deflects another attack, still holding that bloody book, then bam. He stabs a glowing blue dagger right into the shadowy entity, the grimoire itself. The grimoire's shadowy form just implodes, turning into a bloody, gooey mess, and you can hear its final, agonizing scream, "Kaya." Hunter looks around at the bloody, messed up scene, his eyes scanning the fallen shadowy figures, asking, are there any more fallen? Then his face gets super serious, and he's like, am I really? A chilling thought screams through the void, asking if this is really it, if he's just going to die like this. But then, a voice cuts through the despair, reminding him of a special ability, promising that no ordinary warble user could ever take him down. And the voice isn't done, delivering a chilling reminder to never, ever forget the absolute dominance of the top warble users. This is the brutal path of an apostle, the hunter, but a dark twist is unfolding. Not yet, he vows, as a dark tribute is offered, and contractor James Park's karma skyrockets. Tributes keep pouring in, each one supercharging his karma, until contractor James Park's karma blasts past 300. With this insane power-up, a new destiny is sealed, contractor James Park is about to be reborn. But across dimensions, a desperate scream rips through the air, as Sarah Lee is suddenly ensnared by the terrifying grim shadow, its tendrils coiling around her, pulling out a blood-curdling cry. She thrashes against the monstrous grip, screaming for it to let her go. Her voice cracks with raw desperation, shouting for her freedom. With one last, defiant surge, she screams, daring the monster to let her go. Trapped and reeling from the shadowy tendrils, Sarah Lee fought back with everything she had, swinging a broken stick against the encroaching grim shadow. But that broken stick? Totally useless. The grim shadow lunged, its terrifying red eyes burning into her, completely overpowering her desperate struggle. She gasped, completely caught off guard as those shadowy tendrils coiled around her, the raw power of the grim shadow leaving her utterly helpless. Then, with a blood-curdling scream, she was violently launched, crashing hard onto the ground. Her uniform shredded, blood everywhere, the pain was absolutely insane. Gasping for air, her vision blurred, she saw another figure on the ground, a friend, Yvonne, also hurt. "Yvonne," she cried out, her voice raw with terror. Seeing Yvonne like that, something snapped inside her, a raw, agonizing fury that distorted her face and vision, unleashing a monstrous transformation. Her body began to warp, twisting into something monstrous, limbs stretching and cracking, as a dark aura exploded from her, her eyes burning with a terrifying, blood-red glow. Transformed into a terrifying shadow beast, she absolutely devoured the grim shadow, its own tendrils recoiling in pure terror as her monstrous claws ripped into it, consuming its very essence with a blood-curdling shriek. The grim shadow fought back, but it was utterly outmatched by her new, insatiable hunger, as she kept feasting, her body swelling and twisting with every terrifying gulp of its dark energy. With one last, horrifying gulp, the grim shadow was gone, and then, boom. Level up. Level up. Level up. She was a level 5 zombie, 28 out of 100 XP. What just happened? Then, a terrifying system window popped up, revealing her new, feast, skill, the more you eat, the stronger you are. And a passive skill, receiving doll, plus the chilling detail that she was now a familiar belonging to you. She gasped, hands covered in blood, whispering, what was that? The horror was real. The monstrous form vanished, leaving her human again, but the blood on her face and hands was all too real, and then she saw Yvonne, still on the ground, still hurt. Yvonne. Yvonne, are you okay? She screamed, utterly lost. What do I do? Transformed and terrifying, Sarah Lee holds Yvonne tight, her mind screaming one desperate plea, get her to a hospital, now. But before she can even blink, a blazing red energy beam rips through the air, barely missing them, as a mysterious figure steps out of the darkness, his face already streaked with blood. The hunter, a dark silhouette against the glowing particles, stands ready with his rifle, leaving the girls utterly bewildered, a silent question hanging in the air, did he just save them? Then, a deafening bang rips through the silence as he fires once more, his face hardening with grim determination, realizing he's got another monster to put down. He levels his rifle, a cold glint in his eyes, demanding she release the girl, but Sarah Lee, trapped in her monstrous form, can only plead for understanding. But her words fall on deaf ears, the hunter's finger already on the trigger, his verdict chillingly clear, just die. Just as the hunter moves in for the kill, Sarah Lee's monstrous form explodes with a blinding, raw power, her very being screaming defiance. Then, a chilling, disembodied voice cuts through the chaos, speaking directly to you. The voice booms again, its words dripping with ancient power, proclaiming that you have just breached the grimoire's cage, as electric blue lightning rips through the void. Blood and blue energy exploded around the hunter, who stood victorious over a defeated foe, his staff still humming with raw power. The injured girl barely whispered, did he save us, but the hunter, cool and collected, just muttered about another one being here. But the hero turned villain in an instant. His staff became a gun, pointed right at the bloodied girl, who desperately shielded Sarah Lee as he branded her a demon. He barked, let that girl go, but the bloodied girl, holding Sarah close, screamed back, you don't understand me. His finger twitched on the trigger, and with a cold, hard stare, he declared, in that case, just die. Then, a blazing red aura exploded around the hunter, his silhouette consumed by raw power. Suddenly, a booming voice ripped through the air, directly calling out the hunter, blasting him for invading the grimoire's cage. The red energy around him surged, blasting outwards with incredible power, a clear sign of the coming storm. With the hunter's power reaching critical mass, the bloodied girl threw herself over Sarah Lee, as the red energy threatened to consume them. The energy pulsed, blinding and chaotic, as the girls braced for the inevitable explosion. Then, with a blinding flash of speed and crackling blue lightning, the hunter unleashed his ultimate attack, a devastating blow aimed right at the two helpless girls. The hunter, absolutely radiating with raw, crimson power, is about to drop the hammer, the very ground beneath him screaming with his energy. His eyes, now blazing with an unholy glow, lock onto Sarah Lee, who flinches back, absolutely paralyzed with fear, barely whispering, who. Towering over her and the wounded woman, his menacing aura practically suffocates them as he snarls, are you? He pushes, hard, demanding to know why she's shielding that thing, and Sarah Lee, against all odds, fires back, me? Holding the wounded woman close, Sarah Lee, with a surge of pure guts, shouts, she's mine. Don't you dare touch her. The hunter just hangs there, silent, his face a stone mask behind those shades, letting her defiance sink in. Then, a cold, hard laugh rips from him as he declares, demons. They get eliminated. Right. Away. His voice dripping with pure venom, he sneers, you dare protect a demon in front of me? Then, in a flash, his staff becomes a cannon, unleashing a devastating red energy blast, then you can die along with it. That monstrous crimson blast just explodes from his gun, tearing through the air with pure, unadulterated destructive force. It rips through the desolate ruins, a blazing inferno heading straight for the two helpless girls. A smug, hee slips from the hunter's lips, but that cocky grin gets wiped clean off his face as an invisible wall slams his attack to a halt. He blocked it, he shouts, stunned. Then, a chilling, unseen voice, dripping with absolute power, cuts through the air, addressing him directly, "Oi, glasses. I don't care who you are, but anyone who touches what's mine will die." Sarah Lee is absolutely flustered, clutching onto the hunter for dear life, her heart going wild. She's totally freaking out, wondering if she's losing her mind. The hunter just stares up at the stars, looking epic, and Sarah Lee is completely mesmerized, thinking he's the coolest thing ever. The hunter might be blind, but that's just a minor detail, because he's got super senses, especially his ether perception. He can literally see the energy of everything around him, from the glowing red ethers of warbles to the sticky, pitch-black ethers of demons and grimoires. But get this, his ether is a wild mix of black and ruby red, making Sarah Lee question if he's even a warble user. And his weapon? It's so powerful, demon bullets couldn't even scratch it, meaning it's at least a B+ rank legendary artifact. Suddenly, as the hunter holds the injured woman, a dark, ominous aura flares up behind him, its grim shadow, making a dramatic entrance. He'd gone full dark side, embracing forbidden powers, but the hunter just casually asks, "Kill Butcher." Sarah Lee is totally lost, repeating, "Butcher." And the hunter? He just shrugs it off, "Oh, that trash." With zero hesitation, he drops the bomb, "Yeah, I killed him." Then he just laughs it off, "You're totally right. He was absolute garbage." Butcher and his whole crew were supposed to be humanity's saviors, but the hunter just saw him as a necessary evil, nothing more. Sarah Lee, completely shaken, asks if he really killed Butcher and weaponized him, and the hunter just shrugs, "So what?" Then, his eyes lock on her, and he drops a bombshell, "I sense the aura of a grimoire, humanity's ultimate enemy, on you." And with that terrifying declaration, he promises, "Now that you've got my attention, I'm taking you out." Sarah Lee is absolutely floored, barely managing to ask, "You're gonna kill me?" "How?" The hunter, radiating raw power, then unleashes his true identity, "I'll show you exactly why I earned the name Hunter in this messed up world." Sarah Lee, still in shock, can only stammer, "You're Hunter. You're Hunter." Powering up, he unleashed a devastating skill, red lightning exploding around him, revealing the goblin's cap. He moved so fast he was practically teleporting, leaving Sarah Lee stunned and asking, "Huh?" Just like that, he was there, leaving Sarah Lee wondering. He disappeared, as he looked down at her. The scene was a bloodbath, and Sarah Lee, seeing the hunter, screamed, "Help me. Yvonne's in danger." He immediately moved to Yvonne's side, giving Sarah Lee a glowing red item and saying, "Feed her this. This should keep her alive for now." Before Sarah Lee could even finish her thought, a massive red energy blast came flying in, but the hunter blocked it with his staff like it was nothing. He yelled, "Save her," to Sarah Lee, then got serious, his hand igniting with intense blue power. His eyes blazed with electric blue power, activating an Ascendant's hidden skill, a bloody grin on his face as he realized, this won't be easy. In a sterile, empty training room, a chilling silence descends, a camouflage technique so flawless, even its wielder can't perceive it. Then, the hunter strikes. His scythe flashes, unleashing demon bullets that are pure stealth, no sight, no sound, just pure, untraceable destruction. And just like that, he teleports, vanishing and reappearing in an instant, a true master of spatial manipulation. The scythe becomes a whirlwind of death, crimson energy streaks across the room, a symphony of destruction. But wait. Even the hunter is pushed back, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy as he parries a barrage of invisible blows, the air crackling with raw power. The pressure is insane, forcing him to push his limits, every muscle tensed, every nerve on fire. Boom! A devastating hit sends him flying, and Sarah Lee screams, "Kaya. Are you okay?" her voice filled with terror. He's down. The hunter is on the floor, seemingly defeated, as the unseen victor looms over him, and Sarah Lee can only manage a choked, "Hey." Sarah Lee's heart pounds as she stares at the fallen hunter, but then, a subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of defiance in his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes blaze with electric blue power. He's not out. A grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Not bad, Hunter. The fight is far from over." He snatches his scythe, the weapon practically vibrating with his renewed power, his fighting spirit burning brighter than ever. Sarah Lee can only stare as he rises, his scythe pulsing with crimson energy, and with a fierce grin, he declares, "Let's try this again." The epic training battle rages on, under the eerie glow of the moon. After the brutal training, we cut to a critical moment. Yvonne, battered and bleeding, is getting a life-saving assist from Julian Kim, who shoves a glowing red pill into her mouth, instantly igniting a powerful crimson aura around her as she starts to bounce back. Her eyes burst open, shocked as the healing power surges, and Julian Kim, totally relieved, shouts her name, seeing her already looking way better. Julian Kim lets out a grateful sigh, whispering his thanks, but then something clicks, and he's staring up at the blood-red moon, a chilling voice calling out his name, "Jude." Up on the rooftops, the hunter is a dark silhouette against the blood moon, his face hidden behind shades and his hat, just watching everything go down. He locks eyes with Vasego, the staff-wielding demon, demanding to know what's happening, then declares, with absolute conviction, that his demon bullets are anything but weak. Seriously, every single shot he fires packs enough punch to blow a human-sized hole right through any demon or grim shadow, and he's just unloading a barrage of glowing red death at the massive grim shadow. His attacks are literally strong enough to obliterate anything, but he's staring at the grim shadow, wondering how this thing is still standing after taking so many of his shots. Then, with a fresh burst of resolve, the hunter whips out his scythe, and that blade just explodes with a wicked red glow and crackling energy, totally ready to go in for the kill. He charges, blasting a massive red energy beam from his scythe, but Vasego, with insane speed, just sidesteps the whole thing, leaving the hunter's attack to hit nothing but air. The hunter's shocked, Vasego is actually starting to dodge his moves. He wonders if it's some kind of skill, but then instantly shuts that down, figuring if it was, Vasego would have been dodging from the jump. With an intense stare, the hunter finally confronts Vasego, his voice dripping with challenge as he announces he's found the demon's hiding spot. Hunter is on one knee, reeling from a massive hit, as Vasego looms over him, his glowing red scythe pulsing with dark power. Vasego is like, how did he even find me, but Hunter's eyes are locked on, realizing this demon just read his bullet trajectory. He's furious, screaming internally about this insane skill. Vasego doesn't waste a second, lunging with his scythe in a lethal arc, but Hunter is faster, dodging with a burst of blue energy, leaving the demon's attack to slice through empty air. The scythe keeps coming, red energy blazing, but Hunter is a ghost, dodging every single strike, the air crackling with near misses. Hunter is back on his feet, his scythe blazing with red power, and Vasego is absolutely stunned, wondering, what in the world is he? Hunter's face is pure resolve, and you can see Vasego's hand actually twitch, a sign of his growing frustration. Vasego is all like, did you run out of bullets, punk? But Hunter, even with a flicker of doubt, is not backing down. He shouts, I'm Warlock's apostle, Hunter, and then drops the mic, I exist to save humanity. A massive red aura explodes around him as he lays down the law, I exist to erase those who threaten the apostles, warrior, miracle, joker. Protecting them is my ultimate skill. He admits he might have failed Warlock before, but he's not failing again. He's got Casper's hidden bullet, and you can see red energy trickling from Vasego's hand. Hunter is radiating pure red power, and he's making it clear, there's nothing in this world I can't hunt. His eyes are absolutely blazing with white and red light, a literal supernova of humanity's hope, ready to take on anything. Boom! He's absolutely rocked by a blinding flash of orange and yellow energy, a powerful projectile slamming into his chest with devastating force. The impact sends him flying, his face twisted in pure agony as electric blue energy streaks through his dark hair. The raw energy explodes into a swirling, glowing orb, and even his opponent is left speechless, utterly baffled by the sudden shift. But the action isn't just here. From a distant window, a young woman is watching the whole thing, dark, swirling energy practically vibrating around her as she takes it all in. Her eyes go wide with pure shock, and a desperate whisper rips from her, calling out to him. Then, a system notification explodes onto the scene, confirming that Hunter just unleashed his ultimate skill, Casper's hidden bullet, and rocketed from level 188 to an insane level 253. Talk about a bad day. His back just exploded in a crimson spray, his very soul ripping apart from the inside. And from that brutal wound, a shadowy, horned demon just ripped itself out, rising like a nightmare. Then, bam. It's standing tall on the rooftop, a dark, menacing silhouette against the raging storm. That thing just blasted him off the building, sending him into a death-defying plunge. But even as he's falling, this guy's already thinking, already charging up with a sick blue energy. He hits the ground, eyes immediately locking onto a mini demon sparking with electricity, and he's like, nope, gotta bounce. He needs to make some space, and fast, before this thing gets serious. But before he can even move, the shadowy monster is right there, fully formed and huge, its glowing eyes burning into him, and it snarls, Grimoire. Too slow. The demon just blitzed him, its sidearm a dark streak of death, and he's taking a direct hit, blood exploding everywhere. The demon just laughs, totally owning its speed and the brutal hit it just landed, while he's left there, bleeding and barely able to process how fast that was. He's barely standing, but he sees it, he recognizes this monster's new form, and he's pissed, as the demon just casually drops its name, Sabbath's goat. Grimoire keeps running its mouth, asking if he's finally a demon, but he's not having it. He just blasts back with a raw surge of energy, shutting that demon up. He's not holding back. He charges in, his glowing weapon connecting with a brutal hit, sending the demon reeling back from the sheer force. He's relentless, a whirlwind of attacks ripping through the demon's shadowy body, and the monster lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure pain. But even with all those hits, Grimoire just grins, its voice oozing with a twisted hunger, saying, "Tastes delicious." He's totally grossed out, blasting it again and calling it a disgusting grimoire bastard. This fight is far from over. He unleashes a devastating barrage of concentrated energy, each blast absolutely rocking the demonic entity with explosive force. But despite the powerful assault, Hunter is already wounded, the cost of his desperate attack clear as day. He curses his depleted ether, realizing he'd poured everything into that hidden bullet. Grimoire, the demon, just mocks him, reveling in the sight of an apostle struggling for his life, calling him a pitiful parasite and swearing to kill him. But even wounded, Hunter fires back, still talking tough I see. With a sinister chuckle, Grimoire promises to show him true power, sending him flying through the air as dark, fiery spikes erupt from the ground, ready to impale him. Then, the demon fully transforms, its body writhing with dark energy as it declares, "My power as an Nephilim." This isn't just any demon, this is a demon reborn, a perfect demon known as a Nephilim, achieved when a grimoire's karma goes off the charts, just like how a human becomes an ascended. A glowing red arm extends from its monstrous form, pulsating with raw, destructive power, ready to strike. Hunter braces himself, his eyes glowing with an intense orange light, reflecting his unwavering resolve to fight back. Grimoire lets out a guttural roar, unleashing a devastating attack that engulfs Hunter in a blinding flash of red energy. Gwa! Meanwhile, in a quiet classroom, Sarah Lee's eyes widen in shock, a sudden, sharp pain causing her to gasp, Jude. What's happening? A notification rings out, confirming that familiar Sarah Lee's passive skill Receiving Doll has activated, meaning any harm taken by her master, Jude, will now be transferred directly to her. This is huge. As Hunter's bloodied hand is shown, Sarah Lee collapses to the floor, the pain absolutely overwhelming her. Her friend James looks on in total confusion as she murmurs, What just happened? A raw gasp rips from his throat, his body screaming in agony as the devastating blow sends him flying. His world spinning as he tries to process the sheer, brutal power that just slammed into him, the blood-red moon mocking him from the heavens. Every nerve in his body screams, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind that for a split second, he was actually gone, wiped from existence. He'd been holding back, saving his true power for the ultimate showdown, yet this mere human, had actually managed to make him feel the sting of defeat. But Char Hunter, the absolute madman, is still on his feet, a bloody mess, each ragged breath a defiant roar against oblivion. A twisted, sadistic grin stretches across the demon's face, a chilling shout echoing, "Not bad at all, Hunter." But Char Hunter isn't done, no way. He pushes through the agony, his body a spring of coiled fury, ready to throw down again, no matter the cost. Grim Shadow, in his terrifying Nephilim form, lets out a booming, arrogant laugh under the crimson moon, flexing his newfound power and declaring himself far superior to any apostle. Then, with a maniacal laugh, the demon unleashes a storm of shadowy tendrils, blasting Char Hunter through the air like a ragdoll. He slams into the earth with a sickening thud, sending dust and rubble exploding around his broken body. But then, a wild, blood-soaked grin splits Char Hunter's face, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated defiance as he shouts, "Hey! Let's go again." The demon actually pauses, stunned by the sheer audacity, as Char Hunter, glowing scythe in hand, stands tall and ready for round two beneath the terrifying red moon. Under a blood-red moon, a voice booms with pure arrogance, shouting, "I knew I was amazing." They're not just celebrating, they're straight-up flexing, declaring, "Everyone warned me about apostles, but they're literally nothing compared to me." And that chilling, kohaha. It's Visego, standing like a god of destruction, his massive, winged silhouette dominating the ruined landscape, proving he's the real deal. But wait, two figures, Charlie Kim and an armored warrior, are sent absolutely flying, streaking through the sky, showing just how brutal that last hit was. Visego just stares them down, scythe still smoking, but Charlie Kim? He's already back up, eyes glowing blue with pure rage, ready to throw down again, muttering a defiant, "Hey!" Charlie Kim, eyes blazing white, is already screaming, "Let's go again." Visego just gives him a condescending, "Haap," like he's talking to a fly. But Charlie Kim doesn't care. He's launching himself back into the fight, scythe blazing blue, tearing through the ruins straight for Visego. Visego, meanwhile, is already over the downed armored woman, casually asking, "Was that directed at me?" while Charlie Kim can only watch, fuming. Visego is just pouring salt on the wound, sneering, "The strongest apostle couldn't touch me, and you dare." Then he drops the bomb, "Do you even know who I am? I might just be the prophesied Antichrist." He's not just an Antichrist, Visego is laying claim to the throne, roaring, "The one who will reign over all demons." His eye burns red as he finishes, "I am the future king." Then, with a single, brutal word, "Not you," Visego dismisses them both, leaving Charlie Kim and the armored woman in the dust, their defiance utterly crushed. Charlie Kim rushes to the armored woman's side, desperately trying to rouse her, yelling, "Hey, get up." He's practically begging, "Did you just ignore M? Don't tell me that was enough to kill you. That kind of attack should be nothing, right?" He stands over the fallen warrior, who lets out a pained gasp, watching her every move. A smirk crosses his face as he mutters, "Good, good. Knew you'd make it." Then he pivots, throwing down the gauntlet to the demon. "Go on, try that heart shot again, I dare you." Impaled and hanging, he stares down the demon, a fierce declaration escaping his lips. "This time, I'm not holding back." But Visego just laughs, his voice dripping with pure mockery. "What's the matter? A little singed, a few organs battered, but you're still in one piece. Are you deaf, hunter?" Visego's eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, the unspoken promise of pain hanging heavy. Then, without a sound, Visego unleashes a brutal red energy blast, a torrent of power aimed straight at the hunter, who barely manages to block it with his scythe. His scythe flares with a furious red light, deflecting the demon's attack, leaving him with an unyielding gaze. Visego's grin stretches, his voice booming with a mix of shock and pure ego. How do you like this overwhelming power? Still gonna pretend I'm not here?" But the hunter, crackling with blue energy, just shrugs it off, firing back, "You've been running your mouth too much. I don't waste time on small fry," a brutal insult that sends Visego into a furious rage, screaming, "You little." Visego charges, roaring, "I'm gonna make you end up just like him." But in a flash, a blinding blue energy slash rips across his arm before he can even connect. A sickening crunch, and Visego's arm is gone, blood exploding everywhere as he stumbles back, utterly bewildered. Why? Meanwhile, the hunter just stares at his scythe, which has just devoured the demon's limb, a chilling question on his lips. "Why is my arm there?" Then, he looks up at the stunned demon, a cold smirk on his face, repeating, "Hey, what did I say about small fry?" as a system alert explodes, revealing his bloodthirsty death god Thanatos scythe, replica, just leveled up to grade A, growth 6.1%, and now it's hungry for more. Charlie Kim is just sizing up his opponent, a smirk on his face. He can't believe this demon is still standing, even after losing an arm, calling him pretty useful. But Visego is absolutely reeling, staring at his missing arm in pure shock. He can't believe this just happened. His eyes are burning red with rage, and he's asking himself, how can I be scared? This demon is about to unleash hell. Then, with a terrifying scream, Visego unleashes a massive, swirling inferno, screaming for Charlie Kim to burn in the flames of hell. This is the power of the abyss. The entire arena is swallowed by a massive, fiery vortex, a terrifying display of raw demonic power. But Charlie Kim isn't just standing there. He's a blur of motion, weaving through the deadly flames with incredible agility. He's thinking fast, realizing this isn't an attack he can just tank, not right now, anyway. But then, Visego sees it, a strange blue glow from Charlie Kim's scythe, and he's wondering, what's happening to his limit? Suddenly, Charlie Kim's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, and a system alert flashes, ding. Your limit, red, was broken. He's powered up. And just like that, he unleashes a blinding blue energy slash, carving a path right through Visego's massive fire attack. That single slash explodes into a dazzling, intricate web of blue energy, absolutely shredding Visego from every angle. Visego is completely wrecked, his armor shattering, and he's screaming, "What did you do?" He realizes Charlie Kim is way stronger than any apostle he's ever faced. He's standing in the aftermath, a total boss move, with a sick blue aura just radiating off him, and light fragments are going wild. Check it out, his hand, rocking a green jacket, is holding up a smartphone, and the screen is blowing up with his status. Name, Jude Park, level 200, almost maxed, with the insane Devour skill and 99 stolen sub-skills. Then, BAM. A notification pops up, screaming that his level just shot up from 200 to 300. That limit break was no joke. He's got this massive, confident grin, his eyes are practically lasers with that intense blue glow, totally feeling the power-up. Visego, the Demon King, is absolutely stunned, his glowing red eyes practically popping out of his skull. But that shock. It's gone in an instant, replaced by pure, unadulterated swagger as he declares himself the one and only king, the ultimate ruler of all grimoires. Then, with a single, epic motion, red energy explodes from him, summoning his entire demon army to his side, ready to do his bidding. A massive, blood-red magic circle erupts beneath him, and he unleashes the command for his army to absolutely obliterate everything, while Charlie Kim just stands there, taking it all in. And just like that, the sky opens up, unleashing a literal army of nightmares, trolls, badaks, goblin kings, gargoyles, and harpies all pouring out, ready to tear everything apart. The sheer number of demons is insane, and Visego, with a chilling grin, points straight at Charlie Kim, screaming for his army to absolutely obliterate him. But Charlie Kim? He's just standing there, scythe in hand, glowing with a cool blue energy, ready for anything. Looking down, it's a nightmare scenario, a literal ocean of shadowy monsters charging at Charlie Kim, but he's just standing there, glowing blue, completely unfazed. Visego's voice booms, pure evil, ordering his monsters to leave absolutely nothing of Charlie Kim, as the shadowy horde dives in for the kill. But hold up, Charlie Kim isn't waiting around, he's already a blue streak of pure power, eyes blazing, ready to absolutely decimate this demon army. And then, that iconic, confident smirk flashes across his face, his eyes practically glowing with pure hype as he thinks, man, this is just like the good old days. Then, with an insane burst of power, a shadowy clone of himself appears, and he unleashes a devastating skill, both of them absolutely radiating with a fiery orange and red aura. The energy around him goes absolutely nuclear, crackling with insane power, as he gets ready to unleash his ultimate destruction skill and wipe out this entire demon army. Boom! A blinding white light explodes, ripping through the darkness with devastating force. And the sheer power of that attack just keeps on surging, consuming everything in its path. And the demon? It's battered, broken, and staring wide-eyed at its impending doom. A desperate, terrified cry ripping from its throat, "Eek! Stay back!" While Charlie Kim just looms over the fallen creature, his scythe ready for the ultimate finisher. The demon's voice trembles, spilling its guts about its past, how it just wanted revenge on the people who treated it like dirt, and when nobody listened, it took matters into its own hands, doing whatever it was told, but admitting it went way too far, unable to control the urges that took over after it used its power. I am sorry, I just wanted to get revenge on the people who treated me like an insect. I even reported it. And nothing happened. That's when I realized I had to get revenge myself, and did whatever they told me to do. But I know I went too far. I couldn't suppress these urges. Ever since I used. It keeps going, crying about how the demon inside made it lose itself, admitting it messed up, and begging for just one chance at forgiveness. The demon, it felt like I stopped being me. I was wrong. Please. Please just forgive me this once. Charlie Kim's reply is ice cold and straight to the point, getting revenge is up to you. The demon, grasping at a tiny shred of hope, stammers, then are you letting me L? But his stare is absolutely unyielding as he drops his final, savage verdict. You're dying because you're weaker than me. That's all. Demon gone. Charlie Kim stands tall amidst the glowing particles, his scythe practically purring with a satisfied blue aura, and a system message just pops up, confirming its insane power. Bloodthirsty Death God Thanatos Scythe, Replica, Grade, A Growth, 403% Note, the scythe feels satisfied. He then just casually shrugs off the demon's entire confession, finding absolutely nothing wrong with it, and with a chill assessment of his new weapon, he drops a bombshell, I don't really think anything you did was wrong. Not bad. So this is a grimoire, huh? The grimoire itself speaks, revealing its true nature to Charlie Kim, because you're a grimoire. And he's already thinking, I hope I meet a few more of them. Charlie Kim stands tall over the fallen demon, his scythe vibrating with raw power, a true warlock's weapon. But the demon's not done yet, it's begging for forgiveness, a pathetic plea from a defeated foe. The demon's still rambling, apologizing for failing to protect someone, and then drops a bombshell, there was a guy who said he'd give his life to protect me. The grimoire's manifestation, looking smug, taunts Charlie Kim, he was moody, but really cool too. So, kiddo. What do you think? Are you jealous? Charlie Kim, ever the pragmatist, just thinks, the world's bigger than I thought. The grimoire's manifestation can't believe it, I was just surprised that there was someone crazy enough to protect you. It's like an ant protecting a gorilla. Charlie Kim's expression is stone cold. Charlie Kim, ever direct, demands to know, what's that crazy guy's name? The demon coughs out the name, Hunter Seth. And Charlie Kim remembers, I gave him Casper's demon gun. Charlie Kim's not having any of it, scoffing, cool my ass, as his hands ignite with electric blue power. Just as the barrier shatters, a new demon, a small red-haired girl, pops up, casually stating, the barrier's disappearing. As expected of my servant. Hamp, the new demon, confronts Charlie Kim, demanding, hey. Why haven't you killed him? Wasn't he your enemy? Charlie Kim, cool as ice, lays out his logic, what's the point of killing someone who's already dying? I'm not even the one who killed him. And he's not my enemy. Talk about cold. Still reeling from Charlie Kim's casual dismissal, Hamp can't help but question his bizarre take on the defeated demon, calling it, a crazy old man. A wicked grin splits her face as she eyes the fallen foe, confessing it's been ages since she had a delicious meal and she totally wants him, but then Charlie Kim's intense stare shuts her down. Towering over the defeated demon, Charlie Kim lays down the law, touch him, and I'll end you. He's not done with this guy yet, he wants a rematch. Still eyeing the demon like a snack, Hamp asks if she can have it if he's not going to finish it off, but Charlie Kim drops a bombshell, he's given up eating humans since meeting her. She's totally skeptical, though. The void stretches out, a canvas of pure, unadulterated darkness, setting the stage for what's to come. Out of the shadows, a lone figure pushes forward, climbing a monumental staircase towards an blinding light, his signature blue-streaked hair a beacon in the ascent. Every stride reveals his sharp features, a testament to his resolve, as he glides past an ancient, glowing tome, its secrets beckoning. At the summit, Charlie Kim faces a formidable, ancient door, a gateway to untold dangers. He grips the handle, and with a spine-chilling creak, the door swings open, casting his heroic silhouette against the radiant glow. As he plunges into the abyss of the chamber, a monstrous, shadowy claw lunges from the black, a chilling omen. His gaze snaps, shifting from shock to intense concentration, as a malevolent, glowing red artifact pulses on the ground, its power undeniable. His hair ignites with crackling blue-white power, and a terrifying, crimson vision rips through his mind, but he quickly recenters on the glowing enigma before him. Then, a horrifying sight, Jasmine, broken and still on the unforgiving ground, her form etched with glowing red wounds, a brutal testament to her struggle. The truth hits him like a truck, she's overloaded on ether, and now, only raw life force can save her, as his hand crackles with surging energy. Blue and red power erupts from his palm, forging a razor-sharp, glowing blade, and with a decisive prick, he draws his own blood, fueling the weapon. Blade now forged in blood and power, he stands poised, a force to be reckoned with, ready to face anything. Sarah Lee was out cold, but a sinister red glow pulsed from her chest, a lifeline of pure, raw energy. Charlie Kim's hand reached out, and bam. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with that same terrifying red energy, her hands sparking to life. Her face twisted into a grotesque mask as the life force flooded back. Sarah Lee was coming back to life, but not as herself. Her eyes were pure fire, and she let out a blood-curdling scream, but Charlie Kim just gave a chilling, good. Zombie Sarah Lee, a ravenous monster, lunged straight for him, craving his very flesh, and all he could manage was a stun-do. But with a casual tap, Charlie Kim shut her down instantly, her zombie rage no match for his speed. His eye flared with electric blue energy as he unleashed a raw power surge from his hand, casually remarking that it was just a reflex, but we all know it's more than that. He called her weak, but she fired back, saying he was too weak to be her familiar, leaving him speechless. He checked his phone, and boom. A terrifying countdown to the great calamity flashed across the screen, 92 days, 14 hours, 32 minutes, and 54 seconds, with Behemoth dropping in just 3 months. Sarah Lee, still on the floor, snarled, "You owe me, psycho," and Charlie Kim was ready to make her a powerhouse. He just nodded, confirming her strength, his eyes still glued to his phone. He stood before a massive, glowing screen, reading his next mission, entering the fallen demon monarch's catacomb in the second circle of the underworld, and all he could say was, well. He's staring down the barrel of pure danger, a chilling thought screaming in his head, these demons are hungry, and he might just be their next meal. A mysterious crackle and a fiery glow are the first things Sarah Lee registers as she fights her way back to consciousness. Her head pounds, a soft groan escaping her lips, as she tries to make sense of the bizarre, glowing cave she's found herself in. Totally lost, she scans the massive, shadowy cavern, the eerie blue glow highlighting every jagged rock and dark crevice. One terrifying question screams in her head, is this even a cave, or something far worse? She jolts upright, a frantic twitch running through her, her mind racing as she desperately tries to figure out what the heck is going on. Her mind is a chaotic mess, a blur of familiar faces flashing by, as she desperately tries to piece together what happened before she woke up in this nightmare. Panic sets in as she remembers Jude, a chilling thought crossing her mind, did he make it, or is she already gone? Then, another name echoes in her mind, Yvonne, a desperate plea for connection in this terrifying new reality. A chilling system alert flashes, declaring the fallen demon monarch's catacomb has just switched to Goblin Dungeon mode, and Sarah Lee's mind is blown. Her eyes snap open in pure horror as hideous, green-skinned figures crawl out of the darkness, the Goblin Dungeon, now terrifyingly real. Hordes of them swarm into view, their numbers multiplying, and a single, desperate cry rips from her throat as she's surrounded by the monstrous goblins. Out of the inky blackness, a chilling symphony of growls and cackles erupted, as a horde of gnarly goblins materialized, their sinister forms glowing with an unsettling, faint light. Then, a bone-chilling snarl ripped through the silence, and her eyes, wide with pure terror, reflected the horrifying truth. Her eyes locked onto the unfolding horror, as 2 of those vile creatures dragged away an unconscious Yvonne, sending a jolt of pure rage through her. But there was no time for fear. She exploded into action, a furious battle cry tearing from her throat, catching the goblins completely off guard. She soared through the air, unleashing a devastating strike on one of the beasts, her voice echoing with a fierce demand to free Yvonne. The goblins roared back, a wave of pure fury, but her face was a mask of unyielding resolve, ready for anything. Then, in a blur of motion, she landed a crushing punch on one goblin and a lightning-fast kick on another, her newfound power shocking even herself. She effortlessly sidestepped a goblin's clumsy attack, a mysterious red orb of energy flaring near her hand, and a gasp of pure disbelief escaped her lips, she was unbelievably strong. The goblins, now a mix of terrified and enraged, let out a cacophony of shrieks, but she just stood there, radiating an unspoken power, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Just as 3 more goblins launched themselves at her in a desperate, coordinated attack, she took a deep, steadying breath, her face transforming into a mask of pure, unshakable focus. A faint, confident smirk played on her lips, and she instinctively clutched her chest, feeling the immense, raw power within her surge and solidify, ready to explode. Then, with a final, explosive burst of energy, she stood victorious over the fallen goblins, her entire being radiating a blinding white aura. The fight was over, and she was the undisputed champion. She's looking down, a fierce glint in her eye, thinking this new challenge. No big deal. And with a battle cry, she's charging right into the monsters, surrounded by their glowing forms, ready to throw down. Then, bam. Her attack explodes in a blinding flash of white energy, sending those creatures flying. Just a moment later, she's taking it all in, her face giving nothing away. But hold up. A colossal, hulking figure just bursts out of the shadows, its massive body glowing under the eerie light. This monstrous presence is just looming there, absolutely massive, making everything else look tiny. A smaller goblin tries to act tough, but then, boom. A massive, green fist smashes into the ground, cracking the earth like it's nothing. This new boss, a demon goblin warrior, is locking its glowing red eyes on its prey, absolutely oozing raw power. Sarah Lee was free-falling through a mind-bending void, pure chaos streaking past her at insane speeds. She kept plummeting, heading straight for a gnarly goblin, its fangs ready to tear into her. Then, out of nowhere, glowing red shards popped up around her, signaling this place was seriously messed up. She finally hit the ground, surrounded by those weird glowing shards, and was totally out of breath, the fall knocking the wind right out of her. But then she looked up, and a whole squad of goblins was swarming her, their creepy faces confirming her nightmare. All that's left are. She muttered, barely able to speak. Her eyes went wide as she did a quick head count, and the chilling truth hit her. 10 of them, there's still 10 of them. She gasped, the situation looking grim. Even though she was totally wiped, a fire ignited in her eyes, and she roared, but, so. You want to keep fighting? I can't show them any weakness. Want me to make you like this too? The goblins just laughed in her face, but Sarah Lee, even while huffing, made a fierce promise, alright, I can save Yvonne at this rate. Then, out of nowhere, a crazy power exploded inside her, her eye blazing with an electric blue glow as a guttural growl ripped from her throat. Totally bewildered by this sudden power-up, she just blurted out, huh? The weird vibe just kept getting stronger, a terrifying presence making itself known, and she knew, something's. As another deep, ominous growl shook the very ground. She looked up, and her jaw dropped as a massive, shadowy monster with glowing eyes appeared, absolutely dwarfing her and the goblins. A whole new level of nightmare just dropped. The chilling truth hits her like a truck as she stares into the abyss, the dungeon's dark energy practically suffocating her. Suddenly, a monstrous figure bursts from the shadows, its terrifying growls shaking the very ground as she tries to process what she's seeing. This isn't just any monster, it's a freaking demon goblin warrior. AD+ level fairy type with insane physical capabilities, and its terrifying snarl tells her everything she needs to know. But even with this monstrous threat, her eyes lock on, pure determination burning within, a silent promise to herself to stay calm and focused. Then, a fierce red glow ignites in her eye, a power surge confirming her absolute resolve, because she knows, deep down, that the current her can absolutely crush this thing. And just like that, she's in motion, knife flashing, charging straight at the demon as it roars in pure rage. Suddenly, a blinding blue aura explodes around her, her gaze locked onto the monster with laser focus. She unleashes an insane strike, her glowing knife tearing through the air, a massive wave of blue energy blasting out from the hit. The devastating blow slams right into the demon's chest, sending it flying back with a furious, agonizing roar as blue energy erupts everywhere. And just like that, the demon dissolves into nothingness, leaving her with a victorious grin, knowing she absolutely crushed it. Just as the monstrous goblin warrior lunged, its hand flaring with an ominous glow, Sarah Lee was caught off guard, a shocked, huh, escaping her lips. But that touch. It sent a shockwave through her, forcing a sharp, from her as she recoiled, her eyes blazing with a mix of pain and pure, unadulterated shock. But Sarah Lee is no pushover. In a flash, she unleashed a devastating torrent of blue energy, her counterattack slamming into the goblin warrior with an explosive ack that sent it flying. The sheer force of her attack ripped through the demon's very essence, its body shattering into glowing particles as it screamed, "Urk! Ku!" and "Ga!" before being utterly annihilated. From a distance, Charlie Kim was locked in, a quiet escaping him as he zeroed in on the screen in his hand. Where his observe skill showed Kim Kijin, absolutely wrecked and bleeding on the cold ground, as a gnarly goblin closed in, letting out a guttural growl. Her arm and leg were absolutely drenched in crimson, a brutal contrast to the creature's sickly green skin. The goblin loomed over her, its razor-sharp teeth flashing in a sick grin, a chilling cackle ripping through the air. Its eyes burned with pure malice as it kept up the taunts, its clawed hand just inches from her. Then, more of these monsters swarmed from the shadows, their guttural growls and cackles echoing, completely surrounding the helpless girl. But just as they were about to pounce, a blinding blue energy beam ripped through the air from above, smashing into one of the goblins with explosive force and sending it flying back with a guttural shriek. The goblins looked up, totally stunned, as Charlie Kim dropped from the darkness, a raw, shadowy aura exploding around him as he plunged straight into the fray. He slammed down with a devastating impact, a shockwave of blue energy blasting outwards, ripping through the ground and sending those goblins flying like ragdolls. One of the creatures, its face twisted in a snarl of pure shock and rage, let out a furious grr, as it desperately tried to get back on its feet. But it was already over. The young man stood triumphant over a defeated goblin, his presence absolutely radiating raw power. With one final, decisive move, he summoned glowing blue chains that instantly wrapped around the last goblin, locking it down completely. Kim Ki-jin was down, utterly broken on the unforgiving ground, her school uniform shredded and soaked in blood, with eerie glowing particles swirling around her. Her face, a canvas of crimson, screamed agony, her entire body a brutal monument to the savage beating she'd just taken. But far above, a dark silhouette, Charlie Kim, watched the entire brutal spectacle unfold, his eyes laser-focused as he coolly activated his observe and shadow clone skills. Beneath the chilling, blood-red moon, he uttered a chillingly calm declaration: she wasn't allowed to give up, not yet. Perched high on a skyscraper, a silent sentinel, he surveyed the glittering city, a world utterly unaware of the life-and-death game he was playing. Clutching his smartphone, with a menacing scythe-like weapon casually nearby, his face remained a mask, ready for the next phase of his plan. Her broken image stared back from his phone screen, and with a single, decisive tap, he unleashed the revive skill. Instantly, a searing, vibrant red energy exploded around her, her gruesome wounds visibly stitching themselves shut as raw life force surged through her. A chilling, knowing smirk spread across Charlie Kim's face, as he declared, with an almost sinister glee, that the game he'd set up for her was just getting started. Her hands shot up, grasping at nothing, as Kim Ki-jin's eyes burst open, wide with a shock that screamed, "What just happened?" A chilling thought drops, declaring, "This isn't mine." But back in the thick of it, Kim Ki-jin's eyes go wide with shock, as Charlie Kim stands there, his dark hair crackling with an eerie blue energy. Her eyes lock onto his blood-splattered body, the blue glow in his hair a terrifying beacon against the crimson, leaving her speechless. He whips around, his face a bloody mess, eyes screaming a silent question, his hand reaching out, crackling with blue power, as Ki-jin shrinks back, terrified, surrounded by ominous smoke. Suddenly, the system blares, announcing a bugbear that craves young humans, and a brutal goblin warrior, along with other terrifying beasts, all bursting onto the scene. But Charlie Kim, despite the blood, refuses to stay down, pushing himself back up, his eyes burning with resolve as he stares down the abyss, bathed in an intense, dramatic light. Then, from the shadows, the monstrous Badak lunges forward, its terrifying red eyes blazing with pure evil. Badak unleashes a monstrous growl, and Ki-jin, utterly horrified, can only stammer out, "What are you doing?" But Charlie Kim doesn't even look back, extending his hand, his voice cutting through the chaos with a single, urgent command: "Run away." Surrounded by a terrifying field of dark energy spikes, Charlie Kim is battered and bloody, but his hair is now glowing with an intense blue power. Then, from the depths of the darkness, a terrifying new demon steps forward, its name a chilling whisper: Badak. Badak unleashes a terrifying roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. A demon's blood-red eye flashes, and a mysterious white-haired girl screams in terror, begging for escape as Badak's growl shakes the very ground. But Charlie Kim isn't giving up. Even covered in blood, he grips his weapon, his face a mask of fierce determination, and that blue glow in his hair is getting stronger. It's not just Badak. Charlie Kim is completely surrounded by a terrifying trio of demons, their glowing eyes burning with hunger. Badak attacks, claws out, but Charlie Kim is ready, his eyes locked on the monster, completely unfazed. Suddenly, a powerful blue aura explodes around him, powering him up, just as Badak charges in with a monstrous roar. But Charlie Kim is faster. He unleashes a devastating slash with his glowing blade, tearing into Badak and sending blood flying, proving that in this world, demons have no friends, it's a brutal free-for-all. The demons are tearing each other apart, fighting over their prize, but Charlie Kim, despite his injuries, is still in the game, eyes blazing. Suddenly, a wicked green energy blast shoots at him, but Charlie Kim blocks it with his glowing blue arm, the clash erupting in a burst of pure force. He's not just blocking, he's pushing back, his hair and arm blazing with blue energy, turning the tide of battle with every move. He's a blur. Just a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated speed, leaving light trails in his wake. His body a chaotic dance of power, with vibrant energy rings just exploding around him, a total flex of the raw strength he somehow tapped into. And in the middle of that chaos, his eye is practically on fire with an electric blue glow, screaming that this dude is absolutely juiced with supernatural power. He's just unleashing a flurry of devastating strikes, every single hit landing with explosive, bone-shattering force. As this insane power-up unfolds, the armored woman is just speechless, muttering, "No. No way. How is that even possible?" Her brain is short-circuiting trying to process this, a level 2 boy, while the kid just keeps on fighting for his life. His face is locked in pure focus, blue energy just exploding around his head, the raw power of his awakening threatening to rip him to shreds. The very ground beneath him is shattering, glowing blue cracks spreading like wildfire, and the woman is just utterly floored, screaming, "What?" Beneath a terrifying blood-red moon, she sees him falling, and a chilling voice drops a bombshell: the great sovereign of the Lemmigeddon, Gomori, has chosen this young human as a tribute. She's absolutely losing it. What? The chilling voice drops another bomb: the tribute will now be devoured. Her eyes are bugging out. A sovereign of the Lemmigeddon? No way, that's impossible. Then the real terror hits her. This isn't random, it's a calculated play, to influence this place from the abyss, she screams internally, watching the kid just keep falling. He slams into the desolate ground, a massive burst of blue energy exploding from the impact, and the armored woman's eyes narrow with fierce resolve. No way. I can't let the demons take him. He's free-falling through the void, a tiny speck against the overwhelming darkness. Up top, the armored warrior is reaching, screaming, frustrated by her own speed as he just drops out of view. Then, with a burst of determination, she shoves her hand out, launching something after him, a last-ditch effort to help him survive the fall. Her cybernetic arm snaps into action, pulling up a device, and the screen flashes with a menacing skull icon. He's still falling, but she's screaming down at him, her voice booming through the darkness, telling him he has to survive until she gets there. Her face is pure intensity, and she's laying down the ultimate threat: if you die, I'll kill you. She stares as he vanishes into the abyss, her last words a desperate plea: live. Just live. His eyes, blazing with electric blue energy, snap open, a shockwave of emotion hitting his face. Still falling, a smirk plays on his lips, thinking, is that supposed to be a threat? But here's the kicker, he actually kinda likes it. And just like that, the young human has landed, right in the heart of Great Sovereign Gomori's catacomb. Then, from the absolute darkness, a single, burning red eye snaps open, watching his every move with terrifying focus. Hold up. A young human just dropped into the Great Sovereign Gomori's catacomb, and trust me, the shadowy figures with glowing red eyes down there are not happy about it. Then, a crimson energy beam slices through the void, plunging straight into a mysterious, murky pool below. And out of those disturbed waters, a figure emerges, slowly taking shape, now standing tall, surrounded by a faint, pulsing purple aura. But before they can even react, their legs are dangling over a terrifying chasm, swarming with countless glowing red eyes, all staring right back. Meet the Hellbugs. These level F parasitic nightmares, born from the souls of sinners, are literally starving for human flesh. The Hellbugs are swarming. Their creepy cries fill the air as they close in on our hero. But wait. Speed lines erupt as a device on his wrist kicks into gear, installing something called Warble, and his eyes. They're glowing an insane blue. Ding. Installation complete. Jude Park is officially a sub-user under the legendary Warlock, but with some serious restrictions. His life is on the line. Jude's system screams survival mode activated, and he explodes in a blinding, lightning-infused torrent of blue and white energy. He's not just glowing, he's a full-on, lightning-charged beacon of pure, unadulterated power. Meanwhile, across town, a female student snaps her head up, eyes wide, clearly sensing that something huge just happened. But her shock turns to terror as she realizes she's not alone. Shadowy figures with glowing red eyes, just like the ones Jude is fighting, are now surrounding her. Surrounded by the gruesome aftermath of battle, a lone figure surveys the chilling scene. Sarah's mind reeled from visions of Jude's past, and 3 grueling days later, the Goblin Dungeon of the Second Monarch's catacomb was still a living nightmare. Trapped and isolated, Sarah's hope dwindled, as the crushing despair of the dungeon began to consume her. Saving Yvonne was her goal, but Sarah was barely clinging to life, each step a testament to her fading will as she fought for every breath. The goblins were relentless, a never-ending wave of terror, pushing her to the absolute brink as her face showed the strain of battle. Sarah was cornered, the grotesque goblins closing in, their glowing eyes burning with hunger as they prepared to strike. A goblin charged, weapon raised, its attack swift and brutal. But then, a vision flashed through her mind, the young boy, Jude, fighting for his life in a hellish landscape, a scene she'd witnessed countless times. Jude, a force of nature, refused to break, surviving against all odds, and his sheer will to live ignited a spark of defiance within Sarah. A primal scream tore from her throat as Sarah unleashed her fury, her attacks tearing into the goblin, forcing a pained shriek from the monster. With a final, agonizing KR, Sarah, bloodied but unbowed, delivered the killing blow, her knife silencing the monster forever. A monstrous, glowing green hand explodes from the shadows, its attack lightning fast and absolutely brutal, sending Sarah Lee reeling from the sheer force. Leaving her absolutely stunned as the creature's clawed hand drops, totally lifeless, to the ground, a knife now buried deep in its flesh. But in her mind, Jude's brutal survival rules scream, a chilling reminder: never pity a fallen enemy, because pity is a death sentence. The vision of him, struggling for every breath amidst those eerie blue pillars, hammers home the brutal truth: even a defeated goblin means a precious ether gem, a step closer to survival. But just as she catches her breath, a new nightmare spawns from the dungeon's depths. It's a goblin shaman, a level D monster, a fairy type that can wield ether and cast spells, its terrifying arrival heralded by the ominous, blood-red liquid oozing through the catacombs' living tunnels. With a surge of pure ferocity, Sarah Lee plunges her knife into another goblin, the blade practically humming with faint green energy as she fights for her very life, her face a mask of absolute, unyielding determination. The creature absolutely explodes in a burst of vibrant green particles, its demise reverberating through the cavern, as the newly arrived goblin shaman watches, a chilling kikik slithering from its lips. A powerful, emerald green aura absolutely explodes from the shaman's hand, its glowing energy pulsing with pure, malevolent intent, as it snarls, questioning this unexpected resistance, a chilling echo of Jude's second survival rule: never trust a demon's words, for they are woven with deceit. The shaman's power absolutely explodes, creating a swirling, emerald vortex of raw energy, while that ominous, blood-red liquid continues to flow through the catacombs' living tunnels, a terrifying reminder of the dungeon's pervasive, inescapable corruption. Bloodied but absolutely unbowed, Sarah Lee stands her ground amidst the swirling green mist, her knife gripped tight, ready to face this new, far more formidable foe. Her eyes, burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve, reflect the blood splattered all around her, a chilling testament to her absolute will to survive. Her hand grips that knife with desperate, bone-white strength, the blade still slick with the blood of her defeated enemies. Standing before her, the goblin shaman, staff in hand and cloaked in tattered, menacing robes, prepares for the ultimate showdown, its glowing eyes locked onto the determined young woman. Bloodied but unbowed, Sarah Lee unleashes a devastating, glowing red blade attack, her fierce determination burning bright as an armored figure lurks in the background. And with a bone-shattering force, a deafening "K-R-E-E-K" rips through the air. The demon goblin shaman is down. And from its defeated form, an ether gem bursts forth, the ultimate prize after that brutal fight. She stands victorious over the defeated demon, its massive claws now still, and her eyes lock onto the ether gem, practically vibrating with raw power. No time to waste. She pops the gem into her mouth, a satisfying series of crunches later, and then, a triumphant ding, as the power surges through her. She's absolutely bathed in a blinding golden glow, a clear sign of a massive power spike, and the system flashes: zombie Sarah has leveled up. Let's go. Pure energy crackles around her, glowing particles dancing around her hands and legs, it's an undeniable visual of her power skyrocketing. She remembers the golden rule: always gobble up those ether gems from fallen demons. They're not just for leveling up and healing, they even fill your stomach. A huge "alright" bursts from her, thankful she survived this time, all thanks to that cream again. Threat neutralized, power boosted, she whips out her phone, time to check those stats. She's already thinking about it, mentally commanding the Warbly status window to open up. Her phone lights up, revealing her stats: name, Sarah Lee, type, zombie, level, 9, passive skill, receiving doll, and the big news: 1 LVL until awakening. That 1 LVL until awakening detail is all she can focus on, her expression shifting to one of intense, unwavering resolve. The system breaks down: awakening, hit level 10 as a Warbly user, and you transcend humanity. You become an awakened, unlocking a unique skill perfectly tailored to you. The screen also details the 4 skill types: reinforcement, ability, combined, and special, reminding her that rarity doesn't equal power, and she declares her ambition: just one more level, and she'll be a level 10 awakened too. Sarah Lee, fresh off a brutal fight, flashes back to the sheer grit that kept her going. Every monster, every demon, all of it was for Yvonne. That burning hope, a lifeline for the desperate, was the only reason she survived that hellhole. She pulls out her phone, a system message popping up, and she can't help but wonder, is she just totally wiped out? Thinking about taking a quick breather, she keeps pushing through the dark, creepy cave, letting out a heavy sigh. Then, without warning, the floor just vanishes. She screams as she plunges into the dark unknown. As she freefalls through the black, she glances up at the tiny pinprick of light, so far away. She spins wildly as she drops, her ripped clothes flapping like crazy. She hits the ground with a sickening crunch, her body screaming in agony as she lets out a raw cry, totally beaten and drained. It's super dangerous to sleep here, but her Warble system just popped up with a wild new function, teasing a crazy link to her dreams. Warble's secret power, something Sarah Lee picked up from young Jude's dreams, is now kicking in as she floats among glowing orbs, diving deep into a dream. Bathed in that otherworldly light, she closes her eyes, a soft smile spreading across her face as she whispers, "I hope." Her face completely peaceful, she sinks further into the dream, letting her mind wander to all the amazing things she can dream about. Inside this glowing, dream world, Sarah Lee finally gets a break, her whole body glowing with soft, ethereal light. Forget those old Welsh tales about bugbears eating naughty kids. In Jude's world, the script flipped hard. Turns out, one of the demons dropped into the catacombs with him was a bugbear, and this time, it wasn't some innocent kid getting eaten, but the bugbear itself. The bugbear demon was officially toast. Jude, looking totally grossed out, still had to admit it wasn't his first rodeo with this kind of trap. That gnarly demon maw was wide open, a brutal trophy of his win. Even though bugbear meat was supposed to be totally gross and poisonous for humans, he wondered if the system was telling him to back off, but nope. Just a notification saying the poison had numbed his taste buds. And as that bugbear meat went down, his muscles and skin were literally getting stronger. Talk about a power-up. He kept chowing down on that demon flesh, grumbling to himself, 2 down, 2 to go. Seriously, there were 4 demons sent into those catacombs with him, their creepy shadows just chilling in the dark. Jude, the ultimate survivor, figured out how to use the catacombs' own traps and features to hunt down the troll and bugbear, making the whole place his personal weapon. So, only 2 left now, or wait, was it just 1? But his thoughts got cut off fast as a new nightmare popped up right in front of him. Demon Badak had spawned, and get this, its favorite snack was young flesh, letting out a terrifying growling. Deep in the catacombs, Jude unleashes a primal growl, his form crackling with electric blue energy, ready to throw down. But hold up. His grind paid off. A system alert flashes, young human has leveled up, his body now blazing with a fiery aura, but the ultimate awakening? Not yet. Partial awakening or not, Jude stares down the terrifying demon Badak, shrugging off its menace and practically begging it to bring it. He drops into a battle stance, throwing shade at the demon. Scared are you? With his eyes blazing blue, Jude keeps the trash talk going, straight up calling the demon a dumbass for being all bark and no bite. The battle was intense, and now Jude's sitting there, covered in blood and gasping for air, but he's still standing. He floats triumphantly over the fallen demon Badak, loot secured, when the system screams, level 10. Awakened. You've broken all limits. And get this, no human has ever awakened this fast, especially after taking down 3 middle-level demons. The underworld is literally bowing down. Because he's been chowing down on demons like there's no tomorrow, their power is now his power, and he's officially the Demon Eater. Plus, he just unlocked the Devour skill, letting him steal abilities from anything he eats, up to 3 at a time. Talk about OP. The transformation is done, and his eyes are practically burning with raw, blue power, a clear sign of the monster he's become. Suddenly, a ding rings out, grabbing Sarah Lee's full attention. Her eyes snap wide open as a blinding, vertical light beam absolutely explodes into existence right in front of her. That initial shock quickly fades, replaced by a look of intense realization, as the full weight of what just happened hits her. Then, a fierce, determined smile spreads across her face, a fire igniting in her eyes as she boldly states, "Alright, I need to work hard too." But before she can even process that thought, bam. A new threat just drops in. A system alert flashes, Demon, Goblin Warrior, has spawned, and this massive, green beast is already crouching, eyes locked on her, ready to throw down. Out of the inky blackness, monstrous claws burst forth, a chilling voice echoing, "Alright, now it's my turn." The colossal demon Goblin Warrior fully materializes, its sheer size casting a terrifying shadow over Sarah Lee, who locks eyes with the newly spawned menace, a fierce determination igniting within her. The hulking beast unleashes a spine-chilling growl, its fiery eyes burning into her very soul, a silent, deadly challenge hanging in the air. But Sarah Lee is no stranger to danger. She ignites her power, a brilliant blue aura flaring from her hand, then channels that raw energy directly into her sword, ready to strike. A battle cry rips from her throat, "Give me back my friend," as she explodes into action, her sword now a searing crimson streak, cutting through the darkness with lethal intent. But the Goblin Warrior is faster, unleashing a devastating punch that slams into her, sending her flying, yet even as she's knocked back, her fury burns. "You monster," she roars. Even after taking a hit, her sword connects, now dripping with the demon's vile blood, a clear sign that this fight is far from over. With an explosive burst of energy, Sarah Lee launches herself back into the fray, a whirlwind of furious strikes, her crimson blade a dazzling arc of death as she relentlessly carves into the demon. Elsewhere, Charlie Kim is glued to his phone, the screen a window into the brutal fight, Sarah Lee's frantic shouts piercing through the speakers, his expression a mask of pure anguish as the demon's guttural roars fill the air. And just like that, Sarah Lee unleashes one last, earth-shattering strike, sending the colossal Goblin Warrior plummeting to the ground in a spectacular explosion of power. The demon detonates in a blinding flash of blue energy, utterly annihilated, leaving Sarah Lee standing triumphant, and Charlie Kim, witnessing the epic conclusion, finally lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. A monstrous green hand lunges, but Sarah Lee isn't backing down. She's got that fierce snarl, then a confident smirk, ready to unleash her full power. But hold up. Charlie Kim is watching all this go down on his phone, a serious look on his face. He knows her current power won't cut it, but he can't deny, she's gotten seriously strong. But it's not enough. Not even close. He needs her to hit rock bottom, to feel that crushing despair, just like he did when he was younger, facing down those terrifying shadows. The ultimate question looms, a game changer for everything. Should he crank up the difficulty? Charlie Kim makes his move. With a powerful command, he summons forth a legendary artifact, the Summoner's Crown, a mystical blue light pulsing from his hand. Shadows gather and twist in his hand, forming a dark, pulsating orb. He stares at it, deep in thought, the gears turning in his mind. The golden crown materializes, a legendary artifact. It's been ages, for whole years, since he, as a young warrior on horseback, battled against those glowing blue monsters. He flashes back to his past, remembering those weaklings, nothing like the terrifying Badak, who haunted young Jude's every step. Their regeneration was a joke compared to a troll's, and they were pathetic next to a bugbear, but for a kid, it was pure nightmare fuel. Even though they were weak, for young Jude, they were the ultimate terror, a memory that still makes him grit his teeth, a raw, primal frustration burning within him. The golden crown ignites with a furious red glow, crackling with raw power. Charlie Kim's voice cuts through the silence, a single, chilling command, come. He proclaims himself the ultimate ruler of the goblins. Dark tendrils erupt around him, and with a terrifying roar, he unleashes the demon Goblin King, its monstrous, glowing red eyes piercing the shadows. The Summoner's Crown blazes with infernal red power. This legendary loot, left by the Goblin King himself, demands a price, your very ether and life force to bind him as your servant. The ultimate dark pact is sealed. Gasping for air, covered in demon guts, she just barely stands over her latest kill, a hard-fought victory earned through pure grit. That gnarly blade is still stuck in its head, proving it's totally done for. She's still panting, but then it hits her, her power-up is insane. Just days ago, this monster would have wiped the floor with her. A system notification pops up, confirming the demon warrior is toast and she snagged an ether gem, and she's like, alright. But that relief vanishes fast. She realizes if this demon showed up here, it means Yvonne is super close, and she's internally begging for her to be safe. Up above, Charlie Kim grips a pulsing red gem, a fierce look in his eyes, and he's diving headfirst into a black void, swearing he'll save her. He's still free-falling into the dark unknown, and suddenly, a system alert flashes in front of Kim Kijin, the demon Goblin King has been summoned to the dungeon. Her eyes go wide with pure terror as another warning blazes across her vision, the demon Goblin King just dropped its royal authority. The fallout is instant and brutal, a flood of system messages confirms it, 100 goblins, 10 shamans, and 5 warriors just spawned. A horrified what rips from her throat, as she's suddenly free-falling into the monster-packed dungeon. She's dropping like a rock into the massive, shadowy cavern, the walls pulsing with an unsettling blue glow. Below her, an ocean of glowing blue eyes stares up, she just face-planted right into the middle of the newly spawned goblin army. Those eerie blue structures are still there, but now a chilling cackle rips through the air, followed by a monstrous roar that shakes the very foundations. Flashback. 4 years ago, deep within the terrifying demon Sovereign Gomori's catacombs, we see a young Charlie Kim, cool and collected, standing over a defeated demon, its body still sparking with raw blue power. He's locked onto the last demon standing, the infamous Goblin King. This thing shouldn't have been a threat, not like this, but Charlie Kim's face tells a different story, a deep, calculating gaze. And the Goblin King? It's letting out a victory roar, a chilling kayakyakia, that promises pure chaos. Its body bulks up, a wicked crown of bone and shadow forming as it screams out another ear-splitting KRE. KRE. Then, a terrifying warning flashes across the screen as the Goblin King, now engulfed in dark, swirling energy and a blood-red aura, finishes its summoning ritual, unleashing pure, unadulterated evil. But back to the present. Kim Kijin is now completely alone, dropped into a desolate, cavernous abyss, the silence before the storm almost deafening. Boom. A system alert screams, a goblin army has come out in full force. 200 goblins, 20 shamans, 20 warriors, all spawned at once. Kim Kijin is instantly swarmed, red slashes ripping through the air, a brutal ambush. Another brutal hit connects, blood exploding into the air, and the grim reality hits her, I can't beat them. The odds are impossible. But then, something shifts. A fierce resolve ignites in her eyes, glowing with an intense blue energy, as she makes a chilling declaration, I have to kill the king, even as the goblin horde closes in. Trapped, surrounded by grotesque goblins on all sides, she's thinking, but how? The challenge is immense. But then, a subtle, almost dangerous smirk plays on her lips, her glowing eyes burning with an unshakable, defiant will. Sarah Lee, a glowing blade of blur, is absolutely tearing through a monstrous goblin warrior, even deflecting another's attack like it's nothing. But the sheer numbers are just too much. A brutal hit sends her flying, blood exploding everywhere. She lets out a frustrated yell, barely keeping her balance. She's down. The glowing eyes of the goblin horde are everywhere, a terrifying blur as they swarm her. A monstrous claw grabs her leg, pulling her deeper into the chaos. Her fight is over. She's completely defeated, bloodied on the ground, the goblin standing triumphant over her. Suddenly, the brutal vision dissolves into a blurry classroom, a voice urgently calling her name, snapping her back to the present. It's Kim Kijin, her friend, who calls out her full name, then asks, totally confused about why she's so spaced out. Sarah snaps her head up, totally startled, her friend's face etched with concern as she asks, if everything's okay. Kim Kijin leans in, her face super gentle, asking, if something went down. Sarah tries to brush it off, saying she's just tired, but Kim Kijin, knowing her too well, immediately calls her out, accusing her of pulling an all-nighter gaming. Sarah totally denies it, swearing she only played one game before bed, then quickly corrects herself, saying she actually slept last night, around 3 a.m., but Kim Kijin just laughs, calling her out for always saying that when she pulls an all-nighter, confirming she definitely slept late. Back in the classroom, her friend, ever the watchful one, leans in and whispers, dude, you look wiped. Catch some Z's, I got your back when the teacher rolls up. A soft smile plays on her lips as she gives the ultimate green light, seriously, don't even sweat it. Sleep tight, Sarah. But as the classroom blurs, a lone, haunting whisper cuts through the silence, Sarah. Suddenly, she jolts awake, eyes snapping open to a terrifying void, a single, confused sound escaping her. The comforting classroom is gone, replaced by an utterly desolate, rain-drenched nightmare, a chilling, stark reality. Then, a flicker of hope. She spots a familiar face in the gloom, a desperate cry escaping her, A.H. Yvonne. Her friend's voice, a beacon of safety, echoes, I'm so glad you're safe, but the vision rips apart, revealing a horrifying truth, she's covered in blood, surrounded by a mountain of corpses, her voice barely a whisper, why, one. The sheer, unadulterated horror of it all hits, and a gut-wrenching, ear-splitting scream erupts from her, Kaya. The relentless rain pounds down on a desolate, corpse-strewn wasteland, and from the shadows, a sinister, mocking laugh slithers through the deluge, kiki kiki. Her face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, and a gut-wrenching, soul-shattering scream rips from her throat, a primal sound swallowed by the raging storm. Her screams morph into desperate, broken pleas and agonizing questions, please. No. Why? She collapses, clutching her head, the sheer, mind-bending terror consuming her as she unleashes one final, guttural scream, no. Why? Aya. Sarah Lee is absolutely losing it, screaming Yvonne's name into a torrential downpour, her mind a chaotic mess of why. Then, a bloodied, twisted version of her friend appears, asking with a terrifyingly calm voice, do you really not know why you're here? The shadowy figure of Yvonne leans in, whispering that it's all her fault, that she was too slow, too weak, and because of that, Yvonne is dead, pinning all the blame on Sarah. Sarah Lee's face crumples, the accusations hitting hard as she can only manage a choked, I see, before breaking down into a torrent of apologies. But her apologies are met with a chilling, mocking laugh from the demonic Yvonne, who asks what she's even sorry for, then twists the knife, asking if she's sorry she couldn't save her friend, before declaring that her failure is oh. The demonic Yvonne, eyes blazing orange and a terrifying grin plastered across her face, gets right up in Sarah Lee's personal space, her presence suffocating. And then, the ultimate insult, the illusion sneers, why are you drooling if you're so sorry? The word drooling echoes in Sarah Lee's mind, a brutal, humiliating blow, leaving her utterly devastated, tears and drool blurring her vision. A raw, guttural no rips from her throat, as she fights against the overwhelming despair threatening to consume her. But the illusion just keeps hitting her with no. No. No, before demanding she, just be honest with yourself, towering over her with an utterly merciless stare. The illusion's glowing eyes bore into her soul, the words slamming into her like a physical blow, a final, crushing verdict, you're wrong. The nightmare finally breaks her, and Sarah Lee unleashes a primal, guttural scream, her entire being consumed by the sheer, overwhelming horror. Out of the abyss, a single, demonic eye, burning with an unholy red, rips open through the swirling darkness, unleashing something truly terrifying. Then, a monstrous maw with razor-sharp fangs appears, and a terrifying horde of green-skinned goblins, eyes blazing red, charges in with a blood-curdling roar. But then, towering over them, a shadowy, monstrous figure with blazing red eyes and wicked fangs erupts, radiating an insane red and black aura of pure, unadulterated power. And with a lightning-fast, brutal strike, a shadowy claw slams into a goblin, sending it flying with a sickening crunch. The monstrous form lets out a chilling declaration, "I'll kill all of you," as a system alert confirms Sarah Lee has hit the evolution jackpot, her madness and rage now off the charts. That's right, Zombie Sarah has officially leveled up to an arc zombie, her single, blazing red eye burning with pure rage as she screams, "I'll kill you all." Another goblin gets absolutely wrecked by a shadowy claw, its body flying back from the sheer power as the shadowy figure goes on a rampage. And now, the full reveal. Bat-like wings, glowing red eyes, Sarah Lee is holding a struggling goblin by the head, a terrifying smile on her face as she whispers, "Delicious dash." Surrounded by dark energy and eerie green particles, she declares, "I should have done this from the start dash." This new form, a female zombie, is now as strong and magical as a zombie knight, and she can even evolve into a queen of zombies. Plus, she's got a new passive skill, Madness, which supercharges her physical and magical abilities by 200% whenever she loses control or gets possessed. Her eyes blaze with demonic power as Sarah Lee absolutely goes off, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that shreds through the goblin horde. Her brutal assault leaves the goblins absolutely decimated, and one bewildered creature can only stammer, "Is that really human?" before another corrects, "No, that's a demon." Amidst the carnage, Sarah Lee's maniacal laughter echoes, a terrifying symphony as she unleashes even more destructive power, bathed in a vibrant, deadly aura. The Goblin King watches from afar, his face a mask of pure shock and terror, as his elite warriors get absolutely wrecked, a terrified, kikik, barely escaping his throat. The other Goblin warriors, seeing this absolute massacre, are completely paralyzed with fear, their courage evaporating into whimpers. One warrior tries a desperate, hesitant lunge, a pathetic kikik, its only sound, but it's clear its body is screaming in terror, not aggression. The Goblin King is losing his mind as his forces stay frozen, their terrified kiki cries just amplifying his own rising panic. Absolutely livid, the king roars, "What are you doing? You're scared of a mere human," then screams a furious command, "I command you to kill her this instant." Sarah Lee's glowing, skull-like face turns to the terrified Goblin King, her gaze a silent, bone-chilling promise of pure annihilation. The king's arm starts shaking uncontrollably, his entire being just collapsing under the sheer pressure of her power. A single tear streaks down his monstrous face, a shocking sign of the absolute, soul-crushing terror she's inflicting. Then, with a blinding, explosive flash of white and blue energy, Sarah Lee unleashes her full, terrifying power, engulfing everything in a radiant, destructive aura. The Goblin King, absolutely fuming, locks eyes with the human girl, roaring his promise to utterly crush her. Just as she hits the ground, looking totally defeated, her eyes burst open, blazing with an insane, demonic red. Then, a horrifying transformation rips through her, her face twisting into a fanged, glowing-eyed nightmare, and the Goblin King? He's absolutely frozen in pure, unadulterated terror, watching her demonic awakening unfold. And just like that, with a burst of raw, untamed power, she launches the colossal Goblin King into the stratosphere, he's just a green blur against the blinding white. Her leg, now sporting wicked bat-like wings, absolutely throbs with dark, destructive energy, showing off the insane power she's just unleashed. Meanwhile, in a totally different, wrecked-out zone, a lone warrior stands tall, his glowing scythe cutting through the darkness. It's Julian Kim, and he's just walked into a bloodbath. He just strolls right past a dead goblin warrior, its green skin now just another part of the dusty, bloody ground. His eyes are laser-focused, scanning the absolute chaos around him, and those white streaks in his hair. They're practically glowing in the gloom. Blood is absolutely everywhere, coating the ground, and more mangled goblin bodies are just strewn about. This place was a war zone, and he was clearly in the thick of it. Julian's face, totally splattered with blood from the fight, stays completely stone-cold, a silent, chilling declaration of his unwavering resolve. Julian Kim is taking it all in, staring down at the absolutely wrecked Sarah Lee, who's now totally bound by a glowing red chain, and you can practically hear him thinking, He reaches out, and bam. A system message pops up, dropping the bombshell about the feast skill, this zombie's gonna get stronger every time she eats. And he's totally processing what that means, because hitting level 10 means a custom skill, and a rare few even get ascended titles from the underworld, like the absolute goats of history. A sly grin spreads across his face as he thinks. That Sarah Lee, his familiar, is about to be a game-changer, hitting level 10 as an arc zombie and unlocking a brand new skill after absolutely crushing her awakening limits. He watches her terrifying, skeletal form, realizing she can now straight-up steal 10 abilities from anything she eats, making her a totally unique and special familiar. Flashback to 4 years ago, and a whole different kind of chaos was going down. A colossal demon, eyes blazing with pure evil, is absolutely ripping into Julian Kim, taunting him for hiding inside some warrior's gut. Julian Kim, totally swarmed by these gnarly monsters, unleashes a primal scream, fighting back against the overwhelming darkness. The demon keeps on trash-talking, saying humans are no different from them, while insane blue energy spikes explode from the ground around Julian Kim, all thanks to Warble Rule 11. A terrifying smirk twists Julian Kim's face, his eyes absolutely blazing with an electric blue glow. And then he just lets out this exhausted sigh, like, yeah, that was actually pretty fun. Falling through a terrifying, endless abyss, blue energy crackling around him, Julian Kim hits the ground, only to find himself in a desolate wasteland, his hand instinctively reaching for a mysterious, glowing red artifact. But then, two terrifying, glowing red eyes appear in the shadows, and he looks up, absolutely paralyzed with fear as a blood-red energy engulfs everything. His eyes are practically popping out of his head, blue energy going wild as he's drenched in sweat and tears, completely freaking out. He's totally stunned, trying to process what's happening, realizing every demon he's ever fought was just a warm-up for this. The demon's giant, glowing red face appears, teeth bared, and he's just a tiny speck, completely overwhelmed by its terrifying presence. It's a brutal wake-up call, everything he's faced before was child's play compared to this absolute monster, and his face shows pure, unadulterated terror. Then, his fear takes a new turn, as a chilling voice simply says, "Human," and we get a glimpse of a mysterious figure with fiery red hair. He's looking down at this tiny demon, but don't let the size fool you, it's absolutely radiating insane power. The demon's voice booms, demanding respect, and he's instantly forced to his knees, blue energy exploding around him as he collapses, letting out a desperate cry. He's crying, completely broken and defeated, as the tiny demon stands over him, revealing the terrifying truth, it's Sovereign Gomori, one of Lemidgeton's 72 demons, and she's finally awake. A bone-chilling presence just drops on Charlie, his whole body locking up as one word screams in his head. He stares down at the source of this insane power, a figure of pure, terrifying might and ethereal beauty. The demon's voice booms, demanding respect, and an unseen force slams him to his knees, a choked cry ripping from him as he fights the crushing power. This wasn't just any enemy, the ancient Sovereign Gomori, one of Lemidgeton's 72 demons, had just woken up from her long nap. Gomori just stares him down with a total, whatever look, wondering why a human is even here and if he's just some offering her catacombs coughed up. She lets out a bored sigh, announcing that one human won't even touch her hunger, but hey, she'll take it, just to be nice to her minions. As she's talking, wicked crimson tendrils just explode from Charlie, wrapping him up tight, a shocked gasp tearing from him as the demonic power squeezes. Gomori just watches, a nasty smirk on her face, flexing on how weak humans are, thinking she can just blink and they're done. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding blue energy blast just rips through the air, smashing into Gomori with insane force, her smug face totally breaking as she realizes a dagger from this guy should just bounce off her like nothing. The hit sends a shockwave through her, making her snap back hard, a quick, whizzed sound trailing the fading blue energy. Her eyes go wide with pure shock, muttering a bewildered question about how a simple human could pull off something like that. A thin gash now ruins her flawless face, and she's screaming, demanding to know how he blasted through her defenses, her red eyes blazing with a mix of rage and total disbelief. Charlie Kim is still trapped, those wicked red tendrils digging in, but his captor's voice cuts through the air, "I asked you a question." Charlie's eyes are practically blazing with blue energy, muscles screaming as he fights back, and the demon's voice just gets louder, "Answer me." Those tendrils are cracking, tightening like a vice, and Charlie can't help but let out a raw, "ERK." Visego just stares, totally unfazed, as the tendrils around Charlie keep cracking, the sound a chilling prelude to what's coming, but then something shifts. Then, a shockwave hits. Visego lets out a surprised, "AH." As her own tendrils start to crack under Charlie's raw, explosive power. Boom! Visego gets absolutely rocked, her body twisting in mid-air as she lets out a furious, "AH," followed by a gut-wrenching, "AH." She's screaming, totally losing it, as the narrator drops a bombshell. This kid, this child who's barely been around, is absolutely overflowing with the desire to end her. She's still screaming, "AH. HH," as the narrator hammers it home, this kid is so consumed by the urge to kill her, it's almost terrifying. Charlie's eyes are pure blue fire, locked onto Visego, and the narrator tells us exactly what he's thinking, he wants to use his bare hands to tear her to shreds. Charlie's face is a picture of intense focus, almost a smirk, and it's that very look that's sending a jolt of twisted pleasure straight through Visego. Visego is still thrashing, letting out a wild, drawn-out "Aya," as this bizarre, almost pleasurable feeling just washes over her. But then, just like that, she's back. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she whispers, "You're the first human since Bathsheba to actually hurt me and make me feel desire." Talk about a plot twist. Visego, one of the 72 demons of the Lemidgeton, reaches out to Charlie Kim, making him an offer he can't refuse, "Become my pet." But before he can even respond, Charlie Kim's eyes blaze with an electric blue, a raw power that makes even a demon lord take notice. Visego's smirk drops, replaced by pure shock, her eyes snapping wide open as she feels the sheer force radiating from him. But just as things are heating up, a new player enters the game, a chilling voice announcing their arrival with a simple, ominous, "Found you." Then, boom. A blinding pillar of blue energy explodes between them, forcing Visago and Charlie Kim apart as a mysterious new warrior drops into the fray. Visago gets blasted back, her tendrils sparking with raw power, as the white-haired warrior makes her grand entrance, radiating pure intensity. Visago, ever the drama queen, just smirks, "Oh ho. She's totally digging this. First, a human who can actually hurt her, and now someone who can cut her hair. This day just keeps getting wilder." But the warrior isn't here for games, she's already got Charlie Kim safely in her arms, ready for a fight. With a glare that could melt steel, she lays down the law, "He's mine. You're not getting him." Visago, ever the observant demon, can feel something seriously off about this new challenger, a glitch in reality itself. Visago's eyes narrow, realizing this warrior is a total anomaly, a human who shouldn't even exist. And then, with a classic demon lord flex, she casually mentions she'd be excited if the warrior was a dude. Talk about savage. Then, with a flick of her wrist, Visago tries to play it cool, telling the warrior to just ditch Charlie Kim and go home, calling her abilities precious. Big mistake. But the warrior isn't having any of it, spitting right at Visago's feet and roaring, "You're the one who stole from me." Visago's chill demeanor shatters, her eyes burning with pure rage. She's absolutely fuming, demanding to know how long it took to track this place down, then curses the very thought of it, her voice dripping with pure rage. Shutting down all the talk, she straight up challenges the demon to a fight, calling Visago a pervert who likes little kids. But Visago just laughs, a terrifying, echoing cackle that sends shivers down your spine. And then, boom. A blinding, chaotic explosion of blue and red energy just detonates, kicking off their epic showdown with an instant, brutal clash. Flashback time, or maybe a new form. Visago is just standing there, her long red braid flowing, rocking a simple white dress instead of her usual battle gear, looking super thoughtful. She's deep in thought about her downfall, remembering how she lost her powerful body and the insane mana that made her a demon lord. But then, a sly smile creeps onto her face as she boldly states she has absolutely no regrets, her eyes fixed on something far away. Her face twists into annoyance as she keeps going, complaining about all the hard work she poured into making this fake thing, and now it's all just a huge mess. She turns her back, her silhouette stark against the muted backdrop, still totally lost in thought about her past and all the crazy stuff that went down. Suddenly, the scene changes to a desolate wasteland, absolutely littered with countless fallen bodies, all of them completely lifeless. And get this, among the silent dead, some are literally being consumed by this fiery, glowing energy, their bodies just dissolving into pure light. Visago, the demon lord, stood alone in a desolate, otherworldly landscape, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to the pulsing, glowing tendrils that snaked above her. A sly smile played on her lips as she remembered a past promise, a deal where he'd sworn to grant her every wish. What ultimate desire would she unleash upon him? With a mischievous glint in her eye, she mused, perhaps she'd just ask for his love. The sheer audacity of it made her chuckle. But the playful reverie shattered, as reality slammed back into focus, a suffocating darkness consuming everything. Suddenly, the mood shifted dramatically as Charlie Kim let out a guttural groan, his frustration palpable, a sharp "damn it," escaping his lips. A chilling sight unfolded as skeletal warriors clawed their way out of the gloom, and he couldn't help but wonder, just how many of them are there? These weren't just any skeletons, they were 30 ascended necromancers familiars, each a formidable level 27, driven by a singular, twisted desire for the corpse of Black, a fact that made Charlie Kim seethe, cursing that damn necrophile. He's making his move, heading down into the unknown with that signature swagger. But wait, he's not alone. He's carrying someone, a girl, unconscious, and he's moving fast, like he's on a mission. Those eyes. They're practically burning with electric blue energy, scanning every shadow, ready for anything. A mysterious, shadowy familiar hovers over her, glowing with an eerie blue, and she's still out cold, looking pretty beat up. Her bloody hand reaches out, and he's got a glowing red crystal, saying, "Here's your reward." What is that thing? Boom. That crystal hits, and she's engulfed in a fiery red glow, her whole body lighting up as something epic goes down. He's watching her transformation, and a system window pops up, revealing Sarah Lee is now an arc zombie. She can literally absorb powers from what she eats, and she's got a receiving doll skill that lets her familiar take a fatal hit for her once a month. Talk about OP. But wait, there's more. Another passive skill means if she rages out, a demon possesses her, boosting her stats by 200%. He's like, is this madness? Then he grins, she's a psycho, alright. But still. You know he's got a plan. Their hands connect, a silent pact made, and his eyes are practically burning with that electric blue power. She sheds a single tear, and he gives her a nod, good work. Then, with a smirk that promises chaos, he says, now then. His tiny, winged familiar is chilling, and he pulls out his phone, dropping the line, "Time to take care of unfinished business. You know it's about to go down." And just like that, he summons a glowing blue scythe, its energy crackling, signaling that someone's about to get a serious beatdown. He's just stepped into the second circle of the underworld, a desolate realm under a blood-red moon, and Charlie Kim is already taking it all in. He's standing there, scythe casually slung over his shoulder, a total boss against the swirling, dark mists. A tiny, skull flame flickers at the bottom, just a taste of the insane infernal energy here. He's scanning the desolate landscape, the red moon making everything look super creepy with its long, distorted shadows. He's holding up this dark device, its screen showing a swirling vortex, as he's thinking about Laplace's cloak. The cloak, this dark, tattered thing, is billowing around him, glowing with faint blue energy, totally popping against the red background. This grey bee artifact, made from the sage bird Laplace, messes with demon perceptions, letting him hide from even demon lords. But watch out, it's got low durability and is super weak against fire demons. He knows he's gotta move fast, because he needs to get out of this crazy place as soon as Sarah Lee gets stronger. The second circle of the underworld is no joke, a place where Jude could normally only even get to the entrance. Anytime he got close to the center, he'd be hunted by demons and demon lords who wanted his power. Seriously, without this cloak, he'd never have made it this far. Even with the cloak's awesome hiding ability, he's still gotta be super careful, because this place is crawling with danger. His eyes were practically burning with electric blue energy, a clear sign of the insane power surging through him. Just as a system alert dropped, revealing a new threat, the demon Apophis had just spawned. This thing was a disaster-level, A-rank monster, and its defining trait. Very hungry. Then, a voice from a glowing red orb chimed in, sounding totally unimpressed, complaining that the power boost was only a measly 2%. Talk about a buzzkill. But back to Charlie Kim, perched on his massive demon mount, his replica Thanatos scythe practically vibrating with dark power, already at 42.3% growth and practically screaming with the death god's bloodthirsty satisfaction. A frustrated TCH escaped him. His plan to hit a new rank in just 24 hours was looking way tougher than he thought, and then a chilling idea sparked in his mind. What if a human sacrifice was the shortcut he needed? Because, let's be real, a pure human's body and soul would be way more effective than just grinding on a few apophoses, a brutal, logical shortcut in this messed up world. For Jude, whose moral compass was, let's just say, flexible, this idea made perfect sense, but in the end, he decided to stick to Warlock's original mission. He confessed he wasn't really trying to save the world, his only real goal was to find the woman who just vanished right in front of him. He just wanted to tell her all the things he couldn't before, when suddenly, his phone blared a loud beep, totally snapping him out of it. The alert dropped a bombshell, the great calamity was now coming 72 hours sooner. Only 85 days, 22 minutes, and 14 seconds left. His eyes went wide with pure shock, muttering, the future, it changed. The system then dropped another bomb, all their calculations were now trash, and there was no telling if this kind of chaos would happen again, making him snarl, which bastard is messing with this? The future? It's not some set-in-stone destiny. The only way to actually change anything, to rewrite fate itself, is through the sheer will and actions of a human. And why? Because for demons, who are stuck in their ways, never evolving, humans are the ultimate cheat code to power. They're a necessity for demons to get stronger, and Charlie Kim knows it, standing there, ready to face down a monstrous shadow under a crimson moon. Charlie Kim's gaze hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He's gotta get intel from the real world, no matter what it takes. His mind flashes back, a quick cut to a tattooed dude with light hair, then to Sarah Lee, who was right there with him. It's a whirlwind of past battles and raw power, all leading to him, Charlie Kim, sitting in this dark, desolate void, processing everything that's happened. Then, a brutal memory hits him. Sarah Lee, held hostage, a psycho screaming, "I'll kill her," while Charlie Kim is just yelling, "Stay back." A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he mutters a name, Black, remembering that pathetic coward who bolted right before Gabriel Kong bit the dust. He always knew that guy was hiding something, and now, with a burst of raw power, Charlie Kim unleashes his ultimate tracking skill, Hound Dog. Crack. His arm snaps and shifts, glowing lines of pure energy exploding across his form. That wicked grin spreads as Hound Dog fully activates, a skill built for one thing, hunting down targets with absolute, relentless precision. His eyes ignite with a searing blue glow, the power-up almost complete. And just like that, Charlie Kim is fully transformed. Dark, wicked wings burst from his back, and he's engulfed in a storm of glowing blue and red energy, locked and loaded to hunt down whatever stands in his way. The power coursed through him, his eyes igniting with an electric blue intensity, a fierce smirk spreading across his face as he locked onto his target with a single, chilling word. Then, the world around him exploded with a blinding, electric blue energy, dark, ominous feathers raining down as his ultimate tracking ability fully unleashed its terrifying power. Suddenly, we're back in the real world, at Port Incheon, but something's gone terribly wrong here. Our hero is in deep trouble, gasping for air, his arm gushing blood as he lets out a frustrated, "Damn it." The ground is splattered with blood, a brutal reminder of the fight, and the tension is palpable. He's surrounded, his mind screaming, "God damn it. Just how many of them are there?" His eyes blaze with power, and the truth hits him, he's facing 30 level 27 ascended skeletons, all hungry for his awakened corpse. Elsewhere, a furious blonde leader can't believe that Necrophile broke the sacred rule, attacking them right after Gabriel fell. The Necromancer's true colors are out, and their army of bone-chilling skeletons is proof. The Necromancer clan, masters of corpse familiars, needs power, and they're hunting awakened beings to fuel their terrifying army. Charlie Kim is absolutely raging, screaming, "You think I put my blood, sweat and tears into helping Gabriel just to end up like that?" Facing Gabriel Kang's former clan, now Necromancer skeletons, he declares, "I'm gonna get out of here and no matter what." His eyes narrow, pure determination etched on his face. Injured but not defeated, he gets into position, his spirit absolutely unbreakable. Charlie Kim, low to the ground, took in the horrifying sight, a massive skeletal army, swarming the streets, all bathed in the eerie, blood-red light of the moon. Those glowing red eyes, burning with pure malice, were a silent, relentless tide of bone and death, closing in fast. But he wasn't going down without a fight. He moved like a blur, a lightning-fast streak against the encroaching darkness. He tore through the horde like a whirlwind, shattering bone and sending skeletal familiars flying as he carved a path. His silhouette skill, granting him physical immunity, was a ticking clock, only 5 minutes. He had to make every second count to escape this nightmare. He grit his teeth, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, knowing his black silhouette mode was his only chance to survive this onslaught. Just when he thought he had a chance, a new, terrifying presence rose from the skeletal horde, a massive, hooded figure, its eyes and mouth blazing with an unholy red glow. Red lightning exploded around its skeletal hand, raw power gathering, and Charlie Kim's mind screamed in disbelief at the sight. He let out a primal scream, blue energy erupting around him, the horrifying truth slamming into him. Lich was here, a legendary undead mage, right in front of him. His face twisted into a snarl of pure rage and frustration, this unexpected, game-changing enemy just blew his entire escape plan to hell. The Lich stood there, a terrifying, unmoving sentinel amidst the endless skeletal tide, its sheer presence crushing the entire battlefield under that blood-red moon. Those glowing eyes, burning through the darkness, locked onto Charlie Kim with an ancient, chilling malevolence as the skeletal army closed in for the kill. Totally overwhelmed and battered, he's begging for his life, a desperate plea swallowed by the skeletal army. And then, the chilling command drops, make sure Black's corpse is kept intact. His body's a wreck, barely clinging to life, but through the mask, you can see his eyes, a raw, desperate spark of life refusing to die. Everything's a chaotic, blood-red blur, the enemy a terrifying, indistinct mass closing in. Then, a blinding white flash rips through the chaos, a momentary break before the nightmare slams back down. But he's not out yet. His body sparking with raw energy, a defiant surge of power as he starts to fight back. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the air, "Oh, you alive?" and all he can manage is a guttural "PRK." The voice confirms, that's a yes, but he's still stuck, trapped inside this ominous black orb. And there it is. The hooded Lich, with its terrifying glowing red eye, stares down at the orb, utterly baffled, where the hell did this guy come from? The Lich's stare burns into the orb, Charlie Kim now engulfed in a sinister purple aura, and the horrifying truth drops, every single one of those 30 skeletons was made from a level 25 human. But that's not all. This Lich isn't just any Lich, it's a level 50 beast, created from a top-tier Necromancer clan member. This is next-level danger. With a single, burning red eye, the Lich calculates his overwhelming power, confident it's enough to crush any opposition in mere moments, just as he'd instantly obliterated his last foes. Thinking back to Black, a prize he'd coveted for ages, he admits Charlie Kim might not match up, but his silhouette skill. That's a game-changer, a tool he absolutely needs. Imagine, specters, familiars that laugh at physical attacks, all thanks to this skill. But even that pales in comparison to his ultimate vision. Black is utterly insignificant next to what he's planning. With this guy, he thinks, he can finally forge that, the ultimate weapon, the ultimate power. Trapped within the shadowy orb, Charlie Kim radiates with a fierce blue glow, his scythe a silent testament to the raw power the Lich now obsesses over. His mind is a whirlwind, picturing the ultimate familiar, the one he'd craved with every fiber of his being, a force of nature, a power beyond all challenge. A terrifying, glowing entity, a supreme being, looms over the Lich, a creature so powerful it could bring down both demons and gods. This is it. Only the second time he's seen this kind of raw power, and he knows, he can't let this opportunity slip away again. A chilling whisper escapes him, "Ah, Warlock, my beloved Warlock." He craves a being unlike anything humanity has ever witnessed, his first masterpiece, haunted by the bitter regret of not having ended her life before fate snatched her away. He could have forged the ultimate undead from her very flesh, he muses, remembering the warlock's desperate plea for humanity's salvation, convinced that with this ultimate familiar, that impossible dream will finally be within reach. Isn't fulfilling someone's deepest wish the ultimate act of true love? He questions, his single red eye burning with an unholy fire as he fixates on Charlie Kim, a chilling, resolute whisper escaping him, "I want it." His craving explodes into an echoing mantra, a relentless chant of, "I want it," reverberating through the darkness as his skeletal hands claw towards the orb, utterly consumed by the raw power he's about to seize. With a chilling glow in his single eye, the Lich unleashes his power, commanding his dark army to, "Arise, my clan members," as shadowy tendrils writhe around a fallen foe. And just like that, from the abyss, a terrifying, blood-soaked army of the undead surges forth, ready to overwhelm everything in its path. Leading this unstoppable force, the Apostle Necromancer, a true harbinger of destruction, stands ready to unleash chaos. The Apostle, a singular entity with countless forms, prepares his next move, but across the realms, under a chilling crimson moon, Charlie Kim is ready, his hair crackling with an intense, electric blue energy. The Necromancer makes his move, a terrifying weapon in hand, but Charlie Kim is locked in, his gaze burning with fierce determination as his new power ignites.